Bloodline Supremacy Battle, 2. Wu Fenghuang was not playing around. She used her heavenly eye technique to see through falseness. Unfortunately, Ao Shin used an extreme-level innate treasure and could use a lot of its power with his immortal venerable strength, so she could not detect him. So, Wu Fenghuang used the background of her ancient clan. Although Qiyuan almost left them broke after so many years, they recuperated to some degree. She waved her hand to summon an extreme-level innate treasure in the shape of an eye. Its name was Phoenix Eye. Find you, thought Wu Fenghuang before instantly appearing before Ao Shin, using a brilliant application of Yin-Yang Dao. The distance between her and Ao Shin was considered far or long, but using Yin-Yang reversal she made it near or short, thus achieving instant teleportation. She swung her white tiger killing sword to devastating power. However, Ao Shin was now in a much better state, capable of fully utilizing his strength and battle experience. Domain of Darkness. The starry sky was already dark, especially with all the stars in the surrounding destroyed. However, Wu Fenghuang sensed it became even darker. She could not see or hear anything. Her divine sense was not working and all her senses were off. Wu Fenghuang swiftly mobilized her heavenly eye technique, an innate technique unique to the Hua clan. Upon cultivating to the pinnacle, this technique would grant the user visual prowess no less than someone with the yin-yang eyes that have cultivated it to the extreme. Wu Fenghuang combined the heavenly eye with her Phoenix Eye artifact. Unfortunately, Ao Shin did the same thing with his hidden innate treasure. Nothing? Thought Wu Fenghuang as she felt her mind perturbed for a moment. The darkness had an eerie power that crept into the mind. Luckily, she had high willpower and could use the phoenix flame to keep her sanity and sea of consciousness unaffected. Then she suddenly swung her sword to the left side of her. The sound of two people clashing echoed in this darkness. Impossible, said Ao Shin, his voice echoing in the darkness. How did you find me? Luck, replied Wu Fenghuang before attacking a random spot. Clinic. She once again discovered Ao Shin, showing it was not simply luck. Wu Fenghuang was using her luck Dao from her Qilin bloodline to find her opponent. As such, all her attacks were random but hit the jackpot each time. It was like winning the lottery each time. Swish. Wu Fenghuang attacked another spot, but to her surprise, she missed. Furthermore, she suddenly vomited a small mouthful of blood. Luck backlash? She detected that Ao Shin used a technique to affect her luck and even brought about backlash. Luck is not absolute. Once someone overuses it, they would become unlucky. This part of luck could be considered its darkness. Is that how he did it? I should not underestimate him. Bang. A fistful of the corrosion of darkness hit Wu Fenghuang on her back. However, she only took 10 steps forward before stopping. Her body was intact. What? How is her body defense so powerful? Wu Fenghuang acted swiftly. Frowny face domain of purification flame. She used her yin-yang Dao in tandem with her flame Dao to create a domain full of yang and light power. The 7th tier of the ancient cultivation system, also called the primordial god system, is law comprehension. As the name implies, cultivators will use their true spirit to comprehend the law. The next stage is law domain, similar to saints. However, their domain did not originate from the cultivators but from fusing a unique pocket dimension that existed in ancient times. This pocket dimension is a lesser version of the Dao source seed used by Dao ancestors, and it's called Law Abode. Eagles Nova 1, the ancient clans have ways to grow Law Abodes, albeit incredibly challenging, and there are different levels. As this generation heaven chosen, Wu Fenghuang had access to the highest level. With her domain that contained the opposite of Ao Shin's Dao, she overwhelmed his Wu Fenghuang, removing the darkness around him. Then she caught a unique breath from Ao Shin's body. Through that breath, she used yin-yang calculation and blessed her heavenly eyes, acquiring the power to detect him at any time and anywhere. A dragon figure manifested behind her and fired a breath of water. The water traveled so fast that it could easily penetrate millions of galaxies. However, Ao Shin did not want to be outdone. He opened his mouth and fired a breath of darkness, canceling her attack. Shadow mimicry, a strange aura flashed around Ao Shin's body, but it was too fast for anyone to detect. Then he instantly appeared before Wu Fenghuang and punched her. Her body flew backward, breaking the space as if she had entered a black hole. Her fleshly body, thought Ao Shin with a frown. His technique felt a great deal of resistance, so he could not completely analyze the situation. Meanwhile, Wu Fenghuang ignored her injury as her eyes squinted. He used my yin-yang teleportation technique. She detected that Ao Shin's attack was the exact one she used after he broke her probability field. So her mind rushed rapidly to analyze what happened. Roalpha Dialpha and Nu Amshadows are a part of darkness. Did he use some form of shadow technique to imitate my power? Huafeng Huang acted decisively and used her sword to temporarily kill her shadow. As expected, she felt Ao Shin's connection to her was interrupted. Boom. Another attack hit her. Fortunately, she deployed a yin-yang shield to protect her. That punch destroyed my internal organs. And his Dui realm is preventing me from healing. Huafeng Huang could tell with her 5th stage Dui realm, it would take too long to expel Ao Shin's power. So she used a cruel and efficient way. She spit a drop of blood. Then, the phoenix's flame of nirvana enveloped that blood, growing a new and perfect body. Finally, she opened her mouth to absorb as much energy as possible from her previous body, leaving an empty and injured shell. Time to end this battle, thought Huafeng Huang, gazing directly at Ao Shin, who instinctively knew things were about to get serious. I have 3 modes of battle and 2 are useless, pondered Ao Shin. He has 3 fighting methods: using darkness for assassination, using it to influence people's minds, and using his darkness body with tyrannical body and martial art. Assassination is useless since Huafeng Huang can discover him. Influencing the mind is also meaningless since Huafeng Huang has a potent state of mind and a great understanding of the soul. Ao Shin no longer hesitated and turned into a humongous all-black dragon, along with some purple marks. However, these things were new and the results of his chaos bloodline. This was the first time he displayed his demonic form before the public, and he could guess the storm going outside. He also understood the consequences if he was defeated, the pressure and danger the demon race would face after the world knew he was an innate dragon. Huafeng Huang calmly looked at him. She was tiny compared to the mighty dragon. Her current size was even smaller than Ao Shin's eye. However, she showed no fear and her aura was no less than his. Crack. The space underneath Huafeng Huang's foot cracked as she flew toward Ao Shin. Boom. Before the proud dragon could react, she punched him in her mouth. The force behind the attack broke a couple of teeth, along with one of his horns. Roar! Ao Shin roared in pain and anger, his dragon voice echoing throughout the entire battlefield, bringing attention to their battle. Damn it, I need to hurry, thought Huafeng Huang before appearing above him and kicking him on his skull. Ao Shin flew away, his body destroying multiple galaxies as he crashed through them. Her strength has reached 8 leaf, he thought, trying to control his mind and remain calm. How did she break the limit? Could it be due to her fleshly body? If Huafeng Huang could read his mind, she would tell him he guessed correctly. The 5 sacred beasts were the pinnacles of innate demons, which also meant their physical body was among the best. So, Huafeng Huang used their bloodline to temper her body, allowing her to bypass the limit. Boom. Huafeng Huang attacked him. This time she even used flame. However, the attack did not do as much damage as she expected. And the reason was due to Ao Shin's black scales turning golden. This aura, the Golden Rock's Emperor artifact? Then, she sneered as she could feel Ao Shin's vitality rapidly declining due to the use of an Emperor artifact. She rushed to attack, but he evaded because his speed drastically increased due to the artifact. Endless Abyss. A black abyss suddenly appeared underneath Huafeng Huang, generating a terrifying gravity that wanted to swallow her. With one glance, she detected this abyss was an endless world of darkness where she would fall for eternity. 2 fates would fall upon her if she were swallowed, crushed by gravity, or kill herself after becoming insane by the act of constantly falling without stopping. She stomped her feet to annihilate the abyss before rushing toward Ao Shin. However, Huafeng Huang discovered the latter kept evading while trying to find a way to escape. She punched him again using the power of yin-yang. Then everything in the surroundings became extremely slow. You're finished, she said. Huafeng Huang turned into a white light and flew straight into Ao Shin's body. She used her body to poke into his body. And she did not stop at once. She repeatedly flew with tremendous force, creating millions of human-sized holes in his body. In a few seconds, Ao Shin looked like Swiss cheese. Stop, yelled Ao Shin as he felt his life passing through him. Overusing the Emperor artifact was already detrimental, and now he was severely injured. Additionally, his weakened state made it impossible for him to break her technique. Unfortunately, Huafeng Huang did listen to him, her eyes full of killing intent. I have important information, quickly yelled Ao Shin. I can exchange them for my life. Huafeng Huang finally stopped, looking at him solemnly. However, the killing intent from her eyes did not diminish one bit. Chapter 782. Published at 17th of May 2023 12:20 and 58 seconds p.m. Chapter 782 Life Saving. What kind of news is as valuable as your life? Asked Huafeng Huang, a light flashed deep in her eyes. I can guarantee this news is crucial, especially to someone like you, replied Ao Shin, who reverted to his human form. However, his face was pale and holes could be seen in different parts of his body. He could feel his life passing by with every second, but he did not dare heal. He knew Huafeng Huang would strike him if he used such a cheap tactic. Am I supposed to believe your words? Of course not, replied the proud dragon, who sighed. He knew his emperor path had come to an end. However, the worst-case scenario will not occur as long as he can leave alive. As for the trouble that would occur after his exit, his mind was thinking of ways to deal with it. We will sign a contract guaranteed by Heavenly Tao. If the information I provide is valuable enough, you must let me live. And if it's not? You can kill me, replied Ao Shin calmly. She squinted, thinking about the chances of killing him and searching his soul. Don't even think about it, said Ao Shin with a sneer. Even if you are more powerful than me, I can erase my memories before I die. She saw the determination in his eyes and knew he was telling the truth. So, after weighing the pros and cons of taking the risks, she said, very well. Then Huafeng Huang sent him a contract from her space ring. However, the dragon shook her head and used his own contract. Huafeng Huang did not trust him, so they decided to create a contract together on the spot. Then they filled it with the terms and conditions. For example, Ao Shin must give up this battle after Huafeng Huang allows him to live. Speak, demanded the proud phoenix once they finalized their contract. You should know about the Heaven Path Tribulation? Huafeng Huang squinted her eyes. Yes. But your ancient clan should not have the method of summoning the tribulation? Continued Ao Shin with a tiny smirk. He analyzed the ancient clans and concluded they did not have the method. Otherwise, they would not have been so weak compared to more modern factions. Huafeng Huang secretly gritted her teeth. After Emperor Qiyuan killed most of their clan's immortal tier cultivators and sealed them, he also erased all their knowledge and information about the Heaven Path Tribulation. Otherwise, the ancient clan could have given birth to many primarchs. In fact, this method was the primary reason they ruled the world after the Null Era. With that technique, their clan could give birth to powerful primarchs, thus guaranteeing their power in the myriad emperor world. Although the Heaven Path Tribulation was 100, even 1,000 times, more challenging for humans, their clan still had many geniuses who succeeded. Furthermore, even if it was a one-star primarch who is on par with Immortal Venerable is a valuable asset to any emperor lineage. Sadly, their clan lost such a precious method. Furthermore, Qiyuan ensured they could not discover it through bloodline memories. Huafeng Huang even believed he erased this technique from history. You're telling the truth? Asked Huafeng Huang with glowing eyes and rapid breath. After coming to this battlefield, she felt a great fortunate encounter awaited her. So, she waited on a deserted planet, not even summoning her troops so she could move rapidly once the chance presented itself. And when Ao Shin showed up, her luck Dao told her the chance was from him. At first, she thought the opportunity was Ao Shin's body. After all, an innate dragon with chaos bloodline is also priceless. But she did not expect her encounter would be the technique to summon the Heaven Path Tribulation. You don't have to trust me, but you should trust the contract. Excellent. This deal was worth it. Ao Shin no longer hesitated and gave her the method. Huafeng Huang took a moment to overview it, and a beautiful smile crept on the corner of her mouth. With this method, she has another way in case she fails this battle. Although Huafeng Huang was confident, she knew there were a few people capable of giving her a challenge. More importantly, this method will become the foundation for the rise of the ancient clan, especially her Hua clan. Eastern Quadrant. Wang Wei opened his eyes. Heaven Path Tribulation? This might be a problem. He noticed their battle when Ao Shin transformed. Furthermore, Huafeng Huang owed him karma from the cleanup, so he used it to spy on them despite their means of blocking the surrounding during their conversation. The Heaven Path Tribulation will increase the strength of the ancient clan. Should I eliminate Huafeng Huang and prevent them from acquiring it? Numerous thoughts flashed in his mind. As long as he kills her and Ao Shin, they have no ways to acquire it. Egglesnell no, innate life forms will appear after I revert the environment. So, it's only a matter of time before they get the method. It's better to use another approach. Furthermore, these two geniuses are still valuable alive. Swish. Ao Shin and Huafeng Huang moved as they sensed someone appearing next to them. Wang Wei, said Huafeng Huang, an intense fighting intent in her eyes. During the deception trial, the latter's strength made her feel despair. However, her power was even stronger than what he displayed back then. So, even if he improved, he would only be on par with her. Wang Wei ignored her and focused on Ao Shen. Give me a copy of the technique, and the Dao opening sect will share some of the pressure for you after you exit. Ao Shen frowned but did not immediately answer. You should understand the storm your demon race is about to face, continued Wang Wei. As an innate demon, many people will want to get their hands on your body, including immortal venerables and Dao ancestors. Give me the technique, and the sect will share most of the pressure for you until you finish the tribulation. Ao Shen knew very well the situation the demon race would face because of him. Many cultivators will want to use his dragon body to expand their lifespan. Meanwhile, immortal cultivators will wish to use Ao Shen's body to increase their strength. Unfortunately, the demon race does not have the strength to fight off the desire of so many people. Their only chance is to protect themselves until Ao Shen passes the tribulation. Or they have to find allies that will help them. Unfortunately, although they are allies with the Dao opening sect, he does not expect to count on them. If the Dao opening sect can share the pressure for us, the demon race only has to worry about those loose cultivators, crazy devil cultivators, and those lineages willing to take risks. Of course, I also have to watch out for the Dao opening sect. After all, a Primarch is more valuable than a mortal innate dragon. Fine, I agree. Ao Shen swiftly made a decision. Although he knew his technique was valuable, it was nothing compared to his life and the survival of the demon race. Furthermore, he feared Wang Wei would kill and search for his soul. Although he was confident in erasing his memories in front of Huofeng Huang, he could not say the same for Wang Wei. But I disagree, roared Huofeng Huang. She instantly rushed to Wang Wei and punched him. Unfortunately, her attack passed through as if he was a ghost. What technique is this? She thought. Meanwhile, Wang Wei kept discarding her. Ao Shen condensed a talisman with the technique before sending it over. He did not even mention any binding contracts. Huofeng Huang rushed to catch it. But the talisman disappeared and she could not understand what occurred. She stopped as she realized something was wrong. Without saying anything else, Wang Wei condensed a token to give him. Contact the sect with this and they will follow my will. Wang Wei disappeared and removed the blockage he had placed in the surrounding space. What's going on? Do you know something? Her intuition told him Ao Shen knew something. Plus, she found it odd how quickly he accepted the offer. Furthermore, she detected the subtle emotion of fear he emanated after seeing Wang Wei. I will tell you a piece of information for free, said Ao Shen in a relaxed manner. Do you know about the Nine Extremity Foundation? No, replied Huofeng Huang with a frown. Ao Shen smiled before explaining the information Xiao Songshi told him, including the fact Wang Wei and Di Tian had achieved it. Then he watched with pleasure as Huofeng Huang's expression became ugly to look at. Impossible. I had the same reaction, he continued with a sneer. Unfortunately, your willingness to believe the truth will not change anything. He laughed boisterously before disappearing. He needed to heal inside before exiting. He knew as long as he passed the tribulation he would deal with his chaos bloodline issue and the catastrophe of the demon race. Meanwhile, Huofeng Huang floated in the void with a blank expression. The History of the Chaos Universe. Eastern Quadrant. Wang Wei overviewed the Heaven Path Tribulation method, pondering the intricacies of this technique. The method is a unique way to use the innate bloodline to resonate with heavenly Dao. Then, it will send the cultivator to a unique location to pass a tribulation. As for what the tribulation is, the technique did not mention it. However, after passing, a cultivator will become a 1 to 6-star Primarch, corresponding to a mortal venerable to Eternal Emperor. My theory might have been correct, pondered Wang Wei. He believed that regular, innate law, primordial law, and grand Dao source are connected or should have been. His theory is if the heaven will did not exist in the chaos universe, cultivators would have to follow a linear path. First, they would have to comprehend and wield regular laws, which are different from worlds in the lower dimension. Then, after reaching a particular cultivation stage, they would access innate laws, the core laws that have existed since the birth of heaven and earth. Innate laws should be the same for all worlds in the lower dimension. However, they are different from each chaos world. Innate law should take people as far as the peak of the Grand Emperor world. So, to become an Empyrean, a cultivator will have to cultivate primordial law that governs the chaos of the entire universe. As the name implies, primordial laws have existed since the beginning of time, since before the births of normal and source chaos worlds. By wielding it, cultivators will no longer be limited by their chaos worlds and can roam primordial chaos, contacting and iterating with primordial species like fiend gods. Finally, to become paragons, cultivators will have to understand the Grand Tao source, the origin or source of all laws in the chaos universe. By then, they would become beings standing at the peak of primordial chaos, beings capable of treating the river of time as nothing but an ordinary river, traversing up and down its stream. However, with the heaven will, cultivators can go from regular laws, even no law, to Grand Tao source. Furthermore, since even great emperors can wield the source of the Tao, the other laws have to be boosted to balance things out. Wang Wei pondered deeply, further fleshing out his theory. He believed maybe this was how Grand Tao first planned out the chaos universe. However, something occurred that made it change things and created the concept of the heaven will. Assuming my theory is correct, why did Grand Tao choose the path of heaven will instead? Continued Wang Wei. The development of the chaos universe, he answered. The previous method made it too difficult to become paragon. After all, they must comprehend regular laws, innate laws, primordials and Grand Tao source. The time needed for a person, even with talent, to become a paragon is simply too much. The time needed for the most gifted individual to become paragon is in the 100,000 yuan epochs. But in the old system, paragons would be people who comprehended 1% Grand Tao source. So, the 100,000 yuan epoch would be on top of all the time required to cultivate regular, innate and primordial law. Then there is the difference between regular paragons and peak paragons. In the current system, paragons have control over 90% Grand Tao source and peak paragons have 100% Grand Tao source. However, in the old system paragons would only have 1% Grand Tao source. The difference between peak paragons is too great. Although they would have all the other laws to help them, it made little to no difference. However, I have to admit, the old system would be more powerful than the current one. After comprehending so many different laws, their understanding of the law and the Tao is not something people of the current system can match. The old system took too long to cultivate, reducing the number of peak powerhouses like paragons. So, Grand Tao introduced the heaven will to decrease the difficulty of becoming peak powerhouses, thus allowing for the further development of the entire chaos universe. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he sensed he was coming closer to the truth. Grand Tao sacrificed the battle strength of the old system for this new one that took shorter. No, maybe it did not sacrifice it but used another way to make up for it. It created fiend gods, boosting their primordial law and innate demon gods' innate laws. Then, secretly manipulate the confrontation between the three paths. Through constant battles, fiend gods, paragons and heavenly primarchs can increase their battle strength while also retraining each other. Eggless novel, under such a mindset, he discovered many things and further developed his theory. Something wrong may have gone with the side of heavenly primarchs. From the knowledge I learned from Honger, the universe is a battle of supremacy between paragons and fiend gods. Meanwhile, heavenly primarchs have become irrelevant. Wang Wei thought for a moment before secretly shaking his head. The innate demons and primordial gods rely too much on their bloodline and are incapable of evolving. Roalpha Dialpha knew ominously, Wang Wei feels the fiend gods are also heading in the same direction. From his analysis, they are also becoming irrelevant as paragons now rule primordial chaos. Especially with the appearance of half-step transcendence. If their race did not take the opportunity during the ultimate taboo, then their fate will be the same as the heavenly primarchs. Wang Wei took a breath to concentrate. He decided to fuse this theory with his others, creating a history timeline for the entire chaos universe. Let's divide the chaos universe into eras, just like the myriad emperor world. The universe was born or created, most likely from Hong Meng. This era should be the primordial chaos era with little to no living things. Wu Hong told me about the 3,800 special source chaos worlds, and they should be the first worlds created in that era. After that, there are too many possibilities. Wang Wei thought about how old the universe was and how long since the primordial chaos era, and he could not fathom such a thing. After all, even the myriad emperor world, one of the many heavenward worlds in the lower dimension of the eternal ascension world, is probably a few million yuan epoch. So, he focused on something else for his timeline. After that era, many races should have been born, and the cultivation era should have begun. I believe the first system discovered by acquired lives was the true power Tao realm, or body refining itself. So, let's call the next era the body refining era. Trillions upon trillions of lives from across infinite worlds tempered their bodies, opening their inner gate. Wang Wei's eyes became brilliant as he wanted to live in that era full of body refiners competing with their fists and bodies. He could imagine the resources available back then. It made him drool. Something must have happened to end that era. Honger and I believe there should have been 3 gates in the true power Tao realm. So, I think something happened in that era that removed the first gate. Then body refining became more difficult, leading to the rise of Qi refiners. Many thoughts flashed in his mind. Wang Wei believed Grand Tao might have removed the first gate to impede the development of body refiners. And the reason is simple: body refining took too many resources. If it became the mainstream of the universe, the protagonist of all 3 systems, essence, Qi, spirit, the resources of the entire universe would become a problem after a while. Of course, there is also the possibility that something else was the result of this change. There were too many possibilities, so Wang Wei was not too sure. The Qi refining era should be the period in the universe where the old system was prevalent. Ancient Qi refiners had to understand regular, innate, primordial, and grand Tao sources. This era was probably a fierce competition between body refiners and Qi refiners. And I guess even after missing 1 gate, body refiners were dominant because of how long it took Qi refiners to become paragons. So, Grand Tao introduced the Heaven Will system, granting Qi refiners supremacy over the universe. Wang Wei felt he was very close to the truth of the universe, thus sublimating his state of mind to an even higher level. Now, I wonder whether soul cultivators also had their eras. According to Honger, many source chaos worlds have a soul path similar to immortal venerable and Tao ancestors, but others also do not have it, like the eternal ascension world. So, did they also have their glory during history? Did something happen to them like body refiners? Body refiners can become inextinguishable paragons, while Qi refining leads to boundless paragons. So, logically speaking, the soul path, spirit, should also have a way to become paragon. However, from his knowledge, the soul path is a lesser Tao on par with Tao ancestors and immortal venerables. For people of the soul path to be on par with regular paragons, they must become insurgents. After pondering for a moment, Wang Wei shook his head. He had too little information. Primordial chaos era, body refining era, ancient Qi refining era, and current Qi refining era, he thought. He knew the actual truth was even more complicated. His theory only caught a glimpse of the history of this chaos universe. Regardless, the glimpse was something even paragons might not be capable of finding or deducing. Wufeng Wang's next move. Tao opening sect, Supreme Elders meeting. What do you guys think? Asked Origin 1. Since the sect master asked us to help, then we'll follow his order, replied Sword 1 without hesitation. Are you guys not tempted? I can make a bunch of immortal pills with his body, said Miscellaneous 1. With these pills, the sect's strength can increase by a large margin. You need to look at the bigger picture, said Origin 1, who agreed with Sword 1's decision. The demon race is our ally, and their survival is a necessity for the coming of this new age. Plus, after the environment returns to innate, there will be plenty of innate demons and primordial gods for you to refine, added Turtle 1. What I'm worried about is the response of the other factions? Asked the steward. Will they fight us even after showing a desire to protect the demon race? That's for sure, replied Sword 1. Most factions have been unhappy with our alliance with the demon race. They have been restrained for a long time. But now it is a perfect opportunity. They also have been worried about our increased military, economic, and political strength in this generation, sneered Battle 1. Now they have the perfect excuse to band together and deal us a blow. Are they not afraid of our sect master proving the Tao and dealing with them? That's one of the reasons they will attack, said Origin 1. The new ruler of the Myriad Emperor world will appear soon. As soon as a great emperor appeared, they became the automatic ruler of the Myriad Emperor world during their stay in the lower dimension. No matter how weak an emperor is, other factions will treat them with certain respect because of how hard it is to kill them. After all, no factions want an emperor using their immortality and guerrilla tactics on their factions. That would be a nightmare. The time before the battle ends is the only time of freedom many of these factions will have for a while. So, some daring ones will want to take risks. But the risks are not worth it, especially in this generation. The key to this issue is this world has offer eternal emperors, but they don't have any fears, said Sword 1. They all think they can deal with any eternal emperor the same way they dealt with the Heaven Devourer Emperor. A sneer appeared on her face underneath the mask. However, they fail to understand that not every eternal is the same. The main issue I worry about is whether these hiding immortal sovereigns will show up, said Origin 1. Heavenly Tao is currently occupied with the battle, so it's a great time for them to get rid of their seals and cause trouble. There is no need to worry too much, replied Sword 1. According to the sect master's instructions, We only need to buy time for the demon race. And if the situation turns into the worst-case scenario, I will control the human preservation array to protect the sect. Alright then, let's take action. Sword One nodded before her gaze penetrated countless distances to see the northern continent. She waved her hand to manifest an enormous sword that hung on top of the continent. Sword One, are you sure you want to get into this troubled water? Said an old voice. Is it worth it for the mere demon race? I don't want to waste my breath with you. All of you rats who are hiding and want to interfere, come together. I know this is the excuse you wanted, so let's not waste time, replied Sword One. Then she teleported to the northern continent, followed by many of the supreme elders. Another terrifying battle was about to take place in the Myriad Emperor world, on the cusp of the Heavenward battle. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Wang Wei opened his eyes without any knowledge of what was going on outside. I have been so focused on my theory that I did not study this technique in depth, he muttered before taking out Ao Shin's Heaven Path Tribulation Summoning Technique. For a moment he wondered why his ancestor did not leave this method to the sect. If the Dao Opening sect had a faction focusing on innate bloodline, they could create countless primarchs throughout the years. However, after thinking about it for a moment he realized the reason. It is not good for the Dao Opening sect to be overwhelmingly more powerful than the other factions because of Heavenly Dao's balance system, especially in the ancient Emperor era. In that period, the world civilization was starting anew. If there were a faction that could forcibly rule the world, their fate would be miserable. Heavenly Dao would definitely scheme the destruction or weakening of such a faction. So, in some ways, Qiyuan's action against the ancient clan saved them. Otherwise, Heavenly Dao would not tolerate their existence. Another reason he did not leave this method was probably because of luck, analyzed Wang Wei. If there were an innate bloodline faction in the sect, they would have to cultivate the ancient system to better use their bloodline. Roalpha Dialpha and Nuam, the ancient system, had a realm where cultivators acquired or awakened their bloodline. However, not everyone in that realm with innate bloodline can develop innate law. No, only the ones with the purest bloodline and the best cultivation talent can acquire it. Regardless, that realm is the best way to acquire and develop innate bloodline. If such a faction existed in the sect, it would only be a matter of time before it became dominant over the others with so many primarchs. Then, if that faction decided to spread the ancient cultivation system, it would contradict with Qiyuan's origin system, thus affecting the luck he amassed from the entire Myriad Emperor world. The origin system is the foundation for the survival of the Dao Opening sect, so nothing can happen to it. Additionally, Wang Wei guessed that luck helped his ancestors immensely in cultivating to the Empyrean realm. From this decision, I can see the ancestors' disdain or disregard for bloodline. He did not want the Wang clan or the other factions to rely on bloodline. Wang Wei felt similarly, so he has to be careful when he creates his human fiend god bloodline. Furthermore, I may need to change the rules of heaven and earth and make sure people can only become primarchs at a specific time, probably when the Heavenward was close to appear. Wang Wei knew even if the sect acquired this technique, the ancient clan and demon race would have an advantage. So, he cannot allow primarchs to appear at any time during a generation. He could foresee how many geniuses and elders with innate laws were sealed in the ancient clans. With this technique, even if only 10% can survive the tribulation and become primarchs, it will still drastically increase the strength of the ancient clan. Maybe I should really kill Huafeng Huang or take the technique from her, analyzed Wang Wei. No, there is no need. In my era, immortal tier cultivators will be common. And the more that appears, the more prosperous the Myriad Emperor world will be and the greater the benefit I will receive. Wang Wei calmed down and finished his review of the technique. Then, another thought flashed in his mind. Roalpha Dialpha, and Nui, Siam. He pondered for a while before making a decision. It might be helpful, but only after I become a peak paragon. I can learn from them and prepare for my transcendent path. He did not know whether these things would help. However, he was willing to try. Anyway, by then he would reach the peak of his power and has little to no room for improvement. Then he can study these two laws to see if they can help. Southern Quadrant. Huafeng Huang floated in the void, unable to process the information Ao Shin gave her. Will my emperor path end here? She was unwilling. So, her mind came up with countless reasons that Ao Shin was lying to her. However, deep down she knew it was true. The revival of the ancient clan is relying on me. How can I lose? Ever since she was young, her clan told her she had a sacred mission. Revert the environment to innate and lead the clan to their glory days. She worked day and night cultivating, tempering her body and suppressing her peers. She dedicated all her life to that single goal. But now, she knew her mission was impossible to achieve. So, despair overwhelmed her mind. No, this is not over yet, thought Huafeng Huang with a ferocious look. I can become a 6-star pre-march. As long as I deal with whoever proves the Tao in this generation, there is still hope. She knew things would not be so simple. Although 6-star primarchs are at the same level as eternal emperors, there is still much difference between them. After all, the emperor path is supreme. Regardless, the tribulation gave her hope. Plus, I cannot give up until the last moment. Huafeng Huang sat in the void and summoned a black and white mirror. Before the battle, my luck warned me to take this emperor artifact. Now I know the reason. Most people will only take offensive or defensive artifacts for this battle. However, Huafeng Huang took the risk and brought an auxiliary artifact. She waved her hand to create a green flame called the Flame of Victory. She condensed this flame by using her Yin-Yang Dao to control the concept of victory and defeat. She infused the victory flame into the Yin-Yang mirror, deducing a way for her to achieve victory in this battle. Path to victory. Huafeng Huang focused on her divination since it was her last chance. Otherwise, she has to rely on the heaven path tribulation as a backup plan. After a few minutes, she finally succeeded. However, the result made her frown. There were 3 results and not one truly satisfied her. The third result involved Ao Shen, to be precise, Xiao Songxi, whom he captured. The mirror revealed that Xiao Songxi possessed knowledge of a unique formation that could bring out the full power of an emperor artifact. However, the formation required at least 7 people who broke the mortal-immortal limit, serving as power sources of the formation. Furthermore, these people must sacrifice most of their soul, energy, blood, and lifespan to activate the formation. The mirror revealed this method had the most negligible probability of success. However, after a while this method became unavailable. Huafeng Huang guessed it was because of Ao Shen and Xiao Songxi's exit from the battle. Huafeng Huang then checked the method with the highest probability of success. This plan involved these traitors that have taken base on the northern quadrant. However, according to the mirror's revelation, she has a higher chance of dying before using this method. Additionally, the mirror was very vague on what method would allow him to defeat Wang Wei. So, Huafeng Huang finally glanced at the second and only viable method. However, the first step of this plan baffled her for a moment since it revealed she needed to acquire the soul of a particular heaven chosen called Mo Xingyun. Mo Xingyun, isn't she the heaven-devouring emperor's descendant? Why would her soul allow me to defeat Wang Wei? Wait, Huafeng Huang felt she had caught on to a piece of important information, so her mind worked faster than usual. From what I read about the heaven-devouring emperor, he was the kind of selfish individual who would not hesitate to leave an imprint in his bloodline. Could he have died and taken over Mo Xingyun's body to revive himself? Huafeng Huang knew some emperors would use the heaven will to accelerate the rate of their revival. However, this method is considered taboo in the ancient clan. Heavenly Tao does not tolerate these emperors messing around and wasting the heaven will of one generation. So, any of them who try this method does not end well. Furthermore, a great emperor requires excellent skills to even attempt this method since most would not even be able to enter the heaven will battlefield. Even if the heaven-devouring emperor took over Mo Xingyun's body, he would be restricted by her Buddhist natural talent. She knew this fact would not change because the latter was an eternal emperor. However, his essence will also change her soul. Her eyes became brighter. If I use the correct secret technique to refine her soul, I can draw some of his emperor's power. By then it will be easy for me to defeat Wang Wei. For a moment she could not contain her excitement. However, Huafeng Huang quickly calmed down. The mirror revealed this plan had a low chance of success, and she also had a high probability of dying. Is there really no safer way? She tried to mobilize the power of the mirror and her victor flame. Sadly, the result did not change. Do I have to give up? She looked at these 3 methods and gritted her teeth. The third method was unusable, and the first method almost guaranteed her death. However, she still had hope for the second method. Huafeng Huang placed the mirror away before taking a deep breath. She used her luck Dao to bless her with great fortune and imbued her with a unique intuition that can revert any dangerous situation. Then, without hesitation, she headed to the central quadrant, where Mo Xingyun was temporarily hiding after scheming against Wang Wei's group. Huafeng Huang? Why are you here? Asked Mo Xingyun after seeing the visitor. The heaven-devouring emperor had no relationship or hatred with the ancient clan. Well, at least in this generation he did not. During his rise, he heard the ancient clan had someone with the bloodline of the Taotai. So, he infiltrated their clan to get his hands on that bloodline and study it. Unfortunately, that person only had the bloodline of a Taotai's descendant, and it was so diluted that it could barely be called such. Although he was sad he could not acquire the lineage of such a chaos life form, he did learn plenty regarding bloodline from the ancient clans. It was a shame he was discovered and had to run away from the ancient clans, being chased everywhere. He planned to return there after proving the Tao, but he never got the chance. Do I need a reason to be here? You're my enemy, replied Huofeng Huang. No, your eyes tell me you have a clear purpose in seeking me out, replied Mo Xingyun. Are you interested in an alliance? She did not mind acquiring another pawn. From Huofeng Huang's aura she could tell the latter was a top heaven chosen, thus should be very useful. Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu don't think about it. I'm here with only one purpose, kill you. Mo Xingyun did not care about her killing intent. Instead, he took a moment to truly gaze at her, accessing her appropriately. The 5 sacred beast bloodlines? Thought the heaven-devouring emperor as greed flashed in his eyes. When he was young he had an ambitious dream, to cultivate all 3,800 great Tao and combine them into the ultimate Tao, Chaos Tao. Only with such a Tao could he be invincible in the world and not have to worry about someone ever killing or humiliating him. Unfortunately, before he could pursue this dream, his teacher, Shi Fuyu, destroyed it. The old monk told him about the supreme outlaws and the terrible trial. After knowing the truth, the heaven-devourer emperor became conflicted. Some part of him was scared about this trial and did not want to take the risk. The other resented his teacher because knowledge of the trial would increase the difficulty. So, after thinking about it for a long time, he realized fate was in his favor. He practiced the devouring Tao because of his lack of talent. Although he had excellent comprehension, this thing would only be helpful in the latter stages. However, the heaven-devourer emperor's devour Tao was the solution to his dream. He wanted to cultivate it to the pinnacle before devouring people who cultivated the other 3,000 great Daos and 800 side door Daos. Then, he would be able to control the power of chaos without worrying about the supreme outlaw trial. There is no way to know whether true heavenly Tao would allow me to use this method to bypass the trial. However, there is a reassured way with no trouble, chaos innate law. The heaven-devouring emperor knew innate demon gods were still favored and blessed by heaven and earth despite their current pitiful situation. As such, they had some privileges that guaranteed their noble status. Of course, these privileges also caused them tremendous trouble. Many races and powerful entities also want to acquire these privileges, and these people are powerful enough to ignore the innate demon god's race strength and status. I can swallow her sacred beast bloodline to condense the seed of my chaos bloodline, calculated the heaven-devouring emperor. The entire ancient clan is a perfect material to cultivate the chaos bloodline after reviving myself and returning to my peak state. The heaven-devouring's eyes secretly lit up. The only thing I need to worry about is whether some old guy tempered with her bloodline. He secretly sneered. With my method it will be easy to deal with their imprints. The real issue is whether one of her ancestors became Empyreans or Paragons, leaving some means in her bloodline as protection. After his death, the heaven-devouring emperor became calmer and more cautious, thinking deeper about his actions. He knew how scary the powerhouses of the upper dimension were. Although most would not care about their descendants or factions in the lower dimension once they reached a certain level or lived for long enough, others do and will actively help. Royal Fidelfa Nisim, is there no room for negotiation? Asked Mo Xingyun as all these thoughts swiftly flashed in her mind. What do you think? Replied Huofeng Huang with disgust. Her intuition told her this person was a smiling wolf. Furthermore, the latter did not even hide his desire to swallow her. So, without the desire to continue this conversation, she summoned her troops. Huofeng Huang did not want to fight directly. She wanted to observe first to see if she could discover how her opponent could threaten her life. Based on aura alone, she already judged her strength was on par, if not greater, than Mo Xingyun. The heaven-devourer emperor looked at this legion with a frown. Most of the soldiers wore red armor and had a flame mark on their foreheads. Are they all blessed with the phoenix's immortality? He knew things would be complicated if that were true. Huofeng Huang vs. Mo Xingyun 2. Huofeng Huang knew the severity of the situation if the heaven-devouring emperor discovered her true purpose. This would make her tasks 100 times more challenging. I was careless. I should never underestimate any great emperor, let alone an eternal. Any being that reaches tier 10 should never be underestimated. Their long lifespan meant they would become wise through experience, trial and error, mistakes and time. Huofeng Huang took a moment to calm down. Things have not reached the worst-case scenario, she analyzed. The crux of everything is whether I can defeat him in battle. Without wasting any more time, she rushed toward him and punched him with immense force. The heaven-devouring emperor evaded the attack with a sneer on his beautiful face. However, Huafenghuang did not care, as her objective was not only him but the troops behind him. Mo Xingyan's face changed when she detected what was happening. He knew there was no chance for her soldiers to block this attack. So, he intervened by creating a swallowing force to absorb the force behind the attack. However, Huafenghuang was relentless and launched punch after punch, targeting these weak soldiers. In the end, Mo Xingyun had to place them away in his space ring. Then he suddenly raised his head in the sky and saw he was now inside a barrier created by Huafenghuang's troops. The previous attack was a distraction? Mo Xingyun secretly shook his head as if he did not care. He wanted to swallow Huafenghuang's bloodline as much as she wanted to refine his soul. So, the only reason he acted as if he had no intention to fight was to lure her into acting rashly and making a mistake. It seems I underestimate her, he analyzed. It was not easy to calm down in such a situation and make the best choice. Yin-Yang ceiling punch, Huafenghuang punched forward, creating an image of Yin-Yang that rushed toward her opponent. A black hole appeared before Mo Xingyun and he swallowed the attack. The objective of this attack was to seal Mo Xingyan's swallowing power. Unfortunately, the black hole contained the power to swallow seals, rendering her attack useless. Huafenghuang did not give up and attacked again, still using the power of Yin and Yang. However, the effect of her attack this time was to reverse Yin-Yang, forcing Mo Xingyun to vomit what he swallowed. Unfortunately, the heaven-devouring emperor reached a level in Devour Dao that few people will accomplish in their lives. So, it would be a great humiliation for someone to force him to regurgitate something he swallowed. Huafenghuang summoned her white tiger sword, thus releasing a terrifying sword will. She slashed her sword, creating a blood-red moon-shaped slash. Crack. Mo Xingyan's black hole cracked. The attack's purpose was to kill black holes and devour. With Huafenghuang cultivating her killing Dao to kill different concepts, her attack succeeded. At least, that's how it appeared at first. Before the black hole was utterly destroyed, an enormous mouth manifested and swallowed it along with the slash. Huafenghuang was frustrated for a moment as two of her most powerful techniques were useless. However, this negative emotion was fleeting. She swiftly regained her bearing and concentrated. The battle had just begun, and the victor was yet to be decided. She stabbed her sword to create twin dragons of fire and water. These colossal creatures entangled each other as they rushed toward Mo Xingyun. And, of course, they suffered the same fate of being swallowed. Huafenghuang frowned as she waited for something to happen. Her original objective was to access wherever her opponent stored the things he swallowed. His divine sea of consciousness, a mutated stomach, or a special dimension. Then she would explode it from the inside. Sadly, she sensed her attack was instantly digested and became the opponent's strength. Is that it? Is that all you got? Asked Mo Xingyun with a sneer. Huafenghuang was calm, not affected by the latter's words. Since her previous methods did not work, she changed to another one. Heavenly calamity, meteors of phoenix flame dropped from all directions. There were so many that it could fill a few galaxies. However, Mo Xingyun was calm, composed, and even nonchalant. The black hole before him grew from the size of a basketball to the size of a football field. Then it easily and quickly swallowed all the flames. However, the heaven-devouring emperor soon frowned. He discovered he could not digest this attack. A powerful will was preventing him from using this attack as his own power. Roalpha Dialpha and Nu Am Phoenix Immortal Will, he thought with a frown. Seems I have to be more active. Roalpha Dialpha NEC, 0M. Her mind worked rapidly to find another tactic. In less than a nanosecond she came up with a new battle plan. Ultimate speed. She used Yin-Yang Dao to switch the long distance between her and Mo Xingyun to a short distance, traveling at an incomprehensible speed. Furthermore, she used her fire Dao to burn the distance between the two. With these two techniques superimposed on each other, her speed reached beyond her strength. Huafenghuang's objective was to bypass Mo Xingyan's swallowing power and the latter's response time or reflex. And in some ways she succeeded. The heaven-devouring emperor could not react to the latter's attack. Sadly, he did not need to respond. As a quasi-emperor, his saint's domain has become passive. So, the punch did touch his face as the power of Devour naturally appeared and swallowed the sheer force behind it. However, to the mighty emperor's surprise, Huafenghuang was not surprised by this outcome. Based on her eyes, he saw an expression as if she had expected this outcome. Then his instinct warned him of danger. But it was too late. Huafenghuang swung her sword. This attack did not have any lights, elements, power of law or anything complicated. It only contained pure and raw power. 8 Leaf, thought the heaven-devouring emperor. Bang! Mo Xingyun flew hundreds of light years away. Wu Fenghuang's attack contained pure and raw strength. The power behind that sword annihilated Mo Xingyun's devour power and his passive domain. In the distance, Mo Xingyun calmly removed the blood from the scar on her face. The scar healed in just a few seconds, but he still felt the pain. My mindset is wrong, he analyzed. Although he repeatedly told himself not to underestimate her, he still committed the same error. And the crux of this issue is his arrogance as an eternal emperor. The only people he takes seriously are Di Tian and Wang Wei, and more so the latter. He took Di Tian seriously because of his strength, while he did so for Wang Wei because of his strength and intelligence. Based on his wisdom displayed before, the heaven-devouring emperor knew he could suffer terribly if he were not careful when dealing with Wang Wei. He knew dealing with Wang Wei was like dealing with a more cunning and ruthless version of himself. However, when dealing with the other heaven-chosens of this generation, he had a deep pride, the pride he displayed when dealing with his lesser. But after this injury, he realized this generation's geniuses are all top of the top. If they were not born in this generation, every single one could be an era-suppressing heaven-chosen. And taking into account the limitations he suffered by only being capable of using Mo Xingyun's talent, he honestly had no room for pride and arrogance. The heaven-devouring emperor calmly gazed at Wu Fenghuang. His calmness created an intense atmosphere that made her unwilling to take action. If she were my era, I would not have won the Heavenwell battle. He recognized this fact. In his generation, he was only a regular quasi-emperor and did not break the barrier between mortal and immortal. His peak was close to 1 Leaf, but he never crossed that boundary. And it was not because of his lack of talent. Anyone who can become eternal emperor is the cream of the cream regarding cultivation talent, luck, and destiny. So, many factors contributed to this fact. The first one was the heaven-devouring emperor was born at the wrong time. There were no other talented individuals who broke the barrier and would then motivate him to achieve it. The second reason was his status. The heaven-devouring emperor was one of the 9 devil sons of the Mo family. However, he was the weakest one and only acquired the status because of his high comprehension. The way devil cultivators raise their heaven-chosens is cruel since they need to compete, scheme, and kill each other. The one remaining will be the final winner and receive the family's support. The heaven-devouring emperor suffered tremendously in the early stages of his cultivation, and he even had to attend the Emperor Enlightening Academy to save his life. By the time he became powerful and valuable to the Mo family, they did not trust his character. So, he did not have access to too much valuable information, thus reducing his chances of breaking that barrier. Finally, he lacked destiny. His generation was full of eternal destiny, and most of it landed on him because Heavenly Tao wanted to deal with the devil cultivators in the Western continent. Unfortunately, as he grew up, Heavenly Tao questioned his character and whether he was up to fulfill his destiny. So, it reduced the heaven-devouring emperor's luck and destiny, thus preventing him from breaking the barrier. Wu Fenghuang vs. Mo Xingyun 3. Bang. Mo Xingyun's aura suddenly increased. Numerous tattoos appeared on his body, followed by a drastic increase in his blood energy. He clenched his hand, feeling the sheer power coursing through his veins. Barely 9 Leaf, thought the heaven-devouring emperor, a little disappointed. He always wanted to create a secret technique to reach the strength of a Tao ancestor. Unfortunately, his foundation was not enough. He never broke the mortal-immortal barrier during his life, so he lacked knowledge and experience in this field. Then, after he became an eternal emperor, he did not live for long before being exiled to the upper dimension. And once he reached there, he died within a few million years. Furthermore, he spent most of this time running away from people hunting him down. Because of this experience, he lacked the foundation of an emperor since he only had a little time to learn the secrets of heaven and earth, learn secret techniques, or even have a high cultivation level. When he died, his Grand Tao Source's comprehension was only 23%, and that's only because he absorbed a lot of the myriad Emperor World Source. So, when he took over Mo Xingyun's body and had to cultivate her to be a viable heaven-chosens in this generation, the heaven-devouring emperor felt he had many limitations. He felt he could not bring out his full potential. Well, I should be satisfied, he pondered. With his current Tao foundation, he can recast a better Tao body after reviving himself. The previous one was trash in his opinion. After awakening, he did not even have a 1% Grand Tao Source boost until he ascended to the upper dimension. And it even reached 1% because he killed a newly born emperor and absorbed her Tao body. Unfortunately, his act also revealed himself to the public. Then, countless former emperors from the myriad emperor world began to hunt him down. When it comes to his death, the heaven-devouring emperor is furious, and it's not because of all these people ganging on him to kill him. As a devil cultivator, he was always prepared to die or suffer some random calamity because of his karma sins. The reason for his anger was he suspected someone was scheming against him, and that person was none other than Emperor Kong. Not long after killing that emperor, the heaven-devouring emperor planned to absorb a few more Tao bodies to sublimate his own. However, Emperor Kong showed up and talked to him about being fellow Eternals from the same place and invited him to work together for a great cause. However, the heaven-devouring emperor was suspicious since the latter was very vague about his so-called great cause. Of course, with his intelligence, he guessed it was related to the rebels. As he had already decided to keep out of the battle between the parasites and the rebels and even using the chaos to his advantage, the heaven-devouring emperor refused his invitation. Unfortunately, not long after that, he suddenly became the public enemy of many great emperors from the myriad emperor world. They hunted him down for many years before killing him. After his death, the heaven-devouring emperor analyzed the situation. He realized his death was nothing but a warning from Emperor Kong. After he revived himself, he knew the latter would come and invite him again. By then, if he refuses, his fate will be true death. After feeling the power coursing through his veins, Mo Xingyun gazed at his opponent. Bang! He rushed toward her with immense speed. Before she could perceive him, he was already before her and punched her. The sound of ribs cracking echoed in the vast emptiness of space before Huafenghuang flew in the distance. Huafenghuang groaned as she transferred most of the force behind the attack, allowing her to stop her momentum. She spat the blood in her mouth as white flame appeared on her body, trying to heal her injuries. That wild, fierce, primitive and supreme aura, he has the ancient barbarian physique. Heavenly physique ranked 21 st, ancient barbary physique. Rumors have it that in ancient times before humans had a cultivation system, there were a group of powerful humans who could smash mountains and move rivers. Although their strengths were pale compared to top innate demon gods, they could still fight some of the weaker ones. And that's because of their powerful flesh. These people were known as the barbarian race. According to legend, their race was a group of humans living on an isolated island. Then one day an injured primordial god arrived at that island and died there. The humans drank his blood and ate his flesh. Although most died as a result, the ones who survived were fundamentally changed. They became more powerful and capable of using divine abilities. "You survived?" said Mo Xingyun with a sneer. "Let's change that." The phantom of a half-man and half-bull appeared behind him before instantly appearing before her and stomping his feet. Huafenghuang's yin-yang shield could not resist for even a second, even with the power of weakness yin, to reduce the attacking potency of this technique, and strength yang, to strengthen the defensive capabilities of the shield. Luckily, she manifested another bloodline artifact besides her white tiger sword, the black tortoise shield. Roalpha Dialpha and Nu Ambang. The vibration from the attack destroyed her organs, making her vomit more blood. Shit, this is bad, thought Huafenghuang as she felt the power of the Dui realm preventing her from healing. She analyzed it was probably the peak 9th stage of the Dui realm. Her phoenix flame was working on overdrive to heal herself, but the process was like someone caught in a quagmire. The heaven-devouring emperor no longer talked. He decided to kill her as quickly as possible to prevent any trouble. His secret technique used the reserve power or energy he swallowed to increase his power. Such a technique should have a time limit and sequelae. However, for the heaven-devouring emperor, this fact was only partially true. There was indeed a time limit, but he could use more reserved energy to extend it. And it was the same for the backlash. With the power he swallowed, he can convert them into a life force to instantly heal himself to a peak state. As such, with this ingenious method he can keep this power and fight for at least a week. And if the heaven-devouring emperor can continue to swallow his opponent's power, he can extend this time limit. Boom. Mo Xingyun attacked again, and Huafenghuang's injury aggravated. Then her expression became ugly. She discovered a subtle power absorbing the blood qi in her dantian and the spiritual power in her sea of consciousness. The scariest part was she felt the innate law from her bloodlines tremble slightly as if affected by this power. What's going on? I have absolute control over my power, so he should not be able to swallow them. It was one thing to swallow her external attacks but another thing entirely to directly take them from her inside her body. Boom, boom, boom. Mo Xingyun suddenly grew 3 heads and 6 arms, assaulting Huang as if the latter had taken his wife and killed his mother. And with each attack he would swallow her power. Huang tried different methods to stop this from happening. She blessed herself with the immortal will from the phoenix. However, she discovered it was useless. After a rapid analysis, she discovered her opponent would absorb her power during a moment of weakness every time she was injured. In the brief moment, once her body or soul suffered an injury, she lost control of her blood chi, spiritual power, and even law. Although that time is less than an attosecond, it was more than enough for the heaven-devouring emperor. So, in a few seconds, Huang's body shrunk and became thinner than a mummy. She would have died if not for using the yin-yang mirror supplement yin-yang energy to her black tortoise shield. I can't keep defending like this, she thought as she decided it was not a good idea to summon the defensive emperor artifact. In her current situation, the artifact would drain all her life force and kill her. Furthermore, she had to watch out for the heaven-devouring emperor from devouring the artifact, hence why she did not physically summon her mirror. Although absorbing an emperor artifact should be in the realm of impossibility, she knew she was facing a former eternal emperor. So, common sense did not apply to her. Huang chose a different tactic altogether. A decisive look flashed deep in her eyes, then, boom! She exploded her flesh body and part of her soul, creating a powerful shockwave that pushed Xingyun away. But in this distance, a small red crystal that looked like a tear was surrounded by white flames. The crystal was Huang's Phoenix bloodline artifact, the Phoenix Tear. With it she had a few lives. So, she used it to revive herself and distance herself from her opponent. And once she showed up, she was completely different. Roelfa Anui Siem, she had blue armor made of scale. No, it was not armor, her skin had turned into dragon scale. Her eyes were blood red and that of a tiger. 2 pairs of flaming wings floated behind her, followed by a scale snake for a tail. 2 deer horns grew from her head. However, they were not dragon horns but qilin, apparent by their short length. 5 sacred beast bloodline, thought the heaven-devouring emperor, more serious than before. His eyes could see tiny black tortoise tattoos on each of Huang's scales, indicating the terrifying defense of the latter. Furthermore, his opponent's aura was not inferior to his, if not more powerful. Huang vs. Xingyun 4. Huang went all out as she knew she had no choice. Her aura changed, becoming old, ancient, and full of vicissitude and wisdom. And given her young and beautiful face, it was somewhat odd. And the reason for such a change was a unique technique from the ancient clans called bloodline reincarnation. Through this technique, she can live the lives of all her ancestors, acquiring their battle experience and other things. This technique is extremely difficult to cultivate, and when most people do, they can only see 1 or 2 generations prior. However, Huang can acquire the battle experience of her ancestors all the way to the ancient emperor era. Furthermore, she has 5 innate bloodlines, meaning 5 sources of memories. Boom! The void cracked as she rushed toward him and clawed his face with her dragon claws. Xingyun was not to be outdone. A wild aura emanated from his body and clashed head-on with her. Boom! 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 Their clash created shockwaves that shook the entire central quadrant. If Heavenly Tao did not reinforce the battlefield, they would have easily destroyed all 5 quadrants with their powers. While clashing, Huang opened her mouth to spew a mouthful of flame. However, Xingyun made a swallowing motion and devoured the attack. Huang retaliated by using a water breath attack, and things should have proceeded the same way but they did not. Her attack mimicked pressurized water or water jet, capable of cutting metals. And with her power, the water jet instantly cut off Xingyun's devouring power and tried to cut off his body in half. Luckily, the heaven-devouring emperor was also a person full of battle experience. His body evaded to the side to dodge. Then he used a brilliant method to save his limb. His reaction was fast but not fast enough. As such, the water jet should have cut off his right hand and leg. However, once the attack reached these locations, he separated his limbs, allowing the water jet to bypass him without causing any harm. Burning perception, Huang did not miss the opportunity and advantage she had. While Xingyun was reconnecting his limbs, she went on the offensive. She used her flame Dao to burn the latter's perception, ruining things like his senses, intuitions, reflexes, and divine sense. Slaughtering Devil Fist, a red aura appeared in Huang's hand and she punched forward. Her fist contained a power designed specially to kill devils. It targeted their fundamental natures consisting of all negative emotions, karmic sins, their bloodline, and their position as the embodiment of karmic sins between heaven and earth. Boom. Mo Xingyan's body exploded into a blood mist, not leaving a single atom or drop of her soul. The power behind that punch was so overwhelming that devouring power, capable of swallowing everything between heaven and earth, including living and non-living things, existing and non-existing concepts, was utterly useless. Even his passive domain was forcefully destroyed. The punch targeted his core existence as a devil and wiped him out from the source. Dead, thought Ho Feng Huang. No, not quite. Her intuition told her things were not over, otherwise it would be too simple. And she was correct. Not far from her, a new Mo Xingyun appeared, albeit with a pale complexion. However, he soon returned to normal after a few seconds. He regrew himself from that drop of blood I cut off from his face earlier, she analyzed. Eternal flame, a massive tornado of black flame manifested from Ho Feng Huang. The flame looked odd as it looked spiky as if made of thorns. The flame rushed toward its target, annihilating everything in its path. Meanwhile, the heaven-devouring emperor frowned. He did not dare to easily swallow any of her attacks. It's always a pain to fight opponents like this, he analyzed. One of the advantages of the Devour Dao is the ability to use the opponent's power or techniques against them. Unfortunately, this method does not work for top geniuses like Ho Feng Huang, who has absolute control and knowledge of their techniques. So, even if he could take control of one of her attacks, he knew she had ways to counterattack it. Wind of destruction. He waved his hand to create a dark purple wind that confronted the dark flames. In most worlds, there are unique flames created or bred by heaven and earth. They are called heavenly flames. However, flames are not the only elements specially bred. As such, there are things like heavenly water, heavenly earth, heavenly metal, and so on. Unfortunately, flames seemed the most common and widespread among them. And the heaven-devouring emperor's attack was from a heavenly wind Mo Xingyun absorbed in one of her fortune encounters. Boom. The clash of these two heavenly elements cancelled each other out. Then, Ho Feng Huang suddenly appeared before her opponent and attacked swiftly, and the ferocity of a target hunting its prey while on the verge of starvation. However, her expression soon changed as her attack passed through Mo Xingyun as if she was an intangible ghost. Ho Feng Huang's tiger eyes scanned her opponent and quickly saw the truth. The person before her was nothing but a projection. The real Mo Xingyun entered a secret dimension, similar to a mirror of the current battlefield. Rho Alpha D Alpha Nu Om. According to our spies, Mo Xingyun probably killed Zhang Xian and absorbed his void physique. In a short moment, she thought of many ways to deal with the situation, like using her Yin-Yang Dao to enter this mirror space. However, she decided to use the most direct and efficient manner, break it with one punch. She clenched her fist. Boom. Ho Feng Huang did not have the time to attack. Instead, Mo Xingyun detonated the mirror space and used it as a bomb against her opponent. And the explosion generated by this attack could only be described as world-destroying, the embodiment of nature's wrath. He heard the sound of coughing and his eyes squinted. Damn it, how powerful is her defense? He secretly cursed as he saw Ho Feng Huang with a few broken scales and a few patches of blood on her body. The mirror space he created was larger than this entire battlefield. Yet she survived a head-on explosion. Burning perception, Ho Feng Huang used the same tactic. However, the heaven-devouring emperor would never fail for the same plan twice, especially one capable of instantly killing him. So, he quickly swallowed the flame targeting his perception. Sadly for him, Ho Feng Huang's battle experience was on par with his. So, she saw a few steps ahead and predicted she would fail. Her attack was only a distraction in the first place. Suddenly, two Ho Feng Huang appeared on the left and right sides of Mo Xingyun. A yin-yang diagram appeared underneath him while a sun appeared on his left. The sun moved from his left to his right, and the heaven-devouring emperor's face changed. He discovered he was slowly losing his power, weakening at an alarming rate. Time, she's reverting me to a younger state. But she does not have time law, so how did she do it? If he did not understand this weird technique, he would suffer tremendously. His cultivation realm decreases as he gets younger, and he might even reach the point before he took over Mo Xingyan's body. Is this her objective? He analyzed as he pushed his devouring power beyond its limits. Unfortunately, the power of his technique was also drastically weakened as soon as it appeared. As such, although he made the sun stop moving from left to right for a moment, it was far from enough. The space is completely blocked. No, I'm basically sealed inside the space created by this technique, thought the heaven-devouring emperor as he observed his surroundings. He entered a calm state, not minding his weakening strength and focusing on analyzing this technique. Roel Fidelfin and ECM. The sun rises from the east and sets in the east. The movement of the sun is a symbol of the passing of time. When the sun completes its cycle, it represents that one day has passed. Using this idea, she can use her bloodline to control time Dao. And by making the sun rise from the west and set in the east using Yin-Yang Dao, she can revert time. The heaven-devouring emperor could not help but marvel at such a brilliant display of bloodline and law. He calmly gazed at Huafeng Huang and saw 4 items floating above her head: the white tiger sword, the black tortoise shield, the phoenix tear, the azure dragon cloud, and the Qilin luck seal. He could tell she used all her bloodline artifacts to their ultimate level for this technique. Numerous thoughts flashed inside the heaven-devouring emperor's mind, calculating the best way to stop this technique. Unfortunately, his devoured Dao, all his heavenly physiques, innate talents and secret techniques were useless. There is only one way, he thought, not hiding the unhappiness in his facial expression. The only solution to this situation is to use his trump card. However, his pride was wounded after concluding this fact. He was forced to such an extent by someone other than Wang Wei. Furthermore, he had to consider the consequences of revealing his trump card so early on. What a terrifying generation, he thought, releasing a terrifying killing intent. He decided after reviving himself he would kill or enslave all these geniuses. That way they can't threaten him in the future. He knew he would finish what he started long ago after his revival. And if these geniuses survived this battle and sealed themselves, they could easily prove the Tao and become eternal emperors. Then problems will arise if one of them decides to take revenge. Of course, an alternative approach is to enslave and take them to the upper dimension. The heaven-devouring emperor knew the reason for his downfall was that he did not have a faction supporting or under his control. But if he could have these geniuses as his subordinate, he could do many things after helping them prove the Tao. So he immediately decided to do this after seeing Huafeng Huang's talent. Then, a mighty and supreme aura emanated from his body. Meanwhile, Huafeng Huang's eyes lit up despite the horrific danger she sensed. Is this his trump card? She took all her willpower not to show her excited emotions. Finally, victory is in sight. Chapter 791 Huafeng Huang vs. Mo Xingyun Finale. Huafeng Huang felt the terrible aura pressing on her. Based on her knowledge and experience, she knew this power was that of a Dao ancestor, and it was not a simple one-root. With her current strength, she could barely fight for a one-root Dao ancestor for a short time if she used more detrimental secret techniques. However, despite the impending danger, she was excited beyond words. Her divination revealed she had a high chance of dying, and now she finally knew why. Finally, Huafeng Huang thought. She pretended to be scared and mobilized more power of her yin-yang time reversal technique, trying to stop whatever her opponent wanted to do. However, the heaven-devouring emperor sneered. A sword appeared above his head, and with a little thought, he forcefully destroyed the sealed space of her technique. "You should be proud you pushed me to such an extent," said the proud and mighty emperor. Then he no longer wasted any more time. The sword rushed toward Huafeng Huang, intending to annihilate her utterly. However, before the sword could accomplish its tasks, something changed. Huafeng Huang's troops suddenly appeared in the surroundings, divided into 5 groups. Then, a massive phantom of the 5 sacred beasts flew from them. So, an azure dragon appeared on the east side, a white tiger in the west, a black tortoise in the north, a red phoenix in the south, and a yellow Qilin in the center. Then these 5 creatures released 5 colors corresponding to the 5 elements, turning into 5 element charts that showed how these elements promoted and cancelled each other out. The 5 element chart appeared above Mo Xingyun and the sword, followed by a yin-yang diagram below them. 5 sacred beast seal. The chart and diagram turned into a robust seal that locked on the sword. Then this Dao artifact turned into an ordinary sword. The mighty aura capable of destroying heaven and earth was gone. Now, it looked like a regular sword created by a mortal blacksmith. Done, thought Huafeng Huang. Now she only needs to defeat her opponent and take the heaven-devouring emperor's soul. Subsequently, she will finally have a chance at winning against Wang Wei and Di Tian. Although it won't be easy even with that secret technique, now there is hope. "So this was your plan?" said Mo Xingyun calmly. However, his calmness made Huafeng Huang nervous. Regardless, she remained composed. She immediately decided not to waste time with him in case the situation changed. Boom. Her aura increased by a few %, followed by the entire central quadrant turning red. Killing mark. A weird tattoo or rune appeared on Huafeng Huang's face. Through them she could use the slaughter chi on the battlefield to boost her strength. Then she used her most powerful attack, Frowny Face Sentient Killing Fist. Her former Slaughtering Devil Fist only targeted devils and everything that made them unique. And this fist was even fiercer as it targeted all sentient beings. So, whether it was devils, demons, gods, immortals, Buddhas, great emperors, or any of the almighty existing standing at the peak of the pyramid, it targeted them all together. The existence of this fist had only one purpose for its existence: to kill anything that it wished to. Boom. Fenghuang flew backward, the bottom half of her body missing. Upon closer observation, it was easy to detect a sharp object sliced through her ultimate scale. And by the smoothness of the cut, the process was as easy as a sharp knife cutting through soft butter. "How is that possible?" muttered the proud phoenix as she looked at the second sword that appeared before Imo Xingyun. "There is nothing to be surprised about," said the heaven-devouring emperor. "The moment you arrived, I was suspicious of your motive. So, to be cautious, I only summoned a projection of my Tao artifact." The heaven-devouring emperor sneered. He was a Tao lord and not a regular one. He was the only Tao lord of the devouring Tao. Before him, the devouring Tao was not an outlaw Tao. No, to be precise, the other people who practiced it, including the Baishi clan, could only use a limited version of it. And it is the same for his descendant, Imo Xingyun, and her physique. However, he cultivated the devouring Tao to the pinnacle and activated its status as an outlaw Tao. Furthermore, because of his teacher, he knew in advance about the trial, thus increasing its difficulty by a few %. And even then he still succeeded in passing. "I have wasted enough time on you," he commented before mobilizing the power of the true sword. Boom. The sword's power created a terrifying explosion, thus surrounding Fenghuang in a cloud of space dust. Then a few seconds later the dust blew away, revealing her state. Fenghuang was surrounded by 3 artifacts in the font, 9 in the middle and 5 in the back. 3 Eternal Emperor artifacts, 9 Extreme Innate artifacts and 5 Bloodline artifacts, analyzed the heaven-devouring emperor. He also marveled at the richness and background of the ancient clans, despite their current weakening stage. In this world, most people believed the Tao opening sect had the most Eternal Emperor artifacts. But it was not so. This honor went to the ancient clan. Given their glorious history, it makes sense, analyzed the heaven-devouring emperor. The ancient clans lead the world to win the Acquire Innate war. Although they did not do it alone, their contributions, especially the heaven-beginning emperor, were amongst the best throughout the entire lower dimension. With such an accomplishment, their ancient clan should have prospered for eternity due to the large amount of merit, luck, and destiny they amassed during the war. Unfortunately, they became too greedy and wanted to turn the myriad emperor into their heaven-will farming place. They wanted every generation of emperors to come from their clans. Their actions touched heavenly Tao's bottom line and ruined their relationship with the others. So, they lost the spirit of epic and most of their merit and destiny. The truth of the matter is Qiyuan was the last chance for the ancient clan to correct their ideologies and mentalities. As long as they listened to Qiyuan and considered heavenly Tao's balance, they would be fine. Better yet, as long as they did not drive him out of the clan and allowed him to grow up and prove the Tao, he would have led their clan to a greater height. Qiyuan's existence was the final manifestation of the ancient clan's destiny. Unfortunately, they failed miserably. So, after growing up, Qiyuan became the manifestation of their clan's tribulation. He utterly destroyed all their destiny and the merit they gathered during the war. And when he created the Tao opening sect, most of that merit transferred to them and the Wang, Li, and Yan clan. That's why there has been so much unparalleled genius in these 3 clans and the sect for so many eras. Regardless of how much the ancient clan was weakened in the past, their foundation was still solid. Throughout history they have had the most eternal emperors. And although most died or were forced to leave the lower dimension, the ancient clan still has some artifacts left from them. The heaven-devouring emperor frowned after seeing the situation. She is sacrificing these innate treasures to power up the emperor artifacts. So her defense could last for a long time. He knew the longer he wasted, the more variables that could arise. So he decided to act swiftly as he saw a white flame enveloping Fenghuang. He used his Dui realm to resist her healing while also summoning 3 emperor artifacts. He controlled them to suppress Fenghuang's artifact. Imo Xingyun only had 1 eternal artifact, so he had to make up the number with his better understanding of emperor artifacts and the massive amount of reserve energy he had swallowed. Moreover, one of the artifacts contained sealing abilities. The heaven-devouring emperor brought many emperor artifacts, most of which he borrowed from other devil factions in the western continent, using the power of the Mo clan or making enticing deals with them. Although the rules stated only 3 artifacts could be used, there are ways for people with a great background to take advantage of this rule. For example, the rules did not place limits on innate or chaos artifacts. Secondly, the rules only stated a person could use up to 3 artifacts at the same time, but it never stated someone could not bring more and leave them in their space ring. And with more artifacts, a cultivator will have more variety of options. After all, Emperor artifacts have specific DAOs and are helpful for different occasions. This flaw in the rules greatly benefits wealthy individuals like Di Tian and Wang Wei. Crack. In a few seconds, cracks appeared on Hua Fenghuang's shield, making her expression ugly. She tried to mobilize all the power of the innate artifacts, sacrificing them like pawns. Simultaneously, she was also healing. Unfortunately, the heaven-devouring emperor wanted to eliminate her at all costs. So, he summoned his troops and used them as a sealing formation to boost the power of his artifacts. So, in less than a minute, Hua Fenghuang's shield broke, leaving her vulnerable. Then Mo Xingwen's sword rushed in for the kill. Boom. A terrifying shockwave echoed through the entire central continent. However, Hua Fenghuang was intact as someone had appeared before her. Conversation. Li Jun and Hua Fenghuang used their divine sense to exchange Dao comprehension at an alarming rate. And in the process both benefited tremendously. Hua Fenghuang learned to expand the variety of her killing method. In contrast, Li Jun learned how to focus his killing method to have more destructive capabilities in one-on-one battles. While deep in their conversation, they finally reached their destination in the eastern quadrant. Wang Wei was waiting for them on the same desolate planet he stayed on since the beginning of the battle. "Thank you for this exchange," said Li Jun. "I have benefited immensely." He never thought Hua Fenghuang would accept his request. He only asked on a whim, prepared for rejection. However, she not only agreed but was very cooperative. "The pleasure is all mine," replied the Phoenix Princess. After accepting her defeat, her state of mind changed and she became more peaceful. This mindset is the reason she so readily accepted Li Jun's request. And now, she knew she had made the right choice due to the immense benefit this short exchange granted her. Li Jun nodded. He wanted to ask her to communicate more often and learn from each other. However, he decided otherwise after thinking for a moment. Hua Fenghuang should become a primarch after leaving the battlefield. As such, she should have nothing to discuss with a mortal like him. And since he cannot reveal he will also be a great emperor, he chooses not to ask and gets rejected. Wang Wei waited for them to finish talking before taking action. He waved his hand, and a green cube enveloped Li Jun before sending him into the distance. "I sense the power of time," thought Hua Fenghuang. "Did he put him in a time bubble so he could swiftly digest our previous exchange and increase his strength?" Hua Fenghuang secretly sighed as she felt jealous of their relationship. In the ancient clan, she could not even trust the members of her Hua clan. So, it was impossible to train a mighty general, let alone one on par with the top heaven chosens of this glorious age. Hua Fenghuang finally focused on Wang Wei. She saw the latter had created a small table and invited her to sit down. So, with a calm demeanor, she sat opposite him. "Tea or wine?" Hua Fenghuang thought for a moment. She had just lost a battle that ended her emperor path, so she was in the mood to drink, preferably something very strong. However, she also felt this meeting was important and should be more formal. So she replied, "Tea." Wang Wei calmly summoned a pot of tea before brewing it in front of her while also performing the perfect tea etiquette. "Longjua tea, it's my favorite," he explained. "I grew them personally using the power of good fortune." He calmly served her before serving him. "Before we begin, I would like to remind you that the outside world is watching our conversation." Hua Fenghuang frowned as she understood the meaning behind his warnings. "I understand." Wang Wei nodded. "I believe that fighting is the worst way to deal with a problem and should only be used as a last resort. On the contrary, I believe in making friends and allies, to work together to deal with a problem. Are you trying to form an alliance with our ancient clan?" "More or less," replied Wang Wei. "I would love for an alliance. But am also perfectly fine with an agreement, even a non-binding one." Hua Fenghuang took a sip of her tea and her eyes lit up. The tea was delicious and blessed the soul with a 15% increase in comprehension. Furthermore, she felt the blessing should last for at least 3 days. "Good tea," she complimented. "Thank you. Roelfadialfa Anisim, isn't there a saying that there is no eternal enemy, only eternal benefit?" "Benefit, ha," muttered Hua Fenghuang, who knew things were not so simple. The ancient clans were highly proud and held grudges. The majority of the different clans believed Qiyuan was why their family became so weak. They blamed him for ruining their dreams of becoming the absolute overlord of the myriad emperor world. So, it would be very challenging to convince them to set aside their grudge and pride to work with other factions, especially the Dao opening sect. Tell me about the benefits you mention. Although Huang knew it would not be easy to become allies, she wanted to hear him out first. There may be room for negotiation. Roalpha Dialpha and Nuam, believe it or not, our goals are the same, said Wang Wei. What do you mean? Like you, I plan to revert the myriad emperor world to the innate environment on par with the beginning emperor era. Huang squinted her eyes as her heartbeat drastically accelerated. Luckily, she swiftly controlled herself and calmed down. Are you serious? I am. Huang could not control her emotions for a few seconds. The ancient clans have been planning this for countless eras with no success. The entire clan placed their glory, ambitions, and dreams on her shoulder to carry this plan. And honestly, Huang was not confident, even with the method to become a primarch. And now she heard someone else had the same plan as them. She knew of Wang Wei's strength. Once he becomes an eternal emperor, he has a higher chance than her of succeeding. Huang took a deep breath to calm down. She also pondered the implications of this sudden change. The ancient clan had made preparations beforehand, but she now had to look at things from a different angle, taking into account the Dao opening sect's point of view. So, after more than a minute of silence, she said, "How do you want to work together?" Wang Wei smiled before deciding to be direct. The first cooperation involved a cultivation system. After the environment changes, the ancient system will thrive, which the Dao opening sect cannot allow. So, I already plan to optimize the origin system to fit the environment. If you become our ally, I can promise not to suppress the ancient system. And if our cooperation is deep enough, I can even allow some room for development. How is this an alliance? You're basically threatening us. I am, replied Wang Wei, his voice steady and calm. You should understand this involves the core luck and destiny of our sect. So, there is no room for negotiations. Huang frowned, not showing any emotions. In the past, the ancient clan guarded their cultivation system like it was the most precious thing in existence. However, after so many years, they understood the benefit of gathering the luck of the entire system. So, if the ancient system could prosper in the new age, their clan would benefit immensely. Anything else? Asked Huang. The second issue involved the innate demon gods, added Wang Wei. We want the peaceful integration of their race into our world. We don't want a war. Does he know? Huang thought. The ancient clan's plans involved secretly manipulating a war between innate and acquired life. Then they will lead acquired life into victory, thus amassing a significant number of merits. In other words, they want to repeat or recreate the situation after the Null Era. Wang Wei looked at her and guessed what she was thinking. And he did know about the ancient clan's plan. And his only comment is these people were mad, living in the shadow of their past. According to his predictions, if the ancient clan's plan succeeded in the myriad emperor world, their ambitions would expand, and they would want to recreate the innate acquire war that spawned all the lower dimensions. And in the worst-case scenario, the ancient clan might want to turn the lower dimension into their Heavenwell farm. They will use the innate acquired war to destroy the civilization of all Heavenwell world while preserving their strength. Then they will open branches in all these Heavenwell worlds, using their foundation to win Heaven wills after Heaven wills, thus dominating the lower dimension as the devil race did. Of course, their clan has not reached such a level of madness. Currently, they are only focused on the myriad emperor world. However, if they succeeded, Wang Wei could predict their next step. And if they reach such a stage, their fate will only be annihilation. Time has changed, and the appearance of the innate lives is not much of a big deal. Wang Wei previously planned to change the laws of heaven and earth to affect their birth. However, after thinking about it for a while, he realized the impact of their appearance was similar to a powerful emperor lineage suddenly appearing in the myriad emperor world. In the current stage of the world full of immortal venerables, Dao ancestors and insurgents, the innate demons or primordial gods have no discerning advantage that would allow them to rule the world as they did. Humans are no longer the weak species from the beginning emperor era that needed to secretly study their bodies to become powerful and survive. Humans were now the protagonist of the world. So, if these new generations of innate demon gods tried to rule their world, their fate would only be another extinction. Wang Ju's strength. Western Quadrant. Di Tian opened his eyes. In a moment, his eyes saw every corner of the battlefield. With his power, only a few individuals could hide from him, and only 2 people or groups could do it if he went all out. Wang Wei has been making a lot of moves, he thought. He was not surprised by this fact. It could be said he anticipated this outcome. Wang Wei's nature and Dao indicated he would manipulate people from the shadows for his benefit. So, Di Tian's fundamental tactic for this battle took this into account. He is a Dao overlord, so I won't be able to outwit him. Even with my experience, he analyzed. Since he knew and admitted this fact, Di Tian knew it would be pointless to act the same way as Wang Wei. The purpose of his manipulation is to give him small advantages that can give him a slight edge or reverse the situation at the last minute. If 2 people have similar strengths, the small advantages are enough to give one person the advantage. It's pointless to try to compete with him in the area of intelligence and cunningness, continued Di Tian. So there are 2 ways to deal with the situation. Always be on the lookout for his small advantages. With enough precautions they will become useless. Second, closely observe his actions and intervene when necessary to prevent him from gaining too much advantage. His gaze focused on the central quadrant, the battlefield between Mo Xingyun and Wang Ju. A terrifying power blocked his vision. He knew he could not see what was inside unless he mobilized all his power. And even then it might not succeed. Mo Xingyun, the heaven-devouring emperor. Di Tian was not surprised by the latter's presence. All his failures during his 9-extremity foundation involved one eternal emperor or another. So, he was not surprised when the heaven-devouring emperor showed up in the form of body possession. In some ways, he has karmic connections to all the myriad emperor world's eternal emperors since the ancient emperor era. Di Tian did not dwell long on the subject before focusing on the eastern quadrant, where Wang Wei's group is located. And once again he discovered the same power obstructed his vision. He wondered whether Wang Wei and Huo Fenghuang would enter an alliance. Di Tian worried his enemy would acquire another supreme general. An alliance of this magnitude is enough to shift the balance of the war in Wang Wei's favor. What exactly are they discussing? Should I be more forceful and try every means to break the blockage? His mind worked faster than any quantum computer analyzing the situation. Di Tian did not know their conversation was not technically something he could not know. However, Wang Wei actively blocked him for a reason. He had already planted the seed in Di Tian's mind not to kill him since he would be useful as a subordinate to help him gather merit. His idea of reverting the environment to innate is a great idea to gather a large amount of merit. So Wang Wei did not want to reveal such information and reduce his value. Although Di Tian will immediately know once he leaves the battlefield, Wang Wei only cares about the present. If Di Tian knew about this idea, he might think Wang Wei's value had diminished and decided to eradicate him. After all, it's an extremely dangerous thing to keep a Dao overlord as a subordinate or slave, especially one that used to be the enemy. So Wang Wei did not want Di Tian's mindset to change by the tiniest amount and affect his battle strategy for this battle. Di Tian continued his observation of the eastern quadrant. Although he did not know Wang Wei's objective, he knew the latter's actions had a deeper meaning behind them. So he analyzed a few possibilities and prepared for them. Then he focused on analyzing Wang Wei's power based on the blocking methods he used in these locations. How did he break the limit and reach 10 supremacy? Did he have another limit breaker? Did Empress Wu give him one? After seeing Wang Wei at the entrance of the battlefield, he knew the latter was the same as him and achieved 10 supremacy. To be precise, he confirmed his suspicions after hearing about the divine thunder punishment that appeared above the Dao opening sect a while ago. Regardless, he wondered how he did it. His aura is slightly different from mine, so he must have used another method. Di Tian secretly sighed. He was awed and jealous. He wished for anything else in the world to be a Dao overlord. He took a moment to remove all these distracting thoughts, ensuring his mind was at its peak. It doesn't matter whether he has achieved 10 supremacy since I have a major advantage over 9 Pillars inheritance. The Empyrean 9 Pillar was obsessed with the 10 supremacy foundation and spent countless yuan epochs researching it. As such, although he never achieved it, he created many ideas and theories regarding that level. And Di Tian inherited all these things. Rho Alpha Di Alpha and Nu Omi's mind became more peaceful after figuring this out. Furthermore, he was even more relieved after sensing Huo Fenghuang's departure from the battle. If she joined Wang Wei, he would have to hunt down another general. Di Tian then closed his eyes and continued his meditation. Central Quadrant. Wang Ju looked directly at the heaven-devouring emperor, raising her aura to the pinnacle. She waved her hand to summon her proving Dao artifact, 2 all-black daggers. She disappeared before reappearing before the heaven-devouring emperor. Her speed was beyond the proud emperor's reaction speed. She sliced toward his neck, her dagger slashing through his passive domain like a hot knife passing through butter. Swish! Blood flew out of Mo Xinjian's beautiful white neck. Luckily, the heaven-devouring emperor acted swiftly, exercised his absolute control over his body and closed the wound. His application of the Dui was better and subtler than Wang Ju, so he healed almost instantly. Unfortunately, this was not the end. Wang Ju kept disappearing and reappearing, leaving after images of herself due to her immense speed. And each time she reappeared, she would leave knife wounds on her opponent. The heaven-devouring emperor felt overwhelmed, especially in the speed department, so he took action. He used a secret technique based on the swordsman's sword and human unification principle. Alpha D Alpha Theta Nu Epsilon. Unfortunately, his actions only allowed him to block a few dagger strikes with his sword. Any attempt to use his devouring power became futile. Wang Ju's attack would either use pure physical force to destroy her power or use some mysterious method to bypass it. So, the heaven-devouring emperor ignored his multitude of injuries to analyze that power. Freedom Dao? He analyzed. She became free from me, free from devour. He immediately knew this was one of Wang Wei's Dao. Bang! A powerful repulsion emanated from his body, trying to push Wang Ju away. One of the markers of top heaven chosens is yin-yang balance. They will always study the opposite of their Dao to better understand it and prevent others from using their antithesis against them. Some heaven chosens will even cultivate their opposite Dao as secondary or sub-Daos, while others, like Wang Wei, will fuse their opposite Dao with their main Dao. So, the heaven-devouring emperor had a profound understanding of the antithesis of his devoured Dao, expulsion and repulsion. The first wave of his attack was useless, failing to achieve his goal. However, his purpose was to gather information on his opponent and find a countermeasure. The heaven-devouring emperor knew the best method was to use the power of fate to counter Wang Ju's freedom Dao. Unfortunately, his fate abilities and techniques mostly involved divination. Even when he was alive, the heaven-devouring emperor never had the chance to swallow a potent fate Dao cultivator due to how rare this law was. So, with his experience, he realized the solution to this problem was the most versatile yet accessible Dao throughout all heaven myriad world, Yin-Yang Dao. And, all heaven myriad world of all heaven myriad realm is a term used to refer to the many chaos worlds and primordial chaos. It's also another name for the chaos universe. With the power of Yin and Yang, the heaven-devouring emperor controlled the power of fate to counter Wang Ju's spell. Sadly, this attempt also failed after the initial success. Wang Ju used Wang Wei's Yin-Yang Dao to delay or cancel her opponent's Yin-Yang Dao before continuing her mission of killing him. Damn it, her aura has not changed, thought the heaven-devouring emperor. He believed Wang Ju's strength was a temporary boost using a secret technique that allowed her to borrow Wang Wei's strength. However, she discovered the latter's aura did not have the tiniest change of instability. This phenomenon indicated her current 5-root strength was her own. Could it be that she can use his powers as long as he is alive and is near her? This was the only way he could explain the current situation. Damn it, how frustrating. Do I have to use this method so soon in the battle? Awakening. The heaven-devouring emperor had an unwilling look as more injuries piled upon his body. So, he contacted someone. Qin, where are you? What do you want? Asked a cold and emotionless voice. Let's team up to kill one of Wang Wei's most powerful pawns. I'm doing something important. You don't have to test DT on anymore. I'm doing something more important, replied Qin. His tone was plain and never fluctuated. Immediately, the heaven-devouring emperor seemed to have figured out something. So, you've betrayed our alliance? Asked the proud emperor. Didn't you expect this outcome already? Yes, but I thought you could wait until the last moment. It is the last moment, replied Qin. At least for you. Do you think I will die here? Alpha D Alpha Theta Nu Epsilon, man, why is that? He asked, not hiding the sneer in his tone. I will give you one last piece of information, added Qin. There is a mysterious power hiding your battle. And from my analysis, it is unlike anything I have seen, even from the best Dao ancestors. If I guess correctly, our communication was allowed on purpose. The heaven-devouring emperor's face changed. The trembling of his body opened his many wounds, thus increasing the blood all over his body. And during this conversation, Wang Ju never stopped talking. Qin, what about what I promised? How are you going to deal with your situation? Asked the heaven-devouring emperor after swiftly calming down. My problem will be solved after proving the Dao and becoming an eternal, replied Qin. Do you think it's that simple? Countered the heaven-devouring emperor. Unfortunately, he received no reply. Damn it, he cursed out loud. The target has reached a critical state, analyzed Wang Ju. Now we can proceed to the next step. She waved her wrist to flicker her dagger. Then countless gray strings appeared around him. Fate string cutting. The heaven-devouring emperor saw something flash before his eyes before an intense pain emanated from his right side. As he glanced, he saw a fountain of blood gushing out of his body. His right hand was missing. Phoenix Flame. He hurriedly used Hua Fenghuang's power, which he had previously absorbed. Although he did not get enough of her blood to acquire her bloodline, he could use some of her powers that he absorbed. However, as soon as he grew the right arm, he lost the left one. This attack is unblockable by the current me, he thought as he detected how this technique was extremely fast as it ignored spacetime. Furthermore, it locked on his karma, luck, and fate, making it virtually impossible to dodge or escape. The heaven-devouring emperor secretly sighed, calming himself down in the process. He predicted this possible outcome when planning for this battle. He knew there was a difference between Wang Wei with 5-root Dao ancestor prowess, and someone like him who used items or artifacts to acquire such strength. As such, he never thought he would win easily. Flick. A shock bounced Wang Ju's attack, forcing her to fly back hundreds of meters. Although she was unharmed, she was surprised the latter blocked her attack. Of course, the emotions a well-trained assassin displays cannot be trusted. She gazed in the distance and saw a dark gold armor around the heaven-devouring emperor's armor. Another Dao artifact, she muttered with concentrated eyes. Then she detected something else as she looked at his boots and felt the unique Dao rhymes emanating from them. An artifact set based on attack, defense, and speed. However, this was not the end. The heaven-devouring emperor activated his pseudo-Dao body and turned into a giant trillion kilometers tall. A red flag floated above his head, releasing a lot of blood energy. An emperor artifact used for healing by absorbing and storing blood energy, analyzed Wang Ju. His body and soul cannot sustain using such a powerful Dao artifact, so he used the Emperor artifact to provide him with enough energy. She concentrated her senses. She sensed that her opponent's activation of the Emperor artifact had almost reached the same level as her young master. That's a scary thing given the young master's current strength. That's understandable since he was an eternal emperor. If not for the limit of Mo Xingyan's flesh and soul, he would have been an even scarier opponent. Before the battle, the Fate Shadow Wang Wei and the team had many meetings analyzing the power of every heaven chosens. They stimulated the possible development of these geniuses based on the data displayed. They also stimulated possible trump cards they would use. And because Yen Liling created an immortal pill and Tong Ruobing refined an immortal talisman, they even stimulated the possibility of the heaven-devouring emperor creating a Dao artifact. Roalpha D'Alpha and Nuam, however, the team believed the latter's greatest trump card should involve using an Emperor artifact to borrow some power from when he was alive. Although they knew Heavenly Dao would not allow such a thing, they had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Should I finish the job or continue tempting? Wang Ju analyzed. She worried the enemy had another trump card. If he uses his control over Emperor artifact for a last-minute attack, this will be devastating. I need to watch out for this. Fate string cutting. A gray string tried cutting the heaven-devouring emperor's head. However, his armor easily blocked the attack this time. Singularity devouring. A black down only a few centimeters appeared before the heaven-devouring emperor, releasing a terrifying swallowing power. With this dot at the center, all matter, space, time, and energy were devoured. Even more, this singularity even swallowed all concepts like life, death, shadow, and even fate. This technique has reached the pinnacle of devouring Dao, commented Wang Ju as she felt an irresistible power attracting her. His devouring achieved the ultimate purpose of destruction Dao, destroy all things and concepts. With her knowledge, she could tell the heaven-devouring emperor used destruction Dao as a template for this technique. The ancient sages said all Dao leads to the same destination, and this technique perfectly represents this. Wang Ju's body flew closer to the singularity. Unfortunately, no matter what technique or law she used, it was futile, the thing swallowed it. But she never gave up as there was still hope. I know what you're thinking, but I won't let you, groaned the heaven-devouring emperor. He could tell his opponent wanted to buy enough time until his power dried up. His current situation was not ideal. Activating all these artifacts was draining all his stored absorbed power at an alarming rate. Furthermore, he did not dare use the power he absorbed from Wang Ju. After all, who knew what Wang Wei did with these things? So, he went all out to kill Wang Ju since he knew his situation would only worsen after success. After dealing with Wang Ju, I will have to face Wang Wei and his pawn's thunderous attacks. So, I need to reserve enough strength to run away and hide. His best option is to retreat and refill his power. Although it's impossible to reach the same level before coming to the battlefield, he can still store a significant amount of energy by using the battlefield. Then he can use his current state a second time to deal with Wang Wei. Even then, my situation will not be ideal since there is still DT on. I won't have a chance if he sees me as a threat and decides to eliminate me as swiftly as possible. So, the best choice is to hide until the two finish fighting. The heaven-devouring emperor was confident in his hiding method. After all, he was hunted down for years by countless emperors. However, he needed to deal with this situation first. Boom. An energy shock wave emanated from the singularity after absorbing Wang Ju. Then, the heaven-devouring emperor did not hesitate to punch through the protective film surrounding their battle. Bang. No wonder Qin Shin said this power was odd. He could tell the power was on par with a Dao ancestor who controlled 9,999% of the Grand Dao source. This Wang Wei is truly a talent. He cultivated to the limit of the Dao ancestor realm. The heaven-devouring emperor did not hesitate and summoned an offensive emperor artifact and broke through the protective film. Damn it. My situation is even worse. As soon as he broke through, he teleported away. In an unknown star field he appeared. However, his body was as thin as a mummy with long white hair and age spots. He had turned into an elderly woman. The red flag floated above him, supplying him with blood energy. Otherwise he would have died long ago. The situation is more complicated but still manageable. He gazed in the distance, where he saw Li Jun and his group searching the battle's location. Let's heal first. He sat cross-legged in a secret room he had prepared. Then, countless tattoos appeared on his body. The heaven-devouring emperor looked horrified at his body since these tattoos were not his. Furthermore, he discovered he was incapable of moving. Swish. A perfectly intact Wang Ju appeared before him. You. Wang Ju ignored him as she began casting a spell. The heaven-devouring emperor tried to resist, but he was at his weakest in every sense of the word. So, a few seconds later, his eyes suddenly changed from the usually cold, indifferent and intense desire to swallow all living things to one of confusion and fear. Young Lady Imo, are you awakened? Asked Wang Ju. You are. Qin Shin vs. Tong Ruobing I. An, chapter not edited. Was I wrong? Thought Qin Shin. After his transformation, his brain changed and his soul mutated, allowing him to remain cold and logical in most situations. In such a state, Qin Shin felt closer and more in tune with heaven and earth, thus drastically increasing his comprehension and analytical skills. However, his emotional process capabilities became chaotic. He should have turned into a completely logical and emotionless life form, but his obsession with Tong Ruobing allowed him to retain some of his emotions to keep his humanity. And now, after hearing things from her point of view, the foundation of his obsession began to crumble, immensely affecting his soul. Could I have done things differently? Could I have been better? Qin Shin asked himself. He thought of the fortunate encounter he had. Maybe he could have only studied the thing and heeded the warning that this technique was taboo. He could have studied the orthodox cultivation system from the mechanical puppet world and refined an immortal tier puppet. Instead of wallowing in self-pity and denial, he could have unwaveringly followed in Tong Ruobing's footsteps, never giving up on catching up with her. No, it's useless, concluded Qin Shin. My fortunate encounter was too late. By the time I acquired it, there was not enough time to study it in depth and make any achievements. Things would have been different if I had it around the same time Tong Ruobing met Wu Meng. If so, my achievements would never be lower than hers. Qin Shin's mind was no longer chaotic as he returned to his calm, cold, and logical state. His gaze toward Tong Ruobing was no longer confused but full of determination. I only need to defeat you and prove I was correct, said the sect master of Origin Weapon Mountain. Then my objective will be to prove the Tao, become an eternal, and finish my ascension as a true half-flesh and half-puppet life form. Tong Ruobing shook her head. Your obsession has already created a major flaw in your Tao heart. In your current state, there is a high chance of becoming a pseudo-emperor even if you win. As for your goal of becoming emperor? Although I won't say the chance is 0%, it's still close to that number. Tong Ruobing squinted her eyes and did not mention the other anomaly he detected from Qin Shin, like, why did he want to become a new life form? Why did he not consider fusing with a puppet as a unique body-refining technique? Chen Chen's idea of becoming a half-flesh and half-puppet creature indicates his mindset has fundamentally changed. And now he no longer viewed himself as human. The price he paid was more severe than even he could have expected, she analyzed. My flaw will be corrected after defeating you, replied Chen Chen. As for those two, I still have a chance with the right planning. Chen Chen remembered the power he sensed when the heaven-devouring emperor tried to contact him. Such a power made his soul and very core tremble. Regardless, he never thought of giving up. So, she muttered, thinking about the despair she felt after knowing the power of these two monsters. She thought how much she lamented that it was a blessing and a curse to live in the same generation as two heaven-defying geniuses. Yes. Do you want to partner with me to deal with them? Suddenly asked Tong Ruobing out of nowhere. What do you think? Replied Chen Chen, his voice colder than normal. I thought I should try. Destruction Flame Talisman, Tong Ruobing went for a sneak attack and used one of her most powerful blows. She did not want to have a legion confrontation with Chen Chen for many reasons, the main being resources and wealth. One of the advantages of her legion is she granted them innumerable talismans. So, her troops can essentially use money or resources to defeat her opponent. However, she knew it was the same with Chen Chen, and the latter was even wealthier than her. During their luck trial, she suffered at the hands of his troops, who battle by spamming powerful origin artifacts. Logically speaking, this tactic should not be usable since Chen Chen would need to refine countless high-level artifacts. But Tong Ruobing did not want to take risks. She knew Chen Chen's refining talent was no lesser than hers, meaning his success rate of refining quasi-emperor artifacts was ridiculous to the point he could grant 100 his million troops each a weapon set. So, she watched a terrifying black mushroom cloud envelop the surrounding million galaxies. However, she soon frowned. Her divine sense detected her attack was effective, but Chen Chen was still alive. She saw only his partially destroyed head floating in the empty vacuum of space. Then, with his usual cold and indifferent eyes, Chen Chen said, I have transcended the weakness of flesh life forms, including the soul. Bang! A tear from the void manifested behind Chen Chen's head. Then someone slowly walked out from the space crack. Tong Ruobing's eyes involuntarily squinted as another perfectly intact Chen Chen appeared. Roalpha Nu Om at first, the new Chen Chen looked dull and listless. It was like it was a piece of wood with no life or soul. It looked like a regular or normal puppet. Then his eyes changed and became more vivid, more alive. Tong Ruobing noticed the coldness and indifference of the previous Chen Chen from this new one. Can he transfer his soul into a new puppet like body possession? The frown on her face did not change as she felt there was an anomaly. This new Chen Chen is a puppet. No, it's a combination of flesh and puppet, just like its former body. It's a perfect copy. But that's not where the anomaly I sense is. She thought briefly before noticing what she felt was wrong. I didn't sense the soul transfer. Tong Ruobing immediately became serious. Does that mean Chen Chen's understanding of the soul has reached a realm beyond my comprehension? Tong Ruobing refused to accept this fact. The main reason was her pride, and secondly, she also saw Chen Chen's displayed strength was only equal 4-leaf, which is far from her. This could only mean there is something else at play. She concluded he was using a unique method that was not easily noticeable. However, she was confident she would find the truth after a period of observation. False Divine Punishment Talisman. Tong Ruobing waved her hand to summon a colossal talisman that covered the sky. Then, black lightning bolts descended from the heavens, similar to Heavenly Daos Divine Punishment. Immortal Artifact Body. An ethereal, noble and immortal-like atmosphere emanated from Chen Chen's body. Then, his body took on the properties of an immortal artifact. Bang! 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 Chen Chen fought the black lightning bolts, his expression always the same. He felt no pain and his actions were precise and methodical. So, after blasting thousands of thunderbolts, the talisman finally dispersed. Meanwhile, Chen Chen had lost both his arms and one of his legs. Then, 3 small space cracks appeared to transfer new limbs to him. He reattached them as if they were accessories. Alpha D Alpha Theta Nu Epsilon. What an odd body, thought Tong Ruobing. Her Tao companion was a body refiner, so she knew and had experienced the weirdness of them regrowing limbs or even their entire body from a drop of blood. And technically speaking, Chen Chen's actions are the same result using different methods. However, Tong Ruobing found his technique incongruous. Furthermore, she could not explain why. And this fact brought some unknown fear to her mind. Luckily, she is a top heaven chosen with the best Tao heart and willpower. So, she rapidly controlled herself, trying to analyze her opponent. Her fear derived from the unknown. So, she only needs to discover all of Qin Shen's secrets and illuminate her mind. Matter Atomization Talisman. Tong Ruobing wanted to see what would happen if she left her opponent without a single piece of atom in his body. "It's pointless," said a voice that echoed in this vast emptiness. Then a space crack appeared before another Qin Shen walked out. "You cannot defeat me," said the third Qin Shen before rushing toward her. Tong Ruobing did not care about the latter's words. Although Qin Shen's methods were weird, that's only because of her lack of information. In general, her opponent's strength could not warn her cares. Soul Annihilation Talisman. A terrifying power entered Qin Shen's body to eradicate his soul. However, he only paused for a second before continuing his pursuit. Tong Ruobing tried a few more soul and spiritual attacks but soon discovered it was futile. With each attempt, Qin Shen became more resistant until her attempt was utterly useless. This fact confirmed Tong Ruobing's suspicions that something was wrong with Qin Shen's soul, especially when she discovered she could not access or detect his sea of consciousness. Bang! She punched Qin Shen's body into oblivion for the third time before waiting. Chapter 801. Qin Shen vs. Tong Ruobing 2. 9 stars appeared in Tong Ruobing's eyes as she used one of her unique talismans, the Star God Talisman. The origin of the talisman is from studying the body of her Tao companion, Mu Lei. Tong Ruobing was not a body refining. Although her fleshly body was excellent compared to ordinary cultivators due to the runes, it was still not on par with true body refiners, let alone true power Tao cultivators. As such, she created this special talisman to increase her physical prowess, including defense, stamina and regeneration, when needed for battle. Regardless, after destroying Qin Shen's body for the third time, Tong Ruobing was not happy as she knew things were not so simple. And as expected, another crack appeared with another Qin Shen. Tong Ruobing swiftly flicked her fingers to create a sword slash that left a mark on Qin Shen's body. Then in less than a second the wound naturally healed. The Duyu realm is useless against him, she analyzed as she sensed how fast and easily Qin Shen healed from her attack. The main reason seems to be that he can replace his injured body parts with already created replacements. Tong Ruobing frowned as she felt Qin Shen's method of fighting was too expensive. How many other parts did he have and why were they all immortal tier? Has his refining achievement reached the stage where he could easily create immortal weapons? Based on the given fact, this was the most logical conclusion. However, Tong Ruobing had a hard time believing this fact. She knew how hard it was for mortals to refine any immortal-related products. This fact was true for her and someone like Yen Liling. No, something else is at play, she thought. Qin Shen disappeared before the cleanup, so this should be the time he received his fortunate encounter. From that time to now, only about 200,000 years have passed. So, even if he used time dilation, it was impossible for him to refine so many immortal weapons. Tong Ruobing knew that immortal venerables could not easily create immortal products for many reasons. The first one is that it took time to refine these things. The second reason is that they need to use a lot of immortal chi in the process. A few talented immortal venerables can resonate with the source chi space and use the immortal chi from there. But even then, their refining speed would not allow them to refine as many items as Qin Shen. If I want to find the truth, I must focus on discovering Qin Shen's ability. Tong Ruobing waved her hand to use a super gravity talisman to crush Qin Shen's new body. Then she focused on the space crack that sent his body. She swiftly used her divine sense to detect the spatial energy released, trying to detect where this space was connected. Unfortunately, a mysterious power bounced her divine sense. Furthermore, her actions seemed to have activated something. The surroundings changed as thousands of space cracks appeared, followed by millions of Qin Shen. Tong Ruobing's face changed before calming down. She sensed that only a few hundred Qin Shen had the aura of immortal venerable, and the highest was still 4 leaf, while the rest were between 1 to 3 leaf. Meanwhile, most of the Qin Shens were peak quasi-emperors. Thundersword Rain Array, said all the Qin Shens in a strange harmony. Then they raised their hand to each manifest 7 swords. All the immortal venerable Qin Shen had immortal artifacts, and Tong Ruobing noticed these artifacts were on par with 6 leaf. The swords then formed an array that showered Tong Ruobing with countless mighty thunder swords. Damn it, thought Tong Ruobing as she watched the sky covered by powerful thunder and lightning swords. Her analysis of Qin Shen was that he was a lightweight and only relied on the weirdness of his body. but now she realized he had means on par with her 7-leaf strength. The previous conversation affected my state of mind. She realized Qin Chen's accusations affected her on a subtle level. She was angered and thus decided to defeat him effortlessly to show the difference between the two. However, such a mindset made her underestimate her opponent and become careless. So, Tong Ruobing reigned in her mind and entered a state of focus. Now she only had one job: to destroy her opponent by all means. Elemental Immunity Talisman. Tong Ruobing placed a talisman on her forehead. Then, with her current fleshly body on par with Mu Lei, she rushed into Qin Chen's group, intending to annihilate them one by one. Her slim and petite body blocked all the swords and thunder, rushing forward with unparalleled momentum. The armies of Qin Chen then suddenly changed tactics. Their sword array no longer released thunder attacks but focused on the sword's sharpness. This method rendered Tong Ruobing's elemental immunity useless. Tong Ruobing followed them and blessed her with a physical damage immunity talisman. However, Qin Chen's group would respond by changing their mode of attack. Their way of fighting was as versatile as hers. Unfortunately for Qin Chen, Tong Ruobing's current state was the embodiment of what made body refiners terrifying: they were unkillable. No matter the obstacles or power thrown at them, their flesh can block it. As such, although Tong Ruobing's progress was slow, she was steadily approaching the army. Then, when she was only a few kilometers away, Qin Chen changed his formation. The Immortal Tiers 1 moved to the back while the Quasi-Emperors 1 moved to the front. Do he want to consume my stamina? Normally Tong Ruobing would have sneered. After all, once cultivators reach a particular realm, numbers of lower tiers simply do not matter. It's a fact that billions of Quasi-Emperors cannot kill even the lowest 1-leaf Immortal Venerable. However, she also knew there was no absolute between heaven and earth. She knew anything was impossible. So she was on guard, which was the correct decision. After punching the first Quasi-Emperor Qin Chen, she discovered their bodies were refined with the absorption rune with the purpose of draining her. She even deduced Qin Chen might have planned this battle down to the tiniest detail. Two can play at this game, thought Tong Ruobing before taking out a talisman from her space ring. This talisman was not created by her Dao or using law resonance. This talisman was one of the physical Immortal Tiers talismans she refined. Clone Army. Millions of Tong Ruobing manifested around the main one. So, a weird scene formed on this battlefield where an army of Qin Chens and Tong Ruobings faced each other. Although these clones have 50% or less of my strength, it's enough, thought Tong Ruobing before ordering them to attack. Eastern Quadrant. Wang Wei had opened his eyes, gazing at the battle between these two. However, he had a pondering frown. Why is Qin Chen's fighting method, his essence, so similar to cyborgs or robots from Earth? Cyborgs, robots, and puppets might seem the same thing from different civilizations, but Wang Wei knew their essence and ideologies were different. Puppet Dao's origin was to create artifacts that imitated creatures, and the way puppet masters fought was similar to summoners. The way Qin Chen fights is similar to the robot of Skynet instead of a puppet master, analyzed Wang Wei, who felt something important was at his grasp but could not catch it yet. Moreover, his mindset is also similar to robots who believe flesh life forms are limited. Wang Wei felt Qin Chen's last humanity was due to his obsession with defeating Tong Ruobing. Otherwise, this symptom would have been even more prominent. Am I overthinking about this, or is there really a mystery? Thought Wang Wei, his frown deeper. He decided to investigate. Most of the time, when his mind cannot stop working, it usually indicates he is about to create some fantastic idea or theory. Although the majority of the time, these theories are nonsense. But the time he was correct, he usually discovered some of the fundamental truths of the universe. Wang Wei tried the easy way out and divined the answer he wanted. Of course, he found nothing. He expected this outcome, but he hoped he would be lucky and had to skip all the work his brain was about to do. Then he used a Karman thread connecting Qin Chen to the mechanical puppet world. His eyes penetrated infinite distances and saw this heaven will in a far distant world community. Wang Wei became cautious and read a small section of the entire world's fate line. He experienced countless battles with the people of this world. This world is weird, and Qin Chen is even weirder. The cultivators in this world developed puppet Dao to the peak. And what Wang Wei found weird about them is the way they battle is not like typical summoners. Instead, they fought similarly to Iron Man, where their puppets were their exoskeleton suit. People and civilization change, so it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility for changes to occur, analyzed. The cultivator world is very pedantic and obstinate, for lack of a better word. So, it's normal for the way they do things to not change after trillions of years. This fact can be seen as one of the prices for their long life and immortality. So, Wang Wei did not rule out that someone would have introduced a new method or ideology for puppet Dao. Such a genius appeared in the shape of his ancestor, Qiyuan, who defined the entire civilization. However, Qin Shen's mindset is indeed different from the rest. Influences. The cultivators from the mechanical puppet world viewed the fusion with puppets as a form of body cultivating. Their bodies will acquire certain properties of puppets, like wooden skins, indestructible metals, and enhanced physical stats. When injured, these cultivators can use resources like spiritual ores and woods to heal themselves swiftly. However, Qin Shen is different. The way he heals is similar to robots that mass-produce parts of their bodies and can replace them. Qin Shen treats his body as a machine with replaceable parts, and his general attitude is not that he is a unique body refiner. Instead, he treated himself as a different race or species. So far, there is no indication he looked down on humans or flesh life forms. However, he did display some level of superiority by the tone of his voice and actions, analyzed Wang Wei. Right now, he could tell Qin Shen was overwhelmed by his obsession. So, he has not shown much for him to analyze. However, the thing he revealed made Wang Wei raise a few high eyebrows. So, what is it that my mind is telling me I miss? Thought Wang Wei for a moment before focusing on the mechanical puppet world. He hoped this direction would lead him to the answer he wanted. Could Qin Shen's change be explained by the person who created the mechanical puppet world's cultivation system? Could that person be someone from Earth? Wang Wei squinted his eyes as if this was a possibility. He and the human emperor were both reincarnated from Earth, so it was not impossible to have a third person. One of Wang Wei's theories was Hongjun was responsible for the cracks that swallowed him before his reincarnation. And his purpose might be to reincarnate others into different chaos worlds. Wang Wei focused on that world, trying to divine more information. He frowned because he could not gather any information from the person who created their system. The latter should at least be a pseudo-eternal emperor, he analyzed before focusing on divining essential information. This world is a new heavenward world? Wang Wei discovered a significant piece of information. The mechanical puppet world was the world that replaced the Nine Devil God world. In the lower dimension, there is 3,800 heavenward world, but one went missing after Wu Hong sealed the Nine Devil God world. However, after a while, True Heavenly Dao chose a new world to upgrade and take the position, and that world is the mechanical puppet world. Wang Wei frowned. Although this information was important, it was not the one he needed. So, he removed his gaze from that world and focused on Tong Ruobing and Qin Shen's battle. I cannot determine whether the shift of puppet Dao is the result of someone else from Earth reincarnating, pondered Wang Wei. However, my intuition tells me this is not the crux of the issue. Countless thoughts flashed in his eyes as he analyzed trillions of information, trying to connect the dot. Qin Shen's robotic aesthetic, 7 deadly sins, Buddhism, Phoenix, Western ideologies and mythologies. Click. Everything suddenly clicked together. Alpha D Alpha Theta Nu Epsilon. He knew from Wu Hong that the entire chaos universe was based on Eastern mythologies, ideologies, and concepts. And Earth is the only place with other races or ethnicities. However, Western influences can be detected throughout the chaos universe. The first example is Qin Shen's robotic aesthetics and how he composed himself. However, there are other examples. The second was the 7 deadly sins from the devil primogenitors. Eastern ideologies have things like 7 emotions and 6 desires, but the concept of 7 deadly sins originated from Christian mythology. Then, there is Buddhism, which originated in India. Buddhism was not brought to China during the Han Dynasty, which was more than 2,000 years before modern times. When Buddhism reached China, the human emperor, the Qin Dynasty emperor, had long died and reincarnated. Well, unless he cultivated and was hiding somewhere in the world, most likely his famous tomb. Chinese culture has long assimilated Buddhism and become ingrained in its ideologies, myths, and way of life. So, maybe it's not the perfect argument, analyzed Wang Wei. However, there is irrevocable proof for this theory, the phoenix. The Chinese phoenix is a bird that looks similar to the peacock and has 5 colored tails. However, after Western influences, the phoenix is more often portrayed by the Western phoenix that looks like a flaming bird. Even the concept of nirvana and immortality was a foreign concept assigned to the phoenix in modern times. Maybe all the others can be described as statistical probabilities. However, the phoenix is different, thought Wang Wei. It's an innate demon, one of the noblest races between heaven and earth. Their births or designs should be created by only one person, Grand Dao. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. Grand Tao would never make a mistake. So, what's the reason for these anomalies? The answer is simple. Just like Grand Tao wishes to influence the prehistoric world, it has also influenced the chaos universe and even Grand Tao. Wang Wei's breath became smoother and his mind calmer. He followed his line of thought and refined his theory. This influence can take the shape of individuals reincarnating from the prehistoric world. Or, it could even be on a higher level, affecting the essence of the entire chaos universe. Roalpha D'Alpha Yen knew on the main point is Earth. There is something extraordinary about it. Wang Wei suspected the reason science and technology are taboo is not that it's from the prehistoric world but because it is from Earth. Maybe the prehistoric world is not the taboo but Earth is. Wang Wei took a moment before noticing another anomaly on Earth. Hongjun is real, meaning the other characters from mythologies are real, including Tagatha, the founder of Buddhism. Tagatha should have lived for millions of years, if not more. Meanwhile, the founder of Buddhism, Gautama Buddha, existed more than 2,500 years ago from modern times. Forget the timey-wimey things going on. Unless Tagatha reincarnated as an Indian monk, he could not have created Buddhism on Earth? So, how to explain the discrepancy? Wang Wei could not explain this anomaly. No, he did not have another wild theory, but there was not enough information or any substantial basis for this theory to even make sense to him. Wang Wei reined in his thoughts to prevent his mind from going on a tangent. Instead he focused on Earth. If Hongjun is real, there is a high chance people like Yahweh, the Christian god, Odin, Zeus, Vishnu, Sango, the African god, and Amaterasu, are also real. Assuming that is true, what is the state of these people? How powerful are they? What are they planning? I have karma with Earth. Will it involve me? Wang Wei immediately had an intuition that the answer to this question was positive. Damn it, Hongjun. Although I'm thankful you helped me reincarnate, I'm not happy to get involved in all this mess. Wang Wei secretly cursed before taking a deep breath to calm down. Empyrean realm is the minimum requirement to survive and navigate through primordial chaos, reaching other chaos worlds. However, I won't step foot in the prehistoric world until I become a peak paragon. If possible, I would like to wait until I become half-step transcendence. Wang Wei secretly shook his head as he warned himself. Additionally, he will never return to Earth alone. As of right now, that place looked like a place of trouble. Anyway, I don't have to worry about my parents. Even if they die, I can revive them or travel through the river of time to see them again. After making this decision, Wang Wei focused on his theory. If things from Earth are taboos, then why can the human emperor and I be reincarnated? He deduced. Two possibilities, Hongjun, and possibly these other guys, protected the reincarnated individuals. This possibility is feasible since Honghun could protect him from Grand Tao after he created the science and technology world. The second possibility is that we fit the Eastern standard of the chaos universe so we are not affected. However, if someone else of a different race or ethnicity were to try, Grand Tao would not allow it and annihilate them. Wang Wei frowned as the second possibility opened the doors to more speculation. I can rule out the possibility that Grand Tao is racist. Well, unless someone created it and made it that way, calculated Wang Wei. If it's not this reason, then this will involve the chaos universe. Wang Wei has long speculated there were other chaos universes beyond this one. After reading so many novels, it is the only logical conclusion. So, this chaos universe is not very inclusive. The rules only favor Eastern ideologies and mythology. So, there should be other chaos universes, ones that are inclusive and ones that favor one race or ethnicity. If I follow this logic, Earth is special because it has a connection to other chaos universes. Wang Wei took a deep cold breath as he realized the significance of this discovery. This secret is a little too big. He could imagine the consequences if the universe knew Earth was connected to another chaos universe. No, the idea that other chaos universes exist is not something many people, including paragons, could fathom. If people knew of Earth's status, Wang Wei could imagine how many people would desperately try to go to another chaos universe, especially the peak paragons who have reached the end of their cultivation journey. So I am just a little quasi-emperor, why do I need to know all these earth-shattering secrets? Wang Wei could not reveal the wry smile on his face. He finally understood what it meant to be burdened with knowledge. Qin Qin vs. Tong Ruobing 3. Wang Wei exhaled softly, calming himself down. He continued to observe the battle between Qin Qin and Tong Ruobing. By now, the two were in a deadlock as Tong Ruobing's clones were on par with Qin Qin's army. Tong Ruobing calmly watched the confrontation between these two groups. her brilliant eyes indicated she was going more than just observing. Then, when the number of clones dying reached a certain threshold, she acted. Talisman formation. The clones stopped simultaneously before creating a small talisman before them. It looked like a small rectangular paper with writing on it. Then, the talismans floated in the air and fused into an enormous formation. As such, an enormous talisman paper manifested between heaven and earth. Subsequently, a purple ball of destruction descended from the talisman and annihilated all of the Qin-Chens, not leaving a single particle. Regardless, Tong Ruobing did not celebrate her victory yet. And as expected, not long afterward, another Qin-Chen manifested. However, the great talisman city sect Madame frowned. There is no spatial or any energy fluctuation, he just appeared here, analyzed Tong Ruobing. He is losing more of his humanity. She understood the calm and rational part of Qin-Chen's side was slowly taking over. And that's why the latter used more subtle means to send the army. He doesn't want me to track where the spatial cracks lead to, continued Tong Ruobing. If Qin-Chen's humane side made mistakes that he could exploit, then the other side would not make these mistakes. Or worse, can rapidly learn from these mistakes. Alpha D Alpha Theta Nu Epsilon, mth talisman formation above their heads did not dissipate. Instead, it changed the runes written on its surface. Then, a thread came from the talisman to somewhere in the void. Tong Ruobing swiftly used a void-breaking talisman to travel in the direction of that thread. A portable swallowed her, and soon afterward, she found herself in a place with nothing but a mountain in sight. This place is full of earth energy. Even the earth laws are more active than the others. Unfortunately, Tong Ruobing did not have time to understand her surroundings thoroughly. So, after a brief scan with her divine sense and a short analysis, she focused on her objective. She gazed in the distance and saw the thread led to another hidden dimension. So, she used another void-breaking talisman to rush to her destination. Tong Ruobing stepped into the void portal, surrounded by one of her most potent defensive spells. After reaching her destination, her eyes squinted because of what she saw before her. What a wonderful creation, she muttered, gazing at a towering city floating in the air. With her knowledge, Tong Ruobing could instantly tell this city was an immortal tier artifact, and the grade was on par with Seven Leaf. Your compliment means nothing to me, suddenly said a grandiose voice emanating from the city. I don't understand, said Tong Ruobing. Your accomplishments are not worse than mine. So why the animosity? I'm aware of this. Defeating is only the proof I need to show the world this fact. And what better way to display this fact than when everybody in the Myriad Emperor world is watching? Tong Ruobing secretly shook her head. Although her words were true, she knew she had an overwhelming advantage over the latter. Her Dao heart and state of mind were considerably above Qin-Chen. And even if the latter defeated her, his fate might not be ideal. The Qin-Chen he knew would forever be dead, replaced by someone or something else entirely. Tong Ruobing's analysis was more correct than even she knew. Qin-Chen's very existence was twisted and changed after that technique, so it was hard to tell whether he was still the same Qin-Chen. The victor has yet to be determined, countered Tong Ruobing. In the short interactions, she already discovered many of Qin-Chen's anomalies. She looked at the floating city and saw that only Qin-Chens occupied the place. Furthermore, a majority were refining puppets. To be precise, they were manufacturing themselves and their body parts. Has he dealt with the clone issue? She pondered. All professions will face the same issue, their lack of productivity. Every alchemist wished they could refine more pills, and the same for weapon refiners or talisman makers. So, they've attempted to solve the issue, mainly through the use of clones and puppets. The idea is to have multiple versions of themselves refined, thus increasing productivity. Sadly, this method failed. Most clone methods are useless, and the few unique ones are restricted since there is a limit to the number of clones that can be refined. And the same issue appeared when puppets were used. They were incapable of refining anything, even if the professional linked their souls to the puppet. That's when the ancient sages discovered that this was one of the limitations of heaven and earth. After studying this method, the ancient sages and wise man concluded heaven and earth favored the development of the individual or the self. So, if any professions want to increase their productivity, they only need to improve their ability to refine more things at once. For example, a talented alchemist like Yen Liling can refine hundreds of furnaces of quasi-emperor pill at once. And the lesser the grade of the pill, the more furnaces she can refine simultaneously. But it seems Qin-Chen no longer has this limitation, analyzed Tong Ruobing. Have you discovered it? Asked Qin-Chen, his voice originating directly from the city. I no longer have the same limitation as pure flesh life forms. Roelfa Dialpha Enu Amtong Ruabing felt uncomfortable by his tone and words. Do you think this makes you superior to us? Superior? No. Better in many ways? Yes. Birth, aging, sickness, and death. These are one of the many obstacles cultivators have to overcome during their journey of pursuing the Tao. I want to talk about the first three, but have you escaped the shackles of death? Asked Tong Ruabing. However, Qinshin did not respond. I once read that the lifespan limit of all sentient beings that have not proven the Tao is 1 yuan epoch. Tell me, has your new identity broken through this limit? Qinshin was silent. His body has no issue living past this limit. After all, as long as there are resources between heaven and earth, he can replace many of his parts. However, the flesh aspect of his new evolution manifested in the form of his soul. And unfortunately, his soul cannot live for so long. Should I abandon my flesh? Pondered Qinshin. No, my uniqueness derived from my soul, so nothing can happen to it. Plus, if I did that, I would be nothing but a puppet spirit race. I guess the answer is no, said Tong Ruabing with a sneer. There are so many races superior to humans or flesh and blood life forms, as you put it. However, we have risen to the top of the food chain. So, your existence means nothing to me or other flesh and blood life forms. You cannot affect our status. Tong Ruabing understood that as long as the system of heaven will exist and is the only way for any sentient being to escape the shackles of death, it did matter how powerful and unique a race was. In the end, they will be mortals destined to die. Eastern continent. Wang Wei watched this battle. However, unlike Tong Ruabing, he knew more and saw further. Qinshin is deteriorating at an alarming rate. During his conversation with the heaven-devouring emperor, he talked about fixing himself after becoming an eternal emperor, most likely through existence reconstruction. But now he believes he is a different creature, a new race. Wang Wei frowned as he felt something more was at stake. Qinshin's behavior is similar to robots from science fiction back on Earth. This fact further proves that the prehistoric world, or Earth, was influencing the chaos universe. However, Wang Wei felt things were not that simple. So, his brain began to work again, trying to analyze and deduce the truth. An experiment, he muttered to himself. What if Qinshin was an experiment that Grand Tao was doing? Using robots or cyborgs as a blueprint, create a race that is half flesh and half machine. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as he connected many dots. From his knowledge, Qiyuan's actions made the Eternal Ascension world the center of the chaos universe. And even if he did not completely succeed, a tremendous amount of destiny concentrated on this place. This would explain why things like the Ten Supremacy Foundation originated from this place. And in the future there will be more. Wang Wei shifted his thinking to wondering why Grand Tao would create a new race. The reasonable argument would be that the creation of a new race benefits the development of the chaos universe. Thus Grand Tao created them. However, this argument falls apart after considering the racial characteristic of robots, resource destroyers. Give a robot a few yuan epochs, and they could mine the resources of an entire heavenward world. And give them a few million yuan epochs, they can do the same to a chaos world like the Eternal Ascension world. Grand Tao, who is about balance, would never allow the existence of such a race. So why create such a creature? Could my theory be wrong? Wang Wei's eyebrow furrowed. No, I fail to take into account the current situation. If it's true my future self is battling it out with Grand Tao, the latter might create such a race as one of its pawns to destroy me. Wang Wei could see how devastating it would be for a race like Qinshin to become paragons and take over an entire chaos world. Their fighting potential in any war would be catastrophic. If I follow this logic, Qinshin's existence is not a chess move of Grand Tao but myself. He planted it here so I can know and prepare. No, even the existence of Kai Song has the same purpose. Wang Wei understood his future self's action. He needed to either subdue Qinshin or steal his ability and destiny and transfer it to Kai Song. The only way to fight robots is with robots. Last chance. Qinshin looked at the place where Tong Ruabing's last trace existed a few seconds ago. He waited a while to see whether something would happen. Is this the end? He muttered, his voice no longer cold and indifferent. His current self could not identify his emotions, but it was a mixture of sadness, relief, regret, and longing. He sent a few more clones to check the area while ordering others to use divination artifacts to detect whether she was alive or faking it. And when the result arrived, Qinshin was quiet. Then he started laughing like a maniac. His cold voice was incredibly eerie as it echoed throughout the city. Qinshin felt he wanted to cry, but his body was no longer capable of producing and releasing tears. As such, his tearless crying or laughing made him even more maniacal. Then he stopped as his facial expression kept changing. The rapid process made him look contorted, as if someone had purposely deformed his face as a form of punishment. A few minutes later he returned to his emotionless state. The last flaw of flesh life forms was removed. Now I can focus on cultivating and producing. Qin felt he had a mission to reproduce as many puppets as possible, and they had to be as strong as possible. And now that he removed his obsession and sublimated his state of mind, he can focus on this sacred mission. Sigh. Qin suddenly heard a deep and powerful sigh, full of disappointment and regret. He looked around and used all his detective measures, but he could not find anything. Is my auditory system malfunctioning? Is it time to remodel the main body? He thought. This was his first instinct before changing his idea after checking his body. There was nothing wrong with it. Qin frowned, thinking about what was going on. Then he sensed a fluctuation and gazed outside the city. He saw a talisman suddenly manifest and Tong Rubing's body appeared. That should not be possible, he muttered calmly, with no fluctuation in his voice and tone. I checked thoroughly. How could she still be alive? While Qin was baffled, Tong Ruobing was feeling similar emotions. To be precise, she was wary. The death substitute talisman should have been activated immediately, she analyzed. Tong Ruobing knew the danger of this battle, so she spent a great deal of time refining talismans to save her life. However, something went wrong. Someone tampered with it, delaying my revival by a few minutes. Her expression became ugly. She knew only two people with the strength to do such a thing while being utterly undetectable. And these two both cultivated the Tao of life and death. It should be him, she thought, thinking about the handsome guy with gray hair and a reassuring smile that hid true terror. 4 Tao overlords, all sentient beings between heaven and earth can turn into their chess pieces. Tong Ruobing knew the importance of information, so she did her best to gather information on Wang Wei and Di Tian, so she knew about the Supreme Outlaw trials. She even communicated with the Great Talisman City's ancestors to learn more knowledge. They warned her to be extremely careful when dealing with Tao overlords. According to the ancestors, this title is not just a symbol of intelligence and resourcefulness. Throughout heaven and earth, there are many people whose intelligence is on par with Tao overlords, but it does not mean they are one. A Tao overlord represents someone who knows their mind and its flaws and can control it and not allow other people to use it against them. It is someone of extreme willpower who will not give up until they breathe their last breath. Tao overlords are the ultimate manipulators. According to tests she and her ancestors made, Tong Ruobing knew her intelligence was equal to a Tao lord, with a talent for charisma, as she has a natural affinity with people, easily getting them to trust her. However, she is still a long way compared to Tao overlord. I was right, there is something special about Qin. Otherwise he would never pay attention to him. Tong Ruobing immediately felt this place was about to become the center of a tremendous storm. And now she needed to consider whether to stay or leave. There is no point in staying here. The strength difference between us has already eliminated me from this confrontation, she analyzed. However, I am not one to suffer without getting some benefit. 5 elements cutting wheel talisman, 5 colors, blue, red, yellow, green and white, appeared before her before fusing into a wheel with 5 colors. The wheel rotated at an alarming speed before rushing toward the city. The spinning wheel cut through the city's protective array like a sharp metal sword cutting wood. Then, it did the same for the Qin puppets trying to get in its way. Swish. The wheel cut the city in 2, revealing the core where the main Qin resided. However, Tong Ruobing did not even glance at him since she knew this guy's fate might be miserable. With a wave of her hand, she placed half of the city into her space ring. This was great material for talismans or even refining an immortal weapon. Although Tong Ruobing's accomplishments in weapon refining are not on the same level as Qin, she could fuse countless talismans with this destroyed immortal tier weapon to create a unique talisman weapon. Roalpha Dialpha and new Talisman weapon. That's a great invention, she thought with brilliant eyes. Such an invention will grant her merits while also opening a new path for the talisman Tao. Furthermore, I can use this invention to reduce Origin Weapon Mountain's enormous control of the weapon industry. Tong Ruobing smiled before teleporting away. A wise choice since the situation changed immediately afterward. An enormous hand descended from the heavens toward Qin. What is the situation? He thought calmly. A moment ago he was thinking about Tong Ruobing's anomaly and how to deal with her. Then, the next second she took advantage while transformation, energy reserve and defensive system were at their weakest to split into two. Then, before he could react, he found himself incapable of moving as the hand of God descended on him. Bang! Another colossal hand appeared and blocked the first one. This level of power, it should be them. Qinshin was still calm, with no emotions like fears, dread, or any negative emotions that would affect his mind. It seems the plan has failed. The current priority is to find a way to survive this encounter. Then his facial expression changed. He tried to connect to his other self and use their mind to calculate a survival method. Unfortunately, he discovered the connection to his other self was suppressed, making it extremely difficult to access. "Why are you intervening in things that do not concern you?" said a deep voice, and Qinshin recognized it. "Wang Wei, I should be saying this to you." Tian. Qinshin knew the situation had reached a dire level. Bang! A third hand appeared. Qinshin noticed it was more feminine, with long nails that he sensed were deadly. Moreover, he felt this hand was more illusory, as if it was not easy to detect. Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon, are they competing for me? He analyzed. Wang Wei seemed to want to either kill or capture me. However, Tian is not allowing him. Qinshin knew only by using the confrontation between these two titans would he have a tiny chance of escaping. This thought had just reached his mind when another powerful aura manifested above him. He saw a giant spear heading straight for him. Luckily, a fist descended and blocked the spear. Subsequently, a cauldron and another hand arrived from Wang Wei's side. However, they were also stopped. A phantom of a shield swiftly blocked the colossal cauldron, while the phantom of a Taotai manifested, trying to swallow the final hand. The hand resisted by releasing a terrifying vibration that could annihilate the surrounding space. However, the Taotai swallowed these vibrations with little to no effort. In a short confrontation, the Taotai seemed to have the advantage. Qinshin thought this would be the end, and this group would continue their confrontation with the people who showed up. However, he was wrong. A third hand appeared from Wang Wei's side. The hand was purple, and Qinshin could sense a vast quantity of Yin energy emanating from him. Zombie? Or some unknown Yin creature? Western Quadrant. Tian watched the confrontation with calm eyes. This should be his loot from defeating Yin General. He squinted his eyes. If he's willing to reveal such a thing that can be used as a trump card in our battle, then he must really value Qinshin. After concluding this outcome, he knew he could not allow the latter to succeed, granting him more advantage. So, he contacted Gao Buqin and commanded. "Release it, we must stop them at all costs." Son of Grand Dao and Wang Wei. Primordial chaos, a heavenly temple. Heavenly book paragon floated in the air with a book floating before him. His eyes closed, deep in concentration. A river of chains manifested behind, and some chains will enter the book. Subsequently, the array in this temple will also release mysterious power into the book. Heavenly Book's life is legendary by all accounts. He was once nothing but a mortal scholar. However, after an accident where his wife became sick, he reversed her and his fate, thus becoming a fate star. Then, with the gift from Grand Dao, the Heavenly Book, he slowly rose. The book showed him the rise of a peerless genius in his world. After countless battles and numerous fortunate encounters, the genius became a peerless heaven chosen that broke the barrier between mortal and immortal. Heavenly Book used the book to steal this genius, along with many of the heaven chosens of his generation, to rise to the top. However, even with such a tactic, this genius became one of his greatest challengers. Then, in the final battle, he defeated the latter, proved the Tao, and became an eternal emperor. In his mortal life, Heavenly Book had 3 events that defined him. The first one was when he became a fate star. The second was his supreme outlaw trial, since this was the first time his book was utterly useless. And the third was his battle with that genius. After proving the Tao, Heavenly Book discovered his treasure was useless. However, he did not care, since he expected this outcome. Furthermore, he learned to be independent of the book during the supreme outlaw trial. So, he used his own power to make the book more powerful. After his ascension, he used his wisdom and the intelligence-gathering capability of the book to become one of the most powerful paragons in the entire Chaos universe. After reaching his peak, he pursued higher realms with no success. The Heavenly Book and his Heaven Tao made it easier for him to gather knowledge and secrets. Regardless, his attempt was futile. Then he realized there was no further realm. He needed to create it himself. So he began to prepare. However, at that exact moment, the second origin battle began. Qiyuan and numerous paragons began to gather allies all over primordial chaos. Heavenly Book Paragon knew his chance might be coming, so he began to observe Qiyuan and his group. He was one of the few people that realized Qiyuan's true objective was not to make the Eternal Ascension world the destiny center of the Chaos universe. Instead, the latter was trying to summon a legend that originated from the early eras of the universe, the ultimate taboo, also called the Path of Transcendence. Heavenly Book observed Qiyuan's plan, and with his own analysis he realized this plan would not succeed, at least not entirely. Qiyuan's plan would allow the universe to enter an era where paragons were no longer supremes. However, he would not create an age where people above the paragon realms were as many as dogs. After predicting Qiyuan's failure and the fate of the people participating in the ultimate taboo, he began to prepare for his own plan. He knew he needed knowledge and information about what happens in the ultimate taboo, so he cultivated a few paragon subordinates and sent them to the ultimate taboo. Secondly, he knew many people would die in this event. So, heavenly paragons began to plan for the power vacuums in all these powerful chaos worlds. And for the last step of his plan, he wanted to turn his heavenly book into a story of the entire chaos universe. He believed someone would rise to become transcendent, and such a person would be the protagonist of the universe. Unfortunately, things are not proceeding as smoothly as he wanted. Although there is progress, it is not enough for him. "Ha!" muttered Heavenly Book as he opened his eyes. He saw more paragraphs appear in his book, and the process was suddenly accelerated. Did something happen? Heavenly Paragon had grand ambitions and wanted to achieve detachment. However, the recent slow progress made him contemplate whether to use the shoddy methods from the ultimate taboo and become half-step transcendent. He will then use his newfound power to complete the book before cutting himself and returning to the Paragon realm. After all, what is half-step transcendent before true transcendence? But now the progress of his book suddenly accelerated and at an alarming rate. Heavenly Book looked at the artifact before him and pondered. According to my analysis, no one can achieve transcendence without facing Grand Tao. This act could be a test or a confrontation because Grand Tao does not allow the existence of transcendence. Regardless of the truth, this fact does not change. And currently the protagonist is in a battle with Grand Tao. This battle has affected the past, present, and future. Heavenly Book squinted his eyes. The only explanation this book has suddenly changed is because of their battle. Something must have happened that alters the course of the battle. So, Grand Tao decided to create a new pawn in the shape of me. His eyes did not hide his sneer. Heaven and earth is a chessboard. And if someone does not have the strength or the intelligence, they can only be pawns. Roelfadialpha and Nuam Heavenly Book looked at the book, and two names caught his attention, Son of Grand Tao and Wang Wei, he muttered. However, the paragraphs in his book were not complete enough for him to gather more information. So, it is one of those two, he thought before trying to deduce the information about either of them. And as expected, his attempt was futile. It doesn't matter. I can guess where one of these people was. The Eternal Ascension world. Qiyuan's action did work in some ways as the Eternal Ascension world gathered a tremendous amount of destiny after the event of the Second Origin War. So, if there is a protagonist, it is one of the few places where the latter could rise. The Eternal Ascension world, muttered Heavenly Book. Things are a little complicated. Although I have raised these 8 pawns, the presence of supreme unity and Maitreya makes it difficult for me to intervene. Alpha D Alpha, Eta Theta Nu Epsilon, however, in a few of these worlds, half-step transcendence appeared, making his hard work useless or rendering it impossible to use these pawns. After all, no matter how intelligent he is, in front of half-step transcendent, that can kill him with one finger, it's extremely dangerous trying to do anything under these people's noses. Is it worth the risks? Thought Heavenly Book. Even if I found the protagonist now, it would be useless without the proper time nexus, and those are rare. However, the more advantage the protagonist has, the more valuable a pawn I am to Grand Tao. Moreover, time is on my side. The situation of Grand Tao will become worse as time goes on. Heavenly Book does not favor it in this battle, and the main reason was due to the 2 other people who succeeded in transcending. Of course, the main reason for his lack of confidence in Grand Tao was the information he gathered. Their battle rippled across space-time. And based on the clues he deduced, Heavenly Book knew things were not going well for Grand Tao. No, my thinking is wrong. I still need to find the protagonist and observe his growth. Otherwise, even if a time nexus appeared, it would be useless to me. So, I must take the risks. Heavenly Book took a moment to plan how to minimize the risks while also getting what he wanted and more. Previously, there was a balance between supreme unity and Maitreya. However, recently she seems to have the advantage. I can use this situation to get in touch with the Eternal Ascension world. So, I need a way to get in touch with Supreme Unity and give him a way to return the balance. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind. There are two things he would need from me. The first one is another method of becoming half-step transcendence. He would definitely want to learn something from it. Heavenly could get such a method from other Chaos Source worlds. However, the process would be very challenging and require too much time. Additionally, he did not want to give such a thing to Supreme Unity and allow the latter to fix his flaws and become more powerful. Based on his apprentice with two physiques, he might be searching for a way to divide his existence into two. Heavenly Paragons knew a madman who succeeded in such a thing. Although the latter was hiding in a dangerous place, it should be no problem for him to go there and get the method from him. Okay, let's see if I can tempt him with this method. The only issue is how to contact him without Maitreya's knowledge. However, Heavenly Book took less than a second to think of a way. Many people have been attacking the Eternal Ascension world, and his 8 pawns can barely keep up. So, as long as she sent someone who overwhelmed them, either Maitreya or Supreme Unity would have to intervene. Heavenly Book waved his hand to send a message. Then, a peak-boundless paragon rushed toward the Eternal Ascension world. I cannot place all my hopes on the Eternal Ascension world. One of these people lives there, but where is the second one? Heavenly Book stood up, and the river of time bent to his whim. Then, using its power, he traveled through the infinite primordial chaos as if it was a swimming pool in his backyard. Heavenly Book in Supreme Unity. Purple Kunping Paragon looked at the 7 defeated individuals before him and secretly sighed. He could not help but think about how the mighty had fallen. He grew up learning about all the legendary characters that originated from the Eternal Ascension world. And during the Second Original War he participated in a few events even though he was on an Empyrean. In that era, there was no way a single boundless paragon like himself could have so much influence on this chaos world. No, even most peak boundless paragons do not have such an ability. This world was reduced to such a level, he thought while comprehending the true horror of his master since he knew the latter was partly responsible for the Eternal Ascension world's current state. Purple Kunping internally shook his head before continuing his mission. He waved his hand to create a massive purple hand containing immense power. This hand made the surrounding primordial chaos shake. The faces of the 7 moons changed as they immediately knew they would not survive this attack. Even with their formation. Lord save me. Matriarch save me. These 2 voices echoed in the void, full of fear, despair and hope. Eternal Ascension world, a corner of the universe. 2 people sat cross-legged in the void, a few meters from each other. Immense power emanated from their bodies trying to influence a gray fog. However, it appeared as if their attempt was futile since the fog remained the same. These 2 knew the outcomes even before tying. They only wished to exile the fog from the world. Or, at the very least, slow down its spread. Suddenly, the 2 opened their eyes as they sensed something. Alpha D Alpha Theta Nu Epsilon, Theta M watch your tone, warned Maitreya. I'm not one of your lackeys. Anyway, I saved them the last time. Now it's your turn. A paragon's speed can be described as immeasurable, defined by measurement units of infinity. However, in the eyes of these 2, such speed is slower than a turtle crawling. They can use the short time before Purple Kunping's attack reaches its destination to have a long and normal conversation. Supreme Unity frowned as he pondered whether it was worth saving them. Then he finally took action. Maitreya did not care and closed her eyes. Currently, all she cares about is why the dark truth has spread its tentacles to the Eternal Ascension world. Meanwhile, an unusual light flashed deep in Supreme Unity's eyes. He gazed outside the world and his projection manifested. As soon as he showed up, he took no action but Purple Kunping's attack. Dissipated, the young boundless paragon's facial expression changed. He could not understand how his attack was dealt with. So, the fear of the unknown overwhelmed his mind for a few seconds. In this brief moment, he experienced the feeling of falling from the top of the food chain to the second place. His emotions became agitated, similar to when he saw the power of a great emperor as a mortal. Luckily, anyone who can reach such a realm has the highest state of mind and Tao heart. So, he suppressed his instinct fear and swiftly bowed to this projection. Lord, my master wishes to see you. Supreme Unity calmly looked at him, his eyes cold and indifferent, devoid of any human emotions. Before coming to this place, he knew an opportunity would present itself. Hence, he acted in a way that Maitreya would send him here while not being suspicious. So, he calmly waited for this person without saying a single word. Purple Kunpeng was sweating profusely. As a higher dimensional being, his body should not secrete any odors or things such as sweat. However, standing before this man's gaze, his existence as a higher life form seemed to have been forcefully changed and reduced to a lower creature, thus inducing reactions of lower life forms. Purple Kunpeng controlled his trembling body as he activated what his master gave him. Then, a projection of Heavenly Book Paragon manifested above his head. Lord Supreme Unity bowed Heavenly Book to salute. In the past, the man before him was not his opponent. However, his current self cannot survive one finger against him. So he had to bow and salute. As for things like pride? For a person like him with grand ambitions and determination, he knew pride was worth less than dog shit, especially regarding things like transcendence. As long as his plans succeed, the situation will revert, and Supreme Unity will be nothing but an ant to him. So, forbearing for his future is an easy task for him. Supreme Unity remained quiet, without a single word. His eyes gazed at Heavenly Book's projection, deducing countless secrets of heaven and earth. However, to his surprise, he discovered he could not find the latter's real body. There was an unknown power hiding him, his heaven-defying power. Heavenly Book remained calm as he guessed what the latter was doing. A god would never discuss anything with an ant, let alone negotiate. The only exception is if God has a good personality. Roalpha Dialpha and Nuam, however, as an intelligent ant, he would not count on the benevolence of God, especially since he knew what kind of person Supreme Unity had turned into. So, before the meeting, he entered one of the few forbidden areas of primordial chaos where the power of half-step transcendence would not work. "What is your purpose?" asked Supreme Unity, his tone not fluctuating in the slightest. "I came to make a deal." "Deal? About what?" "I have a way to get a method of dividing the existence into two separated but connected parts." For a moment, some emotions appeared in Supreme Unity's cold and old eyes. However, it was so brief that it was not detected by anyone, including himself. Supreme Unity immediately tried a second time to deduce Heavenly Book Paragon's whereabouts. Sadly, the result did not change. Then, he squinted his eyes as he looked at the handsome man before him. He and Maitreya knew someone supported the rise of their current subordinates. Unfortunately, they have been cultivating since reaching their current realm and have no time or desire to deal with this issue. Furthermore, the vast difference in power between them and Heavenly Book Paragon made them indifferent. No matter how brilliant of a tactician Heavenly Book was, it made no difference to them, given how easy it was to kill him. Additionally, the latter removed his tentacles after their return and never intervened in the affairs of the Eternal Ascension world. "What do you want?" he asked directly. "Two things. Firstly, I wish for some of my forces to have free room to move in the Eternal Ascension world." "Reason?" "I am looking for something and it might be here." Supreme Unity frowned. He did not know whether the latter was telling the truth, half-lie, or complete lie. "I will allow it," said Supreme Unity. "Next. I want your transcendent technique." Supreme Unity squinted his eyes and Purple Kunpeng suddenly exploded into nothingness, along with his master's projection. There was no aura or any actions besides moving his eyelids. Luckily for him, he was a boundless paragon and the embodiment of the concept of eternal. He soon revived himself with a pale complexion. He could tell his Tao foundation was injured, and it would take him millions of yuan epochs to heal. However, he did not say anything. His achievements today were due to his master's support, not to mention his fear of the latter. Finally, his experience with such an entity might benefit him if he can learn something. "Do you think I would agree to such an absurd request?" "That depends on how much the knowledge I have is worth to you," replied Heavenly Book calmly. "Do you think your information is as valuable as mine? A trade has to be equal." "What I offer is valuable because it's something you absolutely need and something only I can acquire," countered Heavenly Book. One of the truths he learned only in his life was knowledge was valuable. As such, even though the person before him was more powerful than him, the latter did not have nearly as much information as him. "You're from the infinite domain world, right?" suddenly asked Supreme Unity. "Your Excellency, there is no point in threatening me. I value nothing in that place more than my ambitions." Pain flashed in his eyes as he said these eyes, but it quickly faded. "Your current situation is not ideal," continued Heavenly Book. "So, your best option is my offer." "Are you threatening me?" "I wouldn't dare. I'm just stating an objective fact." Supreme Unity was silent as the latter was correct. Although the dark truth brought some peace to his battle with Mithriya, he knew his situation was not the best. Mithriya seemed to have dealt with most of the drawbacks of her method. Then, the path of Buddhism in the lower dimension has begun to flourish, and true heavenly Taoist resistance to his control has drastically increased recently. Chapter 8:12, and, I'm in a hurry, so this chapter is also not properly edited. Wu Ming could not contain his excitement. His reaction was so intense that the trillion people outside watching wondered what made the palace master of such an ancient lineage have such a reaction. However, this could not be helped as the offer made by Wang Wei was too exciting. Wu Ming knew his Wu clan could not completely control the Origin Rune Palace even with the Dao opening sect's help. His objective is to buy enough time for the clan to cultivate a great, preferably an eternal emperor, but he won't mind a pseudo-eternal like that bastard Haiyuan. As for him, he never thought of proving the Tao for multiple reasons. A part of him has a deep fear and awe of Wang Wei ever since their first encounter in the Spirit Road trial. Alpha D Alpha Theta Nu Epsilon. In truth, Wu Ming undervalued himself. Just like Tong Ruobing said, Wang Wei's idea was nothing but that, an idea. She had to work hard and use her talent to turn it into reality. And the same is true for Wu Ming. Furthermore, his actions of infiltrating the Origin Rune Palace is something that even Wang Wei praised him for, admiring his boldness and wisdom. So Wu Ming has become a true heaven-chosen worthy of the title. Sadly, his Dao heart is flawed. He acquired a deep awe and respect for Wang Wei after the latter gave him the idea of the totem warriors. And this awe prevented him from directly confronting Wang Wei, which eventually led him to participate in this battle as an ally instead of a true participant. Wu Ming's plan for himself was for the future. After controlling the Origin Rune Palace and leaving a deep foundation for his family, he planned to seal himself and wait for the future before proving the Tao. He hoped one of his descendants would become emperor, wake him up and wash his karma. But now he might have another chance. Wu Ming took a deep breath to calm down. Regardless of his experience, he was still the leader of an ancient emperor lineage. So, most people could not compare to his state of mind. Sect Master Wei, could you tell me about this chance? It's not that I don't believe you, but such a thing. Wang Wei understood his concern. After all, no one in the history of this world would dare say they could make other people emperor. So, he pondered for a moment before revealing how he could send Wu Ming into the upper dimension to prove the Tao. Such a method is indeed feasible. Despite his words, Wu Ming had a frown on his face and Wang Wei could deduce why. I don't think it's possible to return to the lower dimension, he continued. From my calculations, true heavenly Tao might allow you to send a projection to preach to the world and maybe even leave your emperor's scripture, artifact, and array to your lineage. However, I'm not completely sure about that. What about immortal venerables and Tao ancestors? Wu Ming wanted to leave a foundation for his Wu clan. You might be able to refine the immortal mansions and grand Tao source seed in advance and leave them in a space ring. However, as I said, I do not know how flexible true heavenly Tao will be. In the end, you might not even be able to interfere at all. Wu Ming nodded as he understood this was something no one had done before. Maybe some emperors ascended to the upper dimension with some talented heaven-chosens that proved the Tao. But no one sent people to the upper dimension while staying in the lower dimension. If everything works, this method can allow me to leave a deep foundation for the Wu clan, thought Wu Ming to himself. However, there is still a major flaw compared to the orthodox method: insurgents. It is not simple for great emperors to train insurgents for their clans. The process usually requires time and resources. And certain insurgents, like Array 2 from the Origin Rune Palace, require an emperor to personally cultivate using plenty of resources and his own grand Tao source. And Wang Wei's method does not allow for the creation of these kinds of insurgents. The only way to remedy this situation is to use unique qi from the source qi space that can create potent insurgents. Wu Ming knew this was the only solution to this problem. However, from the records he read, the source qi space was a dangerous place, and it was not easy to find powerful insurgent-level qi. Fine, I agree with this deal, said Wu Ming. Although the sect's luck will not be in the Wu clan's control for the next 200 generations, it was a small price to pay to control an emperor's lineage. Furthermore, until that time, the Dao opening sect will act as their protector and remove all dissidents that try to harm the Wu clan's benefit. Of course, Wu Ming has planned to prevent the Wu clan from being dissatisfied with this deal once they become powerful. He could foresee the great emperor of the Wu clan becoming unhappy about this deal and trying to end it. So, he would leave methods to prevent that from happening. Wu Ming knew with the current Tao opening sect, even an eternal emperor could no longer act willfully before them. Excellent, said Wang Wei with a smile. Wu Ming's deal made him aware of something he had overlooked: the luck of the ancestor lineages. So, he decided to sell the emperor's spot to these factions, and the price will be to borrow their faction's luck during his reign in the lower dimension. He plans to do the same for the ancient clan. Roelfa and knew on the luck blessing of these factions should greatly boost comprehension. His plan will condense the luck of the entire myriad emperor world for him to use. This is one of the reasons he was confident in cultivating the Empyrean realm in the lower dimension. But now, if he adds the special luck of these factions, he will receive another buff that can increase his chance of success and reduce the time he needs. Of course, he knew these factions might not agree easily. Unfortunately, they won't have a chance. I'm glad we can come to an agreement, said Wang Wei. I'm sensing a but, added Wu Ming. Yes. I need you to do something for me. But the process will be unpleasant. Wu Ming briefly pondered, unpleasant but not dangerous? There is a certain level of danger, but it is within the limit of your strength. Wu Ming did not immediately agree. Can you give me more information? Wang Wei nodded. There is a participant in this battle that I cannot find. Cannot find? What do you mean? I cannot detect his presence or whereabouts. No matter the method, replied Wang Wei with squinted eyes. Who is it? Feng Heng. The Tai Profound Gates traitor? Muttered Wu Ming. He's that capable? Feng Heng has always been low-key in this generation, and few people know how powerful he is. Wang Wei only nodded but did not explain. Shi Fui, the monk who possessed Feng Heng's body, was a master of hiding. During his life, he has hidden from countless emperors and even used the forbidden zones to hide from eternal emperors. So, even by using his current third-class strength and capabilities, Wang Wei did not find where he hid. What exactly do you want me to do? I'm worried that when I'm at my weakest, Feng Heng will strike. Wang Wei feared that Feng Heng would hide until after his battle with Di Tian. Then while he is still weak and healing, sneak attacks him. So, I need you to wait by my side and prevent this from happening. Wu Ming pondered for a moment before his pupil dilated. You want to use some methods to control me? Yes. I cannot entrust my life to you, so I need to temporarily control you. However, we will take the necessary protocol to ensure that it's only during the battle. Wu Ming frowned as he repressed the unpleasant feeling in his mind. Why do you need me when you have your generals? Wang Wei paused. I have a feeling they will be in the same shape as me by the end of this battle. And some might even have to leave. Wang Wei did not think it would be easy for his team to deal with Di Tian. In that case, he needs to prepare in advance for the worst-case scenario. How strong is Feng Heng? Asked Wu Ming with a slight grunt. So far, he displayed the limit of 7 leaf. However, his trump card should be quite threatening. So, I will give you a Dao artifact for safety. In that case, I agree. Wu Ming came so far and his plan was so close to success. So, he decided to bear this unpleasantness. Excellent, huh? Wang Wei suddenly paused as he looked somewhere. He smiled brilliantly. It seems luck is on my side. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 8:13. Philosophical Clash. Heaven will battlefield. An unknown location. A young and handsome man floated in the air, with flame all around him. However, he appeared not to be affected by his environment in the slightest. Furthermore, a weird atmosphere surrounded the young man, making it appear that he did not exist between heaven and earth. He held a pair of brown meditation beads, shining with brilliant golden light. The young man had no hair and wore a monk cassock. Oddly though, the cassock contained the yin-yang diagram of Taoism. These two contradicting philosophies perfectly blended with this young man, giving him a strange aura as he became the embodiment of heaven and earth. And this was not the only contradictory thing about this young monk that was perfectly fused into one. Unlike his youthful appearance, the young man contained an aura full of vicissitude. So, although time did not leave any trace on his face, anyone who met him would know he was old and gained countless wisdom through experience and the roughness of life. Feng Heng suddenly opened his eyes, and the power of yin-yang manifested. If anyone gazed at him now, they would see the universe's evolution. They would understand concepts like changes, life, death, birth and aging, creation and destruction. They would see the relationship or interconnection between all opposites. Feng Heng's calm and old gaze looked into the distance. I can't believe someone found me. Despite his calm tone, he was genuinely surprised. He knew his ability more than anyone else. Although he is currently limited by the fact he is no longer in a soul or spirit state, his hiding ability is still one of the best in the world, if not the best. Yet, a participant of his generation discovered him. A space crack manifested and someone walked out. "Zhenbiu?" asked Feng Heng with a frown. He recognized the person who arrived but instantly felt something was wrong. "Lord Feng Heng, it was not easy to find you." Feng Heng continued to observe her, playing with his bead. "Layman, it seems there is no hostility between us. So why are you seeking me? This is a battle until the last man standing. So what if I don't have any animosity with you? Victory is reason enough to seek you," Zhenbiu replied calmly, her green dress dancing with the same rhythm as the flame. Her eyes were full of wisdom and brightness. And Feng Heng immediately knew what he felt was wrong. The Zhenbiu he met before had pure and innocent eyes. Her temperament was similar, devoid of complex emotions or intense desires. Furthermore, she had natural Tao rhymes emanating from her body because of her pure heart that allowed her to have the highest affinity possible with heaven and earth. However, the person before him had almost lost all her Tao rhyme, replaced by an intense power of the 5 elements. Finally, her eyes contained deep wisdom and a well-hidden fighting intent. Feng Heng resisted the urge to ask who she was because of the tremendous change. So he secretly used the Buddhist spell, True Heart, to see if she was like him, an old monster who possessed the former Zhenbiu. Luckily for him, she appeared to be her true self. "Good, it seems I don't have to deal with a new and unknown variable," thought Feng Heng. "True," he replied to her. "However, something tells me this is not why you spent so much effort searching for me. Are you here because I betrayed the Tai Profound Gate?" Feng Heng felt things were not that simple. After all, the relationship between the Tai Profound Gate and the 5-element Balance Palace was poor, to say the least. They would be happy the gate suffered after the betrayal. "You are partially correct," replied Zhenbiu. "Although our palace has contradictions with the Tai Profound Gate, we can agree on one thing: the rise of Buddhism is not permitted." Feng Heng briefly paused as he once again felt things were not that simple. The world is vast. Why can't both our religions exist peacefully? The world might be vast but resources are finite. Furthermore, only Taoism can be the main religion of the myriad emperor world. Feng Heng knew his words were useless. After all, the contradiction between Taoism and Buddhism involved luck and destiny. So, it's virtually impossible for them to exist peacefully. Since ancient times, when one is in power, the latter will be weakened and suppressed. "The rise of Buddhism is the trend of heaven and earth," said Feng Heng with a deep sigh. He had support from the upper dimension and heavenly Taoist protection, so he knew the rise of Buddhism was as unstoppable as the arrival of the new glorious era of the myriad emperor world. As such, Buddhism's rise can be delayed but it cannot be stopped. As long as I prove the Tao and become an eternal, I can delay the rise of Buddhism for a few hundred generations. And during this time, my 5-element Balance Palace will have plenty of time to prepare. "She's completely different from the information I gathered," thought Feng Heng, thinking of the character analysis his spy team made about the latter. Did the palace create the change in her personality because of the lack of battle prowess of the pure heart? The pure heart was one of the ultimate states for comprehending the Tao. However, it had a weakness: weak battle prowess. Countless battles and killings are needed to cultivate a peerless heaven chosens. However, too much killing will ruin the innocence and pureness of the pure heart. So, it's impossible to cultivate any battle genius with this talent. No, they would not ruin such a talent. The pure heart will manifest its horror in the emperor realm while comprehending the grand Tao source. So, the palace must likely create a second personality while sealing the pure heart. Feng Heng remembered the Bodhi Heart Emperor from the incense era. He was a genius from the Buddhist sect with a pure heart. The Buddhist sect used this method to cultivate him into a peerless pseudo-eternal emperor. All these thoughts flashed inside Feng Heng's mind in less than a second. Then he smiled before saying, "Layman, I guarantee you cannot prove the Tao if I cannot." Zhenbiu squinted her eyes after sensing the ruthless dedication and will behind these words. Feng Heng would die with her to prevent Taoism from proving the Tao in this generation. And since he had already laid the groundwork for Buddhism by fusing with Taoism's luck, it was a matter of time before the Buddhist sect rose again. With Taoism's luck and heavenly Taoist favor, countless geniuses will be born in Buddhism. And as long as one can prove the Tao, their revival is guaranteed. And if they cultivate an eternal emperor, they can prosper or thrive. Jianghu immediately became on guard. She came here for two reasons. The first was due to the order of the five-element balance palace. They calculated that capturing and killing Feng Heng could be the catalyst for the revival of the palace. The Tai Profound Gate held most of the luck of Taoism in the myriad emperor world. After defeating the palace and chasing them out of the central continent, this was their trophy. But now, Feng Heng also had access to that luck after connecting Buddhism and Taoism. So, their sect can revive and return to the central continent as long as they get their hands on him. Of course, this was not the main reason Jianghu spent so much effort searching for him. It was the excuse she used. The main reason is due to Emperor Five Heart. The current Jianghu was in a weird state. She was secretly influenced by the Emperor Five Heart, changing her personality and state of mind to become the best fighter possible. However, she has no memories of things connecting her to Emperor Five Heart. Regardless, the Emperor can get some information from Jianghu. Recently, she felt something big was going to happen in the lower dimension. And her intuition even warned her of danger. So she decided to take some risks. She decided to use this clone to forcefully absorb the luck of Buddhism to help in her cultivation. Then she will run away to the upper dimension. After forcefully absorbing such a vast quantity of luck, increasing her cultivation by 5% in a very short period should be no problem. And this was not the only part of her plan. After True Heavenly Tao closed the lower dimension, she decided to take even more risks and sent more than one clone to compete for the Heaven Will. So, she also planned to forcefully steal the luck of a few powerful and ancient emperor lineage to help her cultivation. Normally, her plan would not work since her artifact could not hide so many clones from Heavenly Tao. However, the changes in the lower dimension gave her an opportunity. Feng Heng vs. Jianghu. Feng Heng looked at her, his eyes and demeanor as peaceful as ever. He knew something was wrong with Jianghu the moment she showed up. He was very confident in his plan, so his tactic for this battle involved this ability. After learning from Monk Wuxia that he had no chance of winning this battle, he investigated why the latter believed so and learned about the existence of the Nine Extremity Foundation. So he planned to wait until the two titans, Di Tian and Wang Wei, decided the victor before confronting the weakened winner. And his plan worked for a while. No one could find him, even Wang Wei. And yet, everything changed as Jianghu somehow discovered his hiding place. No matter what method she used showed she is not simple, analyzed Feng Heng. Could she be like me? Possessed by someone else? Cultivators often despised body possession as it's better to recreate a fleshly body. After all, it's extremely difficult to make a soul perfectly fit with a foreign body. So, there are a few occasions where body possession is used. The first one is poverty. Many cultivators do not have the means or resources to recreate their fleshly bodies. The second reason is to increase talent through possession. This method is one of the ways cultivated can remove the shackles of their talent. However, they still have to deal with the issue of essence and spirit not 100% fitting together. Then there is the possibility of some emperor reviving themselves using the Heaven Will, pondered Feng Heng. If that's the case, it would explain why she could find me. No, even a normal emperor cannot easily find me. It's harder for him to use his hiding ability now that he has a fleshly body. Regardless, he was still confident not any regular emperor could find him. Feng Heng slowly stood up from his sitting position. He held the praying beads in his left hand while keeping his right hand in a praying position. I should be cautious of whether she is the real Jianghu. But I can also take this opportunity to test her. Feng Heng was peaceful at the fact his plan for this battle was ruined. He knew Jianghu's arrival already got the attention of either Di Tian or Wang Wei, most likely the latter. And knowing how Wang Wei operated, he would never allow him to hide again. Regardless, Feng Heng was calm about the entire ordeal. As for the reason, there are two, the first one being his new state of mind. After witnessing the revival of Buddhism, he became enlightened, and his state of mind was elevated. The depression, sadness, hopelessness, and heavy sense of mission he carried on his shoulder for billions of years were now removed. The second and foremost reason is that he has the heart of hope and the merit-proving method. As such, Feng Heng knew he was fated to prove the Tao and become an emperor. With such a mindset, the battle, for him, was simply a way to enhance his benefit. If he could prove the Tao on his own and use the heart of hope and the merit-proving method, his strength would drastically improve. Losing is acceptable, thought Feng Heng. However, I should also not give up until the last minute. Layman, let's begin. Alpha D Alpha Theta Nu Epsilon, I am very proud of this Vajra Legion. Layman, please have a try. Zhen Biu frowned. Monk, how about we don't mess around and skip these unnecessary steps? She wanted to save time fighting with troops. Legions are useless for geniuses of their level, unless they are truly unique. Zhen Biu was initially confident of winning this battle. However, after meeting certain people and using secret techniques to detect their strengths, she realized how laughable such an idea was. Nevertheless, she did not immediately give up. Her plans to steal the luck of Taoism can still benefit her. As long as she gets her hands on it, the trip to this battlefield would have been worth it. As such, she did not want to waste time with the monk in case something unexpected occurred. Please, replied Feng Heng, shaking his head while simultaneously making a motion for her to make a move. She knew little about her opponent while the latter probably knew much about him. So, the best choice is to use his troops to force her to reveal some of her abilities. Are you Buddhist monks all about compassion? Why are you willing to let these poor soldiers die right before you? How can you be so cruel? Taunted Zhen Biu with a sneer. The hypocrisy is one of the many reasons your sect was wiped out from history. Feng Heng did not react to her words. In his life, he had seen too many things, and this was not the first time he had heard these words. Furthermore, he knew the Buddhist sect's actions back then were wrong. So, he has learned from the past and prepared for his Neo-Buddhism. Roalpha Dialpha and Nuam, people often placed monks on a pedestal, replied Feng Heng calmly. They believed monks should be perfect beings dedicated to serving the people, beings with no flaws, negative emotions, or selfish desires. When the opposite is true. We are only human with 7 desires and 6 emotions. Although we preach about compassion, we can also learn to be ruthless. Your words are contradictory. How can you be compassionate and ruthless? Said Zhen Biu with a sneer. Unfortunately, this world is ruled by the powerful. And no one can become powerful without becoming ruthless. So, if any monk wishes to practice the way of compassion, they must first learn to be ruthless. As for the contradiction, doesn't your Taoist sect believe in yin-yang? Replied Feng Heng with a smile. Speaking of ruthlessness, continued the young monk, can you Taoist priests talk about ruthlessness? Using the excuse of inaction, many of you have watched countless horrors and human suffering and remained indifferent. Some of you even participate in these horrors under the belief you were doing the work of heaven and earth, under the belief of participating in the flow of nature. Feng Heng shook his head as he felt Zhen Biu's words were the epitome of the pot calling the kettle black. I guess there is no way to bait him into accepting my direct challenge, thought Zhen Biu, not caring about the latter's words. Although she cultivated the 5 elements Tao, she never considered herself part of Taoism. So, such a debate was meaningless to her. It seems we have to do this the hard way. Zhen Biu did not rush toward the monk and directly fought him. Such a tactic was reckless as the latter could use his troops to form a potent array, which disadvantaged her. So, she followed his rhythm and summoned her troops. Her soldiers wore yellow armor, and a metallic light would flash in their skins and eyes. Metal Legion? Thought Feng Heng before ordering his men to attack. A brilliant golden light enveloped his legion as they marched toward the enemy. Buddha Palm, the legion worked together as they used their formation. So, a towering golden hand descended from the heavens, suppressing the Metal Legion. Sharp sword, the response of Zhen Biu's troop was not slow. They gathered the power of the metal element into a formation to create a sword with unparalleled sharpness. They pushed this prominent attribute of the metal element to the limit. Boom! A terrifying sound and shockwave were generated from the clash of the gigantic yellow sword and the enormous golden palm. Spatial storms appeared in the surrounding area, leaving a devastating force in this area. The result of the attack showed these two troops were equal in strength. And yet, dozens of soldiers from the Metal Legion died while only a few people from the Vajra Legion suffered minor injuries. The reason for such a difference is simple: defensive capabilities. Zhen Biu's troops protected themselves from the chaotic energy of the clash with metal energy or power. Unfortunately, they were still leagues in difference compared to the fleshly body defense of the Vajra Legion. Keep attacking, ordered Feng Heng after seeing he had the initiative. So his troop adopted a dead man tactic. They attacked with no regard for any injury, pain, or injury. Relying on their defensive capability far surpassing their opponent, they relentlessly attacked to create as much damage as possible. So, Zhen Biu watched as hundreds of her soldiers died in a few minutes. She knew things could not continue as such, so she changed tactics and summoned another legion, the Earth Legion. This legion is known for 2 things: defense and endless stamina. So, she immediately ordered them to work with the Metal Legion to change the situation of this battle. Designer's plan or selfish desires? Heavenwell Battlefield, Northern Quadrant. Designer sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by countless formations. A golden spear floated before him as he focused on refining it. The spear has the name of God Slayer, aptly named to show their respect to the two unparalleled geniuses they were going to kill with it. Designer was very focused, engraving divine runes on the spear. Strange energy could be seen entering the spear, and the potent pulse it emanated was a display of its ever-growing strength. However, Designer had a frown on his face during the entire process. So, after a few hours he stopped the refining process. "What's wrong?" asked Parasite, who noticed the anomaly. "Alpha D Alpha, Eta Theta Nu Epsilon, Thetam, I know you fancy her, but this is not the time to think with your lower body. She is untrustworthy and we must put the mission above anything else." A sharp aura suddenly emanated from Designer after hearing these words. He looked at Parasite, his eyes completely cold and indifferent. "It seems that becoming the mission leader made you forget yourself. Who do you think you're talking to? How dare you question my professional integrity?" Designer has always been calm during this mission, always following orders without questioning or complaining. As such, it appeared his status in the group was the lowest. However, it was the opposite. In the upper dimension he had the highest status among all the spies sent to the lower dimension. And the reason for this is due to his accomplishment in weapon refining. In the Eternal Ascension world, the size of the upper dimension is trillions of times larger than the lower dimension, which is composed of 3,800 heavenwell worlds, 100,000 greater thousand worlds in every world community, hundreds of millions of middle thousand worlds, and billions of lower thousand world. And this did not consider the mortal worlds with little to no spiritual chi. With such a large size, the upper dimension's population is simply unquantifiable. Yet, despite its size, the number of people with talent capable of creating an emperor-level weapon or talisman while still being moral will not surpass 100. Designer is one of these rare 100, thus guaranteeing his status. Because of his value, the Paragons offered him many benefits upon the success of this mission, including the authorization to become a Paragon and one of the rulers. Designer was intelligent, so he did not wholly believe in that promise. However, he knew he would still have plenty of benefits, including becoming a peak Empyrean. With his promising future, he would not compromise everything because of his fondness for Tong Ruobing. He was attracted to her in the first place due to her talent and the benefit she could bring to him. He knew Tong Ruobing's talent was not weaker than hers, and maybe she was more talented. His accomplishments were miles ahead of her because he had access to knowledge of a civilization extremely more advanced than her. So, with advantages in knowledge and resources, he can achieve things beyond her wildest dream. However, Designer knew how much someone of Tong Ruobing's talent could flourish in the upper dimension. So, he wanted to woo her and became her Tao companion. Then, they could work together to thrive under the protection and guarantee of the Paragons. I didn't mean that," replied Parasite, flustered by the terrifying aura released by Designer. He also remembered the latter's status as a genius weapon refiner praised and worshipped by many. "What I meant to say, I don't care what you meant to say," said Designer bluntly. "Before the plan succeeded, I warned you of the lower dimension suppression of Emperor artifacts." True. Emperor artifacts are a crucial aspect of an Emperor's strength and play a more significant role in battles in the upper dimension. Heavenly Tao designed the rules of the lower dimension to favor the Emperor's path. As such, there are many restrictions in the lower dimension not applicable after ascending, one of which is the suppression of Emperor artifacts. In the upper dimension, one of the most common ways for people to become insurgents is through powerful weapons. For example, a 9-leaf Immortal Venerable can easily defeat a 3rd-class or 2nd-class Emperor with a potent Emperor artifact. And the only reason lower leaves cannot achieve the same result is that they do not have enough immortal chi inside their bodies to fully utilize the strength of the artifact. They could still achieve the same effect as long as they found another treasure or some special technique that allowed them to store vast quantities of energy. And the higher the artifact, the more powerful its strength. Any Emperor with more than 40% Grand Tao source can injure a weak Empyrean if they sneak attack the latter with an Empyrean artifact. Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu Om. Of course, the price would be the death of the Emperor as the artifact sucks them dry. However, since they are eternal, it's not much of a price if they are cornered and want a way to save their lives. Then, there are Paragon artifacts that are strategic weapons. These things are so powerful that they still significantly affect the current political landscape of the Eternal Ascension world. In general, artifacts play a greater role in the upper dimension without the restriction of their power in the lower dimension. In the upper dimension, innate supreme treasures are on par with Empyrean artifacts and chaos supreme treasures rivaling Paragon artifacts. These weapons are innate treasures born between heaven and earth. They usually have more unique abilities. Although they are generally weaker than Empyrean and Paragon weapons, the cost of using them is significantly less, so many people sought them out. Because of the importance of artifacts in battle, weapon refiners of Tier 10 and above are greatly sought after, especially talented individuals like Designer, who has a high chance of refining Paragon artifacts while still in the Empyrean realm. Most acquired artifacts are created by cultivators who slowly elevate their Proving Dao artifacts. It's extremely difficult to create high-level artifacts without cultivating the refining Grand Dao source as a primary or secondary Dao. However, Proving Dao artifacts are restricted by their owner's Dao, thus limiting their versatility. For example, an emperor who cultivates Fire Dao will have a fire-based artifact. If he wanted an artifact with another attribute or Dao, he would need a weapon refiner to create it for them. "You never explained how Tong Ruobing will help in our situation?" asked Yu Zhou, who wanted to alleviate the atmosphere. "It's not feasible for us to activate this weapon without paying a terrible price. So we need more people to bear the burden and reduce the negative effects," explained Designer. Tong Ruobing has an acquired source rune physique, making her the perfect person to bear most of the brunt of the formation. The group needs a unique formation to activate the weapon. Furthermore, she seemed to have a connection to an Emperor tier talisman, making the situation ideal for her. "You have a point, but I'm not done," he said, squinting his eyes, and Parasite immediately stopped talking. "The myriad Emperor world's heavenly Dao should greatly suppress us, as what we are doing is considered technically interfering in the Heavenwell battle. So, it's best to have someone like Tong Ruobing or Yen Guowei, who are native to this plane, to control this weapon and reduce Heavenly Dao's influence." In truth, there is something Designer did not mention. The process of creating this weapon was extremely difficult at first due to the world's suppression. However, not long before the final battle, this suppression suddenly decreased before stopping. He found this change odd but did not think too much about it. He thought the Paragons must have intervened to ensure the success of their mission. Designer further proved this theory after detecting no suppression in the battlefield when setting up the final arrangements for the weapon. "Heavenly Dao would indeed favor the natives of this world, even though we acquired an identity and are now technically citizens of this plane," said Yu Zhou with a frown. "Regardless, Parasite has a point. Tong Ruobing cannot be trusted." "I'm fully aware of this, so I made precautions," said Designer. "Both Tong Ruobing and Yang Guowei will not have control of the central core of the formation. They will only be batteries and users. Plus, we can take this opportunity to drain their stamina and prevent them from having the strength to betray us." "It seems you have considered everything," nodded Yu Zhou, who gave the latter a look. He did not know whether Designer's objectives were purely for the mission or he had selfish desires. Regardless, he knew now was not the time to fight among each other. Furthermore, Designer did warn them of this issue beforehand. "Fine, let's use your plan," said Parasite as a bug crawled out from his cheek and entered his eyes. "And this plot point should have occurred after Feng Heng's fight. However, I do not feel like writing any battle scenes today, so I moved it ahead." Chapter 8:17. Zhen Biu ordered his troops to retreat. This battle revealed one of her weaknesses: she did not train her forces properly. In truth, she did not put too much emphasis on them. After the cleanup, she spent most of her time waking Emperor Five Heart's memory while also trying to hide her changes from the five-element balance palace. As such, she had no time to train her troops properly. Furthermore, she also did not think these cannon fodder soldiers would serve any real purpose in this battle. By underestimating the value of these troops, she failed to bring out their true values or train any peerless generals near the level of Li Jun or Di Jiang. It's too late for regret now, as Zhen Biu thought of the consequences. When dealing with people like Wang Wei, she will have difficulty bypassing their well-trained troops and peerless generals on par with most heaven chosen. While she was analyzing her next step, Feng Heng was already prepared. He combined with his troops to create a unique array, Golden Buddha Array. A magic circle enveloped Feng Heng as the center, allowing him to disappear. He then turned into a humongous golden Buddha towering over his opponent. Palm of regret. Feng Heng's Buddha form pressed its gigantic palm toward Jin Biu, who immediately felt her emotion running out of control. She heard countless voices telling her how she was stupid not to properly train her troops, forcing her into this embarrassing situation. However, these voices were only the tip of the iceberg. Soon after, Jin Biu found herself unable to control her thoughts. All kinds of regret flooded her soul, rendering her paralyzed. She regretted doing something as daring as deceiving Heavenly Tao and interfering in various world communities Heaven will battle. After all, such an act would definitely come to bite her back. Karma is not a joke. She regretted she never dared to ascend to the upper dimension because of the challenges ahead. Her action of cultivating in the lower dimension would be fine if it were simply out of caution. Unfortunately, she feared the fact that she was only a bigger ant in the upper dimension. As such, her avoidance has some effect on her Tao heart. Finally, she regretted how she treated some of her clones. A few gained sentience and had their own thoughts and ideas. However, she ruthlessly destroyed them for her selfish desire. As all these regrets flooded her mind, Zhen Baiyu's primordial spirit began to collapse. No, I can't be overwhelmed by regret, she thought at the last moment before this technique finished her off. So, she used her fire Tao to purify her mind, entering a state of emptiness, allowing her to regain control of her mind. Simultaneously, a yellow shield containing the power of earth appeared above her head to block Feng Heng's palm. What a terrifying technique, analyzed Zhen Biu. She is a great emperor with a deep understanding of the soul and mind. And yet she still suffered from this palm. Even her decrease in strength cannot explain the reason for such a tremendous failure. I once heard that in the early creation of Buddhism, they only cultivated the soul and mind, believing the flesh was a burden to the path of enlightenment. It was only later they corrected this worldview. But regardless of this change, the Buddhist sect has always been known for its soul and mind techniques. Without hesitating, Zhen Biu created a 5-layered shield around her primordial spirit. Afterward, she borrowed the ability of her pure heart to allow her mind to be pure and free of distraction. No, something is wrong, thought Zhen Biu. My mind has a small flaw. Although well hidden, it's there. Sadly, she did not have time to find the source of her flaw. Feng Heng's yin-yang eyes can see the flaw in all things. So, he immediately detected the flaw in her mind. Liberation of the mind. Buddhism believes in the liberation from negative emotions like fear and cowardice. And such emotions are usually the result of either lack of fundamental understanding of heaven and earth or worldly attachment. Zhen Biu, or Emperor Five Hearts fear, originated from her desire for strength, power, and weakness. So, the second palm attack sought to liberate her from this fear. So, as Feng Heng's second palm descended from the heavens, Zhen Biu once again found herself in a daze. She had the sudden urge to abandon all her ambitions of taking the heaven will and increasing her understanding of the grand Tao source. Over the years, I've spent so much time sealed in a lonely place, hiding from the detection of true heavenly Tao. For eons, I have not seen or spoken to anyone. If not for the memories and experience of my clones, I do not know whether I could survive the loneliness. Maybe it's a good idea to live a normal life. Life in the upper dimension is not so scary. Many emperors have ascended and achieved great things. Since they could do it, why can't I? Why do I have to be afraid of something I haven't experienced yet? The more she thought about it, the better the idea was. No one wants to live in fear their entire life. So, now that she was awakened and freed her mind from her fears, she felt a heavy burden lifted from her shoulder. Bang! Roelfa Dialpha Nu Umar Sea of consciousness trembled, and a flower began to bloom from her primordial spirit. At the last moment before her soul collapsed, her passive domain activated, and the wood Tao used life energy to heal her soul, waking her up in the process. Damn it, cursed Zhen Biu. Boom. Her body flew thousands of meters away. Although she woke up from the mind attack, she was still too late, and Feng Heng's physical attack reached her. Luckily, a metal armor appeared on her body as protection. Zhen Bai crashed into a sea of flame below her. However, she soon got back on her feet, wiping the blood in the corner of her mouth. She opened her mouth to swallow the flame in the surroundings to heal her injuries. Secret technique, myriad soul projection. Thousands of souls appeared in Zhen Baiu's sea of consciousness. These souls looked precisely like her primordial spirit, except they looked less tangible and more phantom-like. I can now redirect all his mind attacks to these soul projections, even if he targets the flaw in my mind. Zhen Biu was calm despite her minor loss. She was not angered because her pride as a great emperor was injured. After all, most of her clones lose the battle for one reason or another. Although she placed more emphasis and resources on this clone because this generation had plenty of eternal destiny, it would not affect Emperor Fiveheart if she lost. Palm of Compassion. Feng Heng attacked for the third time, and the mode of attack was the same, a palm attack powered by a mind-based technique. However, this spell was even more overbearing than the first two. The palm did one thing: completely override the enemy's all emotions and turn them into pure compassion. So, anyone hit by this attack would turn into the kindness, most selfless and altruistic individual between heaven and earth. Their mind will have no negative emotions. No, they won't have any other emotions like joy or a sense of accomplishment. They will only feel compassion and have the desire to display said compassion to the world. As the palm descended, Zhen Biu frowned as she sensed her soul projections dying in the hundreds every passing second. It's truly a scary technique. Did the Western Pure Land inspire it? From this clone, she knew one of the Forbidden Lands could forcibly turn people into worshippers of Buddhism, even forcibly altering the nature of their grand Tao source. Luckily, his attack has not reached such a level. She took a deep breath to calm down before going on the offensive. A mighty spear composed entirely of flame appeared above her head. Under Jin Bias' control, it rushed toward the palm and easily destroyed it. Then, the spear continued to its destination toward Feng Heng's golden Buddha form. Like any metal, after reaching its melting points, the fire spear burned through the Buddha, destroying the formation. Feng Heng's genuine body appeared, floating above and looking down on her while frowning. This place is full of fire energy, boosting all fire techniques. Such an environment is too favorable to someone who cultivated the five-element Tao. Feng Heng waved his hand to remove his legions and prevent them from suffering from calamity due to this battle. After all, these people are the first forces of Buddhism in this world. Palm of Love. The monk generated another palm technique, which seemed extremely rapid compared to the others. Zhen Biu responded swiftly and blocked it. Alpha D Alpha Theta Nu Epsilon. Her mind moved rapidly. Sadly, she was still too late. So, she watched how the flame in this entire dimension was extinguished. Zhen Biu detected how her opponent forcibly changed the laws of this space, removing the fact that the fire laws dominated this place. Losing the home advantage? That's fine with me. Although she thought as such, she felt annoyed that she did not react in time to such an obvious tactic. Regardless, she had no intention of relying on the environmental advantage to win this battle. She had plenty of confidence in herself and her Tao. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 8:18. Feng Heng calmly looked at his opponent, thinking about the optimal tactic to begin this battle. She has displayed excellent use and control of her Tao and a unique application of the soul. Although it should only be the bare surface of her ability, it is enough for me to deduce her capabilities. The only place I lack information is her physical prowess, so let's test it. Feng Heng acted, and countless halos of different colors appeared above his head. Each halo had a different aura or emotions. Upon closer observation, Zhen Biu noticed a few: halo of virtue, halo of suffering, halo of wisdom, halo of sins, halo of truth, halo of compassion, and so many more. After these halos manifested, they fused into Feng Heng's body, turning him into a noble gilded man. The sound of a river flooding could be heard as Feng Heng's blood rushed through his veins. His heartbeat resonated with the space of this dimension, making it tremble with each beat. "The all-virtue Buddha golden body," said Zhen Biu in shock. "Oh, you know this technique?" asked Feng Heng with a frown. This technique has long been lost to time, and he was probably one of the few people in this world who still knew of its existence. So, after hearing Zhen Biu naming it, he was surprised while also confirming her identity was special. With this incident, he confirmed his theory that someone possessed her. He eliminated the possibility of reincarnation and waking up the past life memory because his yin-yang eyes saw the essence of her soul and did not detect the breath of reincarnation. Zhen Biu displayed a great sense of seriousness because of the origin of this technique. In the endless void, the myriad emperor world was not the only place that had an entire era ruled by Buddhism. And it was not the only place where these monks went mad because of the power of incense. Most world communities have one thing in common: the Null Era. After the Innate Acquire War, most cultivation civilizations were destroyed and had to start over. and the ones who survived with an intact inheritance also suffered tremendous damage. Furthermore, the heavenly Tao of most of these worlds saw an opportunity to start over better than before. The other thing all heaven worlds and world communities shared in common was the rise of Buddhism. More than hundreds of world communities had eras ruled by Buddhism and practiced cruel methods of gathering incense. The rise of Buddhism appeared simultaneously across all world communities. Some worlds were ruled by Buddhism for an extended period, right after the Null Era to be precise. The prosperity of Buddhism allowed it to gather too much destiny. As such, its backlash was so severe that its downfall occurred in the same generation. It's a shame that something went wrong with the absolute beginning emperor, and he wiped out the entire religion. There were rumors the all-virtue Buddha golden body originated from the upper dimension. But I know that's not true, thought Jinbiyu, a little flustered because of the origin and rumor behind this fantastic body refining technique. At the peak of Buddhism's prosperity, something fantastical occurred. 126 great emperors appeared from the Buddhist sect. In one generation, Buddhism accounted for 3% of all emperors in the lower dimension. Such a record was unheard of. However, what occurred next was even more remarkable. These 126 Buddhist emperors gathered and had a Dharma discussion, inviting the most talented monks from their worlds and factions for a meeting to discuss the Tao. During this meeting, countless new theories, thoughts, ideas, and schools of thought were created. And, of course, numerous brilliant cultivation techniques or spells. And the most outstanding achievement of this meeting was the creation of the all-virtue Buddha golden body. This technique contained the thoughts of millions of Buddhist monks from tier 7 to 9. 126 great emperors, 3 of whom were eternal emperors. As such, the all-virtue Buddha golden body is considered one of the masterpieces of Buddhism and the most brilliant body refining technique in the lower dimension. Unfortunately, only true monks can cultivate this technique. Without true dedication to Buddhism, no one can practice this technique. Cultivating this technique requires a person to deeply understand Buddhist Dharma and condense halos from these understandings. So, people will often condense things like the halo of suffering or halo of compassion and so on. After condensing the halos, the cultivator has to absorb unique energy or resources based on these halos' unique Dharma before fusing them into their bodies. The fused halo will then temper the Bodhi's skin, muscles, bones, organs, meridians, blood, brain, acupoints, apertures, and cells to an unimaginable level. Jinbiyu took a moment to rein in her shock. She did expect to see such a legendary technique in this place. However, what shocked her the most was the hundreds of halos surrounding Feng Heng. How could his understanding of Dharma be so deep? Roalpha Dialpha and Nu no matter how heaven-defyingly talented a person is, they would need a long time to condense so many halos. No, I may spook myself out, analyzed Jinbiyu. The halos need resources to condense into reality before fusion. However, Buddhism has been destroyed for so long, so there should not be many resources after such a short revival. After figuring things out, she focused on the halos and noticed the majority were illusory and not fully condensed. Jinbiyu sighed in relief after this discovery. She could not fathom how powerful her opponent's fleshly body would be if he condensed all these halos. After analyzing the situation, Jinbiyu displayed her tactic to deal with this situation. She was not a body refiner. However, as a top heaven chosen, she knew how terrifying body refiners were and created ways to deal with them and make up for the gap. As such, a white and yellow slim armor appeared around her body. Immediately, her aura changed from a calm and peaceful Taoist priest to a mighty general with unparalleled momentum. Meanwhile, Feng Heng had finished activating his fleshly body. He clenched his hand to feel the power coursing through his veins. It's a shame, he thought. The revival of Buddhism was too short, preventing him from gathering enough resources to cultivate his fleshly body. Otherwise, with his years of studying the Dharma, he could push the all-virtue Buddha golden body to an unprecedented level. Alpha D Alpha, Eta Theta Nu Epsilon. Mi glanced at his opponent before rushing forward. In an instant, he appeared before her as if he had teleported. A golden light flashed on his body as he punched forward. Bang! Jinbiyu flew 100 steps backward, but her armor was intact, without a single scratch. Interesting. What kind of armor is this? Feng Heng rushed forward and used a palm attack. He controlled his strength to penetrate the armor. However, to his surprise, the armor blocked the penetrating power of his dark strength. Feng Heng did not stop after one strike but attacked with trillions of punches in a second. His fists moved so fast that it did not look like they moved to the untrained eyes. Meanwhile, Jinbiyu tried to retaliate. However, there was too much difference between their physical stats, especially speed and reaction time. Gravity. With Earth Tao, she controlled the power of gravity, creating a gravity wave of 1 trillion raised to a trillion times normal Earth gravity. She wanted to push him away to give her room for maneuverability. However, Feng Heng ignored her attempt as one of his punches sliced through this terrifying gravity like a hand plunging into water. This thing is so tough, thought Feng Heng after seeing the small cracks he created with his assault. This level of damage was almost non-existent, especially since the cracks could heal independently. Luckily, he did gain something. He learned the specifics of this technique. Taoism believes all matter in the universe originated from the 5 elements. Zhen Biu used this idea to create the hardest metal possible. Such a metal reached the level of Tao artifacts. And if she were not restricted by her 7-leaf strength, the hardness and density of this metal would probably reach Emperor tier. Feng Heng squinted his eyes as he wondered whether any truly talented heaven-chosens that cultivated 5-element Tao could create such a metal. Or was it the result of whoever possessed Zhen Biu? The crux of this question is not the metal level but whether someone can achieve such a level with only immortal venerable strength. And the chances of that happening are very low. So, whoever it is, they must be an emperor or, at the very least, used to be a powerful insurgent. Feng Heng knew some emperors used their descendants to revive themselves. However, his eyes did not detect any imprint from Zhen Biu's body. So, he had to rule out this method. Well, it does not matter for now since I already found a way around this metal. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 8-19, Feng Heng vs Zhen Biu v. and unedited chapter. Feng Heng did think of the flaw of Zhen Biu's metal. However, she was not a passive fighter and let him have the dominant initiative in this battle. During their brief confrontation, she also had a battle plan when the enemy was trying to figure out her technique. Her unique metal created by the 5-element Tao was not only hard and indestructible but also contained another property, absorbing and storing power. As such, during the time Feng Heng was assaulting her like a relentless dog after a piece of bone, she stored the force from his attack. Bang! Zhen Biu's attack pushed him a few steps back, surprising Feng Heng a little. However, the force was equal and even less than his actual physical stats, so he was not too worried. Boom! 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 Their 2 fists clashed, generating intense shockwaves that twisted the surrounding space. Their attack was on par for a while before Zhen Biu used the power of Earth to increase her physical prowess. However, to her surprise, she could not outclass Feng Heng. The strength I stole from him won't last long. And his tactics seemed to delay until my ability was exhausted. In that case, let's use that technique. Plop. Feng Heng suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood after his fist clashed with his opponent. What happened? His mind worked faster than a superquantum computer. However, his enemy did not give him time and went on a tyrannical offensive. In less than a second, Zhen Biu punched millions of times, leaving fist shadows in the air that appeared as if she had thousands of hands. And with each attack, Feng Heng would vomit blood. However, the odd part is that he had no visible external injuries. Feng Heng made a blocking form by crossing his arm. Then he analyzed the inside of his body. Lung failure? I'm sick? Thought Feng Heng, unable to hide the confusion in his facial expression. Zhen Biu's attack did not injure her internal organs or something of the sort. Her attack was inferior to his defense. Yet, his lungs began to fail, followed by his heart. His bones became brittle due to some infection in his bone marrow. Feng Heng mobilized his yin-yang eyes to discover the truth of his anomaly. The Botus 5-element balance is destroyed. Is this a combination of 5-element Tao and medicine Tao? Cultivators are not affected by mortal diseases. Although it's possible for a body-refining cultivator to be sick, it's very rare. After opening their divine sea, they become immune to 99% of mortal diseases. And by the supernatural realm, cultivators will be free of diseases. They can be injured but not sick. Of course, that only refers to mortal diseases. Some artificially created diseases created by cultivators for the purpose of killing are different. Zhen Biu's attack used medicine Tao and the theories of 5 elements related to the organs. She disrupted the balance in Feng Heng's body, making him sick and injured. What a wonderful technique. She probably created it especially to deal with body refiners. As he thought of this, he controlled his body, rebalanced the 5 elements and cured his disease. However, Jin Baiyu's accomplishment in the 5 elements was beyond him. As such, the process will repeat itself as soon as she attacks. Feng Heng frowned as his body became balanced and unbalanced. He discovered this method was a great tempering method of the flesh. However, it was not the time to be cultivating. He swiftly contemplated how to deal with the situation. The easiest method is to evade Jin Baiyu's attack or use yin-yang to retain the balance. However, he chose a different method. According to his previous analysis of the latter's armor, he had 2 plans to deal with it. The first one was to use soul attack since Jin Baiyu's armor was designed to deal with physical attacks. However, Feng Heng knew this method was not as effective since Jin Baiyu would find ways to protect her soul knowing the effect of the armor. So, the monk chose the second method. This method would deal with the armor and take advantage of his current situation. Buddha feeding flesh, bang. Jin Baiyu punched him. However, she was the one who spewed blood. Furthermore, the more she attacked, the more injured she became, forcing herself to stop. The Buddha's feeding flesh, muttered Jin Baiyu. Huh? Do you even know of this? Feng Heng began to wonder about this person's identity. Meanwhile, Jin Baiyu did not care. She has participated in hundreds of Heavenwell world and has lived since the ancient Emperor era. Although Emperor Fiveheart was not from the Myriad Emperor world, her clones experienced all the eras and learned many secrets. So, she knew of this technique and its origin. There was once a mortal monk who cultivated compassion. Although he had no talent for cultivation, he spent years understanding Dharma and practicing compassion. One day he was lost in the desert, spending days without food and water. Then he met a dying eagle in the same situation as him. Out of compassion, he fed the eagle his flesh, hoping one of the two would survive this ordeal. His action changed their fate as the eagle used the remaining energy he acquired to fly away and get help. Then the eagle became the monk's companion. Later in his life, a cultivating Buddhist sect discovered the monk was a person with great virtue and merit, so he changed his fate and allowed him to cultivate. The monk eventually proved the Tao and became known as Compassion Heart Emperor, a first-class emperor. This technique was the creation of the eagle as he became one of the 4 protectors of the monk. With this technique, the eagle would take on the monk's pain, suffering and injuries, protecting him from the world's harm. Later, someone modified this technique to transfer injuries to the opponent. Plop. Jin Baiyu spewed another mouthful of blood, despite not attacking. The reason was Feng Heng activated the hail of suffering and self-harm. This tactic allowed him to greatly injure his opponent while also activating the ability of the halo. With more injury and suffering, his strength will increase. Jin Baiyu's mind worked at an alarming rate as she analyzed all the information she knew about this technique and how to deal with it. Then she rushed toward Feng Heng. The monk felt something was wrong, so he did not directly clash with her. Instead, he remained a certain distance from her as he self-harms through the halo of suffering. Jin Baiyu used Wood Dao for 2 purposes, healing and entanglement. Each of Feng Heng's self-harm attacks equals a blow from peak 7-leaf strength. Although she had similar battle prowess, her defense and fleshly body were too weak compared to a body refiner. Luckily, Wood Dao is the best healing Dao when pushed to the pinnacle. Then she summoned a giant tree that filled the surrounding dimension. The tree had one purpose: entangle her enemy and buy her enough time. Ultimate Sharpness Sword. Jin Baiyu gathered the metal Dao and pushed the sharpness attribute to the limit. She slashes her hand to create an unparalleled moon-shaped sword slash. This sword attack was so powerful and brilliant that it would make most pure swordsmen blush in shame. And the target of this attack was the karmic string connecting her and Feng Heng. And as soon as she cut off the string, Feng Heng could no longer use self-inflicted injuries to wound her. Unfortunately, things did not proceed as smoothly as she expected. As a highly enlightened monk, Feng Heng deeply understood karma and cause and effect. One of his secondary Tao is karma, which he had to use his heart of hope to prevent having to undergo the outlaw trial. Luckily, he only cultivated as a secondary Tao and did not have to pay too deep of a price. So, the moment Jin Baiyu cut off the connection, he used his karmic law to generate a backlash that injured her primordial spirit. Jin Baiyu's face changed as she sensed the injury in her soul. She activated her Dui realm to confront Feng Heng while also pushing her Wood Dao to the limit. The backlash was more severe than expected, analyzed Feng Heng as he discovered an anomaly. His eyes changed as he checked something. She has no negative karma, however she seemed to have a low resistance to karma backlash attacks. He evolved the power of yin and yang as he calculated the secrets of heaven and earth, divining something. She owes heaven and earth great karma? Who is this person? Although he was curious, he also knew this was not the time. So he acted as he went on the offensive. Wrath of heaven, Feng Heng waved his hand and the sky above changed. A phantom of a gigantic eye appeared in the sky, gazing directly at Zhen Biu. Heavenly Tao. How is that possible? She thought with some horror. Chapter 820, Feng Heng vs. Zhen Biu 6. Zhen Biu felt a deep dread rushing into her soul as she believed Heavenly Tao had detected her actions and chose to punish her for her actions. Such a situation was the worst result and something she had dreaded for countless eons. Calm down, she thought, using her willpower to control the fear in her mind. This body is only a clone with all my memories and experience. With the reincarnation clock, the clone's karmic connection with me can be hidden even from Heavenly Tao. And even if I were detected, I would only lose another clone. Emperor Five-Heart completely controlled a chaos treasure, the reincarnation clock. With it, she has participated in countless heaven-will battles and raised her cultivation to 49% Grand Tao source. Such progress was extremely fast compared to the best geniuses in the upper dimension. Although she had to remain sealed in one place for billions of years, it was better than experiencing the danger in the upper dimension. After calming down, Zhen Biu could take time to analyze Feng Heng's attack. With her vast knowledge and experience, she realized the core of this attack: karma backlash. He noticed I had a deep connection with Heavenly Tao and owed the latter great karmic debt. So, he used a technique that stimulated karmic backlash from Heavenly Tao. Zhen Biu sighed. She has participated in countless heaven-will battles and many world communities throughout multiple eras. However, she had never seen a generation so full of unparalleled talent. After the cleanup, her clone awakened all her memories, essentially turning the previous Zhen Biu into a clone of Five Hearts. As such, she also took time to learn and assess this generation's heaven chosens. As such, she realized how terrifying this generation was. There were so many people who easily broke the mortal-immortal boundary. Things like Dui realm, which are so rare, became the bare minimum to be considered a heaven chosen. The Nine Extremity Foundation, which might not appear during an entire era, had more than one person. Emperor Five-Heart usually liked when her clones appeared in a prosperous generation. With her memories, her clones can reach the limit of power, 7 leaf. However, if everyone in her generation were as weak as chickens, she could not display such a level of strength. Otherwise, Heavenly Tao will immediately notice the anomaly and destroy her clones at all costs. As such, most of her successful clones won using only quasi-emperor strength, and only a few generations could she use the power of Immortal Leaf. And this generation is only the third time she could use 7 leaf strength, and she thought she could easily win like the first time. She was guaranteed to win as long as she was careful and not schemed against like the second time. Unfortunately, this generation was too scary and had too many monsters. No, there were monsters who other monsters feared. After figuring out this fact, Emperor Five-Heart was briefly entangled. She knew this battle could give birth to a pseudo-eternal clone. Five-Heart was nothing but a second-class emperor. As such, she cannot become an eternal emperor using her clones. The heaven will and proving the Tao is the domain directly under Grand Tao's control. Her chaos treasure cannot hide under the latter's nose. However, Grand Tao rewarded her diligence, luck and ingenuity, allowing her to cast her Tao will, turning her into a pseudo-eternal emperor. As such, Five-Heart hoped to cultivate another pseudo-eternal clone and see if she could benefit. However, after thinking about the anomalies of this generation, she decided she would not have high hope. She will not give up, but she will also not have high expectations for the final outcome. Subsequently, Five-Heart also chose to go after the luck of Taoism to make up for her loss in this battle. Karmic Flame Pillar, Zhen Biu created pillars made of flame, containing the power of karma. She used karma to deal with karma. Zhen Biu's Sea of Consciousness. Someone had a cube floating above their heads, looking at Zhen Biu's primordial spirit. This person was one of Five-Heart's clones that revolted against the main body. She was the one who made a deal with Wang Wei. After so many years, she has no change in the slightest, thought the clone with a sneer. She despised her main body, living in constant fear. After shaking her head, she continued to plan. Feng Heng is a master of the mind, giving him an advantage over her flawed mind. And with his current displayed strength, her chances at winning are low. unless she has some truly powerful hidden trump card. After reincarnation, she had to erase most of her memories from 5 heart to lessen her cause and effect connection with the latter, meaning she had no idea of her main bonus trump cards. After losing, her power will be at an all-time low. I can take this opportunity to subdue the second personality and return her to her pure heart state. She did not want to lose such a cultivation talent. The only problem is the main body. She would never allow clones to exist due to our threat. Just like 5 heart can absorb the clones to increase her cultivation, they can also absorb her and reach the sky with a single step. I hope Wang Wei can keep his word and help me deal with her, she analyzed. She frowned before focusing on a more significant issue. This whole world is watching this battle, and the main Bodhi's behavior should have exposed her identity. The clone did not think the 5-element balance palace would not notice the main Bodhi's anomaly. By now, many people should have guessed something. If possible, I would love to keep my identity as heir. The main body understood better than anyone else the advantage of having a strong background. I could make it look like someone possessed the body, but the pure heart personality was not completely gone and resisted. And with the defeat at Feng Heng's hands, she took the opportunity to resurface. She contemplated the feasibility of this approach. It could work. However, the palace would not trust me as much as they used to, unless my strength reached a certain level or I could bring them benefit. The clone could think of an easy way for her strength to reach such a level: absorb the main body. However, doing so would cut off my path of becoming an eternal emperor. She squinted her eyes. The best outcome is to seal the main body and absorb it later after proving the Tao. However, such a method would require outside help. And I doubt Wang Wei will help me to such an extent. She understood that Wang Wei only needed to cut off her connection with the main body to pay his karmic debt to her. As such, helping her beyond that level would require compensation. Her chaos treasure is not enough since, in our deal, it was already decided it belonged to him. They agreed this treasure belonged to him when she made a deal with him, although not directly stated. As such, she cannot use it as a bargaining chip. Furthermore, there is the issue of strength. If he decides to go back on his words or even use force, there is nothing I can do. The clone knew Wang Wei was not this type of person, so she chose to make a deal with him without any contract or oath as a restraint. She believed in her judgment, so she used this tactic to deepen their relationship and encourage the development of trust. However, people can easily change, especially after acquiring power. With Wang Wei's Tao heart, he should not drastically change after proving the Tao. Regardless, he will still change. She immediately concluded she could not entirely rely on him. So, the best plan is to prove the Tao and become an eternal. Then track down the main body and absorb it. This plan sounded simple, but there were too many problems. The first of which is how to prove the Tao. The clone did not want to seal herself for countless eons to wash away her karma. Such a long period is enough for too many variables to occur, including the main body detecting her presence. So, how can I prove the Tao as swiftly as possible? Countless thoughts flashed in her mind. The only way I can think is to ascend to the upper dimension. However, how can I get my hands on the main body if I do that? Ascension would require a Tao ancestor to take a mortal like herself. She cannot rely on the people from the sect since they are all restricted by the faction's chi luck and cannot leave on their own. So, she would need to get the help of a loose cultivator Tao ancestor with a desire to ascend. With careful planning and calculations, I should be able to find someone. The issue is the main body in the lower dimension. Could I force her to ascend using our connection? Chapter 821. Feng Heng vs. Zhen Biu 7. Feng Heng calmly looked as his opponent dispersed his opponent. His mind was not entirely focused on this battle. He sensed 2 gazes calmly watching this battle, and he could guess these 2's minds. They won't let hide anymore. Has my heaven will battle come to an end? Thought Feng Heng with extreme calmness. Buddhism has 3 poisons: greed, hatred or aversion, and ignorance. With his deep dharma he can control his 3 poisons, especially his greed. Of course, it also helped that his emperor path was not over. Heavenly Tao owed Buddhism great karma for their destruction. So, as long as he uses his heart of hope, adding his merit of reviving Buddhism, Heavenly Tao has to condense another heaven will for him. To be precise, true Heavenly Tao has to do so since the myriad Emperor worlds Heavenly Tao has already used too much world source to condense this generation's destiny in heaven will. Although I can no longer continue this battle, there is still a way I can benefit, pondered Feng Heng. The five-element balance place holds some part of the Qi luck of Taoism. The palace is the origin of Taoism in the myriad emperor world, so even if the Tai Profound Gate replaced them as the leader of Taoism in the world, they could not strip them of all their Qi luck. Zhen Biu is the heir of the place, thus connected to their Qi luck. As long as I get my hands on her, I can further strengthen the destiny connection between Buddhism and Taoism. After making a decision, he decided to go all out and end this battle as soon as possible. He did not know what those two were planning. And if he was not careful, the best-case scenario would be to become someone's chess piece, and the worst outcome would be his death. Feng Hung clasped his hands together, and his face full of compassion was replaced by a terrifying serenity. By now, no one would believe he was a peace-loving monk, showing how seriously he was taking things. In this battle, Feng Heng enjoyed using Buddhist spells and techniques. After all, this battlefield was no longer influenced by the absolute beginning magic. However, his Buddhist methods were not his best killing tools. Boom! Zhen Biu suddenly exploded before crashing on the ground like a meteor. Her landing created a crater more than 100 meters deep. What is going on? She could not hide the confusion she felt. She did not see her opponent move, open his mouth, or even sense any law of fluctuation. Without any reason or explanation, a potent attack landed on her, and she suffered serious damage. Even her passive damage barely reduced some of the attacking potency. Bang! Another indescribable attack arrived again. Zhen Biu protected herself with a five-element shield, but it was useless. The left side of her body was missing, and she looked as if some terrifying creature had taken a large bite out of her body. The phantom of a tree appeared behind her, and Zhen Biu's body glowed with green light. In an instant, her body returned to its peak state, leaving only her tattered clothes as proof of her previous predicament. Swish! Zhen Biu's danger sense took control of her body as she moved aside. Her action resulted in something cutting off her left arm, but she avoided being split into two from the middle. What kind of weird attack is this? She used all her experience to calm down and analyze the situation. Unfortunately, her face suddenly changed as she sensed something else. Zhen Biu discovered she could not heal her missing arm. Feng Hung's Di realm cancelled hers out, preventing her from healing. However, this was not the main issue. She sensed a power that would revert her body to the previously damaged state every time she healed. The law of time? No, that's the law of absolute beginning. Zhen Biu encased her body in a deep black rock. However, this rock was not ordinary. Her technique was a simple condensed rock. However, she pushed it to the extreme. She generated enough earth to create a continent on par with a smaller heavenward world. Then, she condensed all that continent into a rock sphere using unparalleled pressure. The defense of this rock is even greater than the hardest metal armor she previously created. Sadly, it was useless. Feng Hung's next attack removed the side of her head, showing the half-destroyed brain. Luckily, she is a mighty cultivator. Her body was baptized by the law, generating a vitality unlike any mortal. So, even with a half-destroyed brain, she can still survive for a while. Absolute beginning, she muttered Zhen Biu as her eyes became bright as she remembered some of the Taoist scriptures she had read. If you revert the world to its absolute beginning, then we will reach the time of nothingness. But nothingness is formless, cannot be seen, detected, and is infinite. She understood the core of this technique. Feng Heng used absolute beginning Tao to control one of nothingness characteristics, formlessness. As such, his attack has no form and cannot be detected. Tao gave birth to one, one gave birth to two, two gave birth to three, and three gave birth to myriad things, chanted Zhen Biu. One of the first myriad things between heaven and earth is the five elements. When the world changed from formless state to a state of form or shape, the five elements were the cornerstone. Zhen Biu used the power of the five elements to access the power of form, the antithesis of formless. With this method, her mind entered a state where she could not see her opponent's attack. Furthermore, she also used Feng Heng's absolute beginning power to revert her wood elements to the purest form when heaven and earth were first born. And with this pure, even primordial wood element, she countered Feng Heng's power and healed her injuries. She's a worthy challenger, thought Feng Heng after seeing the brilliant method the enemy used to fight against his attack. After studying the Absolute Beginning Sutra, this technique was one of his greatest masterpieces. It's unfortunate he could not develop this technique to a higher level since that would require him to get involved in the taboo that is nothingness. Feng Heng calmly looked at his opponent as he continued his offense. He no longer used his formless attack since he knew Jin Biu could detect and block it. Absolute End. Feng Heng waved his hand and the surroundings changed. Everything turned white and black. Immediately afterward, Jin Biu discovered the vitality in her body was rapidly decreasing. I am aging. She felt her lifespan was passing at an alarming rate. In a few seconds she aged more than 100 years. She generated a 5-element shield around her, but the thing also aged before dispersing. All things must eventually reach their absolute end, she thought. Incarnation of Earth. Jin Biu's body changed as a yellow aura emanated, followed by the earth mark on her forehead. Heaven and earth must eventually come to an end. However, they also have a terribly long lifespan and won't reach their fate after billions of years. With this technique, she embodied the earth itself, thus temporarily granting her a lifespan of billions. I can delay his technique with this method, but it's not enough, thought Jin Biu with a frown. Certain Daos are more powerful than others and give people advantages. And the absolute beginning end Dao that touches on time Dao can overwhelm her 5-element Dao. So, when she meets someone on a similar level as her with such potent Dao, the situation will become difficult. She needs to use her ingenuity to push her Dao beyond normal boundaries. I should not be as passive, thought Jin Biu as she decided to use some of her trump cards. Bang! Their dimension began to tremble as a towering tree manifested behind Jin Biu, shocking Feng Heng and many people watching this battle. A high-level and mature world tree? Thought Feng Heng. World tree is one of the few spiritual plants with no grade and is purely based on how much it is developed. Furthermore, high-level world trees are sought after by both mortals and immortals. And that's because it can cultivate insurgents. Immortal venerables wish to fuse with it so their bodies can store an immense quantity of immortal qi. Meanwhile, Dao ancestors want to plant world trees into their inner world to become equal to great emperors. As long as they succeed, the world tree will allow them to use their inner world to control the grand Dao source to the same level as great emperors. Furthermore, world tree is a growable type of resource. As long as the tree continues to develop, it's possible for a person to remain an insurgent after becoming a Dao ruler and Dao monarch. In the upper dimension, most things that make a person an insurgent at Tier 10 Great Emperor will be useless after reaching Tier 11 Empyrean, let alone Tier 12 Paragon. However, world trees are of the few resources that can accompany a cultivator for all their lives. Danger sense. Feng Heng swallowed countless pills from his space ring before using numerous healing methods to soothe his situation. Regardless, his expression remained paler than paper. After regaining a little bit of strength, he focused on the captured Jin Biu. However, after observing her for a few minutes, he frowned. She's no longer connected to the 5-element balance palace's Qi luck. In a very short time he understood the situation. Jin Biu's behavior during this battle alerted the leaders of the palace. So, they did not hesitate to remove her status as the sect's heir and disconnect her connection with the palace's Qi luck. Will all my effort be in vain? Thought Feng Heng with a deep frown. He knew he could not stay long on this battlefield and accepted this fact. However, he also wanted to benefit even if only a little. But now it appeared his plan was a failure. Not necessarily, thought Feng Heng as he thought of something. He waved his hand to summon a golden lamp. The lamp released the power of an emperor artifact before sealing the 5 feathers and the seal. Without hesitation he placed them away. Most people will not easily take another faction's emperor artifact since they are connected to their Qi luck. These luck-connected artifacts are almost unusable. Furthermore, emperor lineages did not care if they lost foreign artifacts but would not hesitate to start an emperor Dao war for their luck-connected artifacts. However, Feng Heng did not care. His Buddhist sect is well hidden and inaccessible to the 5-element palace. Secondly, he can use these artifacts to replace Jin Biu's function, accessing the Qi luck of Taoism controlled by the palace. Lastly, he will soon become an eternal emperor using the Heart of Hope. As such, he has no fear of the palace and even hopes they will start an Emperor Dao war. War is the fastest way for any factions to rise and establish themselves. And if necessary he would use it to declare the return of Buddhism to the world. With him at the helm, Buddhism can easily step on the Tai Profound Gate and the 5-element balance palace to establish its supremacy. He knew this plan was certain except for 2 uncertainties. The first was the reaction of the Taoist faction in the upper dimension and the intervention of whoever proved the Dao in this generation through this battle. Furthermore, the real identity of Jin Biu might be valuable. She knows so many secrets and I could learn many things from her. His gaze focused on her, preparing to seal her away. However, Feng Heng hadn't reacted when a portal suddenly appeared and swallowed Zhen Baiyu's body. Gone? Did any of them take action? He denied this possibility as he did not sense any of their powers. Additionally, his eyes detected an anomaly somewhere deep in Zhen Baiyu's sea of consciousness. Sadly, he thought she was incapable of revolting, so he lowered his guard and did not pay too close attention. Now that I think about it, there was a problem when she tried to remove all her fear and flaw. Now that the battle ended, he noticed many previous issues. Alas, he did not have time to ponder this issue. Feng Heng felt one of these two gazes becoming rather impatient. So, he did not hesitate to forfeit this battle, making him finally breathe properly. Somewhere else, Zhen Baiyu's old body appeared in a place full of forests. I'm finally in control, she muttered under her breath. She did not immediately move as she closed her eyes, accessing her sea of consciousness. There was a second primordial spirit, but it was in a poor state to say the least. Furthermore, there were multiple seals on it to prevent movement or access to power. It will take some time to heal my injuries and process the main Bodis memories. Zhen Baiyu's main objective is to return her pure heart personality to its previous state. Let's heal the injuries first. However, she did not move as she sensed two powerful gazes. One of them was a warning, while the other contained hidden killing intent. I forfeit, hurriedly said Zhen Baiyu, understanding what steps she needed to take to ensure her survival. So, as soon as she uttered these words, the gazes dissipated and she sighed in relief. She did not immediately leave since she wanted to heal first. Furthermore, she also wanted to watch the clash between these two monsters. Eastern Quadrant. It seems things are heading in a positive direction, said Wang Wei with a smile. It seems you don't need my help anymore, remarked Wu Ming. That's not necessarily true. Wu Ming knew the latter was being polite. His role in this battle has become a hindrance. At this stage of this battle, Wang Wei will not trust him, even as an ally. So, the best course of action is to leave to prevent any misunderstandings. Is our agreement still valid? Asked Wu Ming. Of course, replied Wang Wei. After the battle, we can negotiate the details. That's all I wanted to hear. Roelfadialpha and Nu Wu Ming did not hesitate before leaving the battle, leaving Wang Wei alone with his thoughts. This kid knows how to read the room, thought Wang Wei before observing the entire battlefield. At this stage of the battle, all the top heaven chosens were eliminated for one reason or another, leaving only a few people who survived by luck or hid on purpose. Wang Wei had the urge to act and clean up these remaining individuals before going straight to D Tian. However, he did not act on his impulse. He had a plan for this battle. So, although it might look like his generals might be useless, they can give him a slight advantage over D Tian as long as everything proceeds smoothly. Furthermore, he still needs them to clear the traitors for them. The traitors, muttered Wang Wei looking at the northern quadrant. Let's be patient. He closed his eyes to adjust his state. However, he opened them back less than 5 seconds later, gazing intently at the north. Without hesitation, he teleported to the northern quadrant to the location of the traitors. In front of him was a strange black mist that hid his visions and other senses. Wang Wei turned his head to look at someone 1,000 kilometers from him. Did you sense it? Why do you think I'm here? Replied Di Tian in his usual cold voice. What exactly do they have that can elicit a danger sense from us? Asked Wang Wei while looking at the mist. However, Di Tian did not say anything. His eyes focused on the mist. How about we work together to get rid of them? Suggested Di Tian. Let's clean up the battlefield before our battle. Alpha D Alpha Theta Nu Epsilon, Theta M, why not? Whatever trump cards they have, they must test it on one of us first. And I'm betting they will choose you first. That's not necessarily true. In their eyes, you are more of a threat than me. So, they will definitely attack you first. He investigated these people. And using the information he gathered from the deception trial, he deduced many things. According to his analysis, these people cared more about Wang Wei than him, hence why he made this decision. You might be right, said Wang Wei. But don't forget you assassinated their leader and failed. If he holds any grudge, you might be the first to be attacked. Di Tian quieted down since that was the truth. He did not fear whatever methods these people had. However, the fact his danger sense activated indicated that they might have a way to injure him. And if he is not in his best state for his battle with Wang Wei, his chances of winning will drastically decrease. Be more decisive, said Wang Wei. These people should have detected our presence. With every second wasted, more variables will appear. As such, he wanted to know Dtion's answer to decide how to deal with these people. Very well, replied Dtion, who concluded working together was the best choice for the current situation. But what about the issue of trust? We will make a grand Dao oath. I will choose the wording. Fine, replied Wang Wei, who did not want to bargain or argue with him. Time was of the essence. For a moment, Dtion became suspicious of why he agreed so swiftly. He knew never to be careless when dealing with a Dao overlord. However, he also knew it was not time to be indecisive. So, he chose the word of his oath carefully and asked Wang Wei to go first. After taking a moment to ensure no issue, Wang Wei made the oath, followed by Dtion. Then they focused on the black mist. Any idea? Asked Dtion. Let's just use the most direct method, brute force. Fine. And, too many people from my Discord have been asking for a team-up between these two. So here you go. Shock. Damn it, how could they appear here? Said Parasite with an ugly expression. No one answered him as they were also perplexed. Did the weapon awaken their sense of danger sense? Asked Yuzhou. The weapon is an Emperor artifact, naturally containing the power to cancel cause and effect. Unless their strength were closed, they would never sense any danger, explained Designer. They all ruled out this possibility since it was impossible. Alpha D Alpha Theta Nu Epsilon, Theta M as I said, due to the vast difference in power from the artifact, his intuition would be useless. Plus, if it was his intuition, why did Dtion also show up? Could it be the result of their Emperor artifact? Asked Yuzhou. No one answered him as they looked at Designer for an answer. They are connected to their artifact as the leader of their respective factions. However, unless their artifact was a special one related to divination, calculation, or clairvoyance, it should not work. Everyone frowned as this answer was a partial one. They had no way to check whether this was the truth or not. It's not time to ponder these things, said Parasite. The main issue we have to figure out is how to deal with their attacks. This might be a good opportunity, uttered Yuzhou. We don't have to worry about searching for them. Their actions have brought them to our doorsteps. Designer, what do you think? Asked Parasite. I would love to gather more energy for the weapon to ensure we can use a few more attacks. However, the current state is more than enough for our needs. So, what is our strategy? Asked Tong Ruobing. Why do we need a strategy? Just kill them with the spear, sneered Yuzhou, who remembered the humiliation he suffered during the cleanup. He could not wait to witness Wang Wei's death with his own eyes. The spear needs a certain charging time, explained Designer. We must channel some of its power into the array to prevent any variables. And maybe we can try to trap them with it before striking. Designer suddenly looked at Parasite with sharp eyes. Situation like this will prove Tong Ruobing's value. Parasite frowned, not hiding his displeasure. How many times do I have to apologize? This is not the time for infighting, chimed Yuzhou, reminding them of the urgent situation. Designer coldly snorted before looking at someone next to him. Yang Guowei, you're in charge of this node. He then pointed in another direction. Binger, you're in control of this formation's node. Be careful since you will be under the greatest pressure. No problem. Tong Ruobing took her position as Designer and assigned each person a node to control the formation. Then the group waited. Outside the black mist, Wang Wei observed the mist, analyzing it. He realized its only purpose was to hide all senses or prying eyes. It's not a formation, he thought as his eyes pierced the veil of truth behind this mist. It seems to be a strange life form. He had never heard of such a creature, so he concluded this fog was something from otherworld communities or something from the upper dimension. Although this method is weird and unknown, its overall power is still weak. Wang Wei then created a black hole that swallowed the black mist before him. Meanwhile, Dtion waited for him to act as he observed. He squinted his eyes after noticing the latter only displayed peak 5 root strength. So he followed him. He created an illusory world that also absorbed the black mist. With their effort, the fog dispersed in less than 5 minutes. The fog disappeared, revealing what was behind. Wang Wei saw a formation with a spear at the center. Then he saw the people controlling the array focusing on one person. Tong Ruobing? He asked, squinting his eyes. I guess I should not be surprised. Of all the Heaven Chosens, Wang Wei always labeled her the most threatened since she was like him, willing to do anything for success. And with her high charisma, it's easy to get people's good grace and use them as pawns. Tong Ruobing did not say anything as she knew her life was at a precipitous moment. If she makes the wrong choice, she will die miserably. Although she has prepared for the worst-case scenario, no one would like to die if they had the chance. Roalpha Dialpha and Nu Amwang Wei did not pay too much attention to Tong Ruobing as he focused on the spear at the array's center. It was the source of his danger sense. An Emperor artifact? How could these people create such a thing? Better yet, why did Heavenly Tao allow these people to use this weapon? He immediately answered his question. These spies originated from a higher cultivation civilization, so certain things impossible for people in the lower dimension are not a big deal in the eternal ascension world. As for Heavenly Tao's non-responsive behavior to their actions that obviously break the rules? The answer is also obvious. Heavenly Tao raised the power ceiling of this battle because of Wang Wei and Di Tian's 10 Supremacy Foundation. In some ways, Heavenly Tao already decided the final winner would be between our three factions, analyzed Wang Wei. Although it seems unfair that the winner was already decided before the battle, Heavenly Tao's actions are the most correct. The moment Di Tian and Wang Wei succeeded in their 10 Supremacy Foundation, the final winner was between them. As for the spies, their existence brought hope to other Heaven Chosens. Heavenly Tao introduces new variables to this battle by allowing them to use this weapon. If the three parties manage to injure or defeat each other, the other contestants might have a slight chance of victory. Everything is about balance. Wang Wei summarized Heavenly Tao's core existence with these 4 words. What's the plan? Asked Di Tian through their divine sense communication. He was surprised these spies could create an Emperor artifact, threatening his victory in this battle. Regardless, he knew his true opponent was Wang Wei. So he chose to follow his lead to observe from the back. This tactic would reduce the risk of betrayal and allow him to respond appropriately in case something occurred. It's time to reveal our true strength, replied Wang Wei. He knew Tao Ancestor's strength was not enough to deal with the array, so they must go all out. We will deal with them as swiftly as possible. What about the ownership of the spear? We can decide after we deal with them, replied Wang Wei. Fine. Boom. They released a terrifying aura, pressuring all 5 people behind the formation. Immediately they felt their bodies, souls and minds unable to move or think. They even felt the aura suppressing their Tao. Impossible, roared Yu Zhou. His unwillingness superseded the pressure the aura left on him. Of course, the spear's sentience played its role and provided some protection. No, 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 uttered Designer. That's impossible. 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 He lost all the vocabulary he cultivated after living for millions of years and repeated the word impossible like a broken record. It was one thing to create a weapon on par with a great emperor, but acquiring such power while still immortal was entirely different. Something like that has never happened in the history of the Eternal Ascension world. But now he saw 2 people who succeeded. His mind could not accept such a thing. No, he refused to accept such a truth. And he was not the only one with this fierce reaction. Tong Ruobing was immobile as she had a blank look. The outside world blurred out as a single thought overwhelmed her mind. How could they be so powerful? Yang Guowei had a similar reaction as her, except less obvious as he closed his eyes to enter meditation to calm down. Parasite felt his Tao heart collapsing after sensing the aura of these people. Luckily, he was chosen for this mission for a reason, so he held on by biting his tongue, using the pain to distract his mind. They are probably using some kind of secret technique with terrifying side effects, said Parasite to rein the group's mind. Why, you're probably right, stuttered Yu Zhou. However, he knew these words were probably false because such a secret technique does not exist in the upper dimension. Even a paragon could not create such a technique. Tong Ruobing did not believe in these words. She has been in contact with the Origin Talisman, so she could sense a similar aura on Di Tian and Wang Wei. What should I do? Her mind was too chaotic to think properly or strategize. So, she activated a purifying mind talisman and used it on her sea of consciousness. However, even with this talisman, her mind could not properly calm down. What should we do now? Asked Yu Zhou. Designer, do you have any ideas? Asked Parasite, his complexion extremely pale. The world was in turmoil. The arrays used to watch the battle allow the viewers to sense things like aura and even law fluctuation. Heavenly Tao's purpose is to enable people to experience the battle and learn from it. This method is a great way to benefit the entire cultivation civilization. After all, the Heaven Will battle is a confrontation of the pinnacle geniuses of a generation. And what better way to learn than to watch these geniuses display all their abilities in a life-and-death battle? As such, after sensing Di Tian and Wang Wei's aura, the world was turbulent. Countless insurgents who were sleeping or cultivating woke up after learning this news. However, the world decided to wait before making a judgment, as this truth was unacceptable to them. They hoped maybe it was just the aura. Northern Quadrant. Designer was unresponsive to Parasite's words. His mind was lost in an endless void. Parasite yelled a few times with no response, so he shook him in an attempt to wake him up. Alas, his attempt was futile. La Sik Nan Ma, suddenly chanted Parasite, and a golden light emanated from his mouth before enveloping Designer. Finally, the artifact refiner's eyes regained their light. Buddhism's mind-purifying mantra, muttered Designer, who regained his spirit. Thank you. Now is not the time to be distracted. Do you have a plan? Designer took a deep breath to calm down, his mind rushing faster than ever. We will use the formation to trap them before using the most powerful blow possible, he said. Our only hope is to kill them in one fell swoop. Is that even possible? We might have a chance. But, what is it? I need your Parasite core. Parasite paused briefly. His name was not just a title but also a part of his identity. He is a unique insect race in the Eternal Ascension world that can parasite on people's bodies and souls. He can control anyone with his parasites as long as their strength is not too far from him. His parasite bodies are like his clones. As long as one is alive, Parasite can't die. The Parasite core is the essence of Parasite's ability and survival, the reason he can control trillions of people. Words cannot measure its value to his race. Fine, agreed Parasite without hesitation. He knew times were running out and succeeding in this mission was more important. So, he vomited a small black ball that resembled a bee's net. Designer took the core and used the array to absorb it. Immediately, the core began to emanate a massive amount of energy. And not long after the process started, wailing voices echoed from this core. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, who did not immediately attack after releasing his aura, watched everything calmly. How cruel, he thought calmly. He could see the thing Designer used contained the blood, energy and soul of trillions upon trillions of people. The number of people dying from this core rivaled the population of the entire Myriad Emperor world, if not more. His eyes changed and he saw the fate and origin of these people. Parasite has his own territory in the upper dimension, and the size is even greater than the Myriad Emperor world. And he planted a parasite on every resident of that territory, controlling them through the core. But now, these people were being used as sacrifices for this formation. Let's act, said Wang Wei, and he flicked his finger, using a simple flame-based attack. However, it did not matter how rudimentary or ordinary the attack was. Its destructive capabilities reached a terrifying number once powered by his third-class strength. Di Tian followed suit by using a wind-based attack, using the power of the wind to synchronize and augment Wang Wei's flame spell. Crack. The sound of breaking echoed in this side of the cosmos as cracks appeared on the formation. Luckily for them, the cracks were small and healed in less than a second. Forget trapping them, said Designer with an ugly expression. Let's use the power of the core to augment the spear's capability. Will that work? Their displayed strength seems only 6% Grand Dao source. With the Parasite core, the spear could reach 7 and maybe 8%. What if they run away? As Parasite, Yuzhou can use the soul tracking mark to ensure they can't evade. The soul race has few numbers, so they are very protective of their people. The soul tracking mark will appear on anyone who dares kill one of their members, allowing them to track them even to the end of the universe. But, argued Yuzhou, we don't have time to waste. With each passing second, more cracks appeared on the array. And as soon as the Parasite core can no longer provide energy, the formation won't last long. Alright, nodded Yuzhou. Row Alpha D Alpha and Nu everyone to their position, yelled Designer as he controlled the array. He channeled most of the energy from the core to the spear at the center, ready to strike the most powerful blow to these two. Boom. Parasite and the others stared in shock at what just occurred. Their mind was blank as they could not fathom such a thing would happen. You, he uttered, unable to describe his current emotions. Yang Guowei, you dare, he roared. Why wouldn't I dare, replied the heir to the Yang clan, not caring in the slightest that he had just annihilated Designer from the face of the universe with an attack. You dare betray us, screamed Yuzhou. You won't get away with this. You and your father. Yang Guowei sneered in response. My father has always been the kind of person who does everything for power and survival. And I detest this about him. He looked at the two with mockery. He's the one who joined you, not me. Bang. Two powerful attacks landed for him. However, a rainbow shield surrounded Yang Guowei, protecting him. He ignored these two and turned his head. This should be enough to fulfill our agreement. Yes, replied Wang Wei. Very well, nodded Yang Guowei with a brilliant smile. Let me give you another meeting gift. He had control of one of the formation nodes, so he destroyed it, creating instability in the formation. Finally, Yang Guowei turned into a rainbow as he penetrated the void and left. Parasite and Yu Zhou tried to stop him but were soon occupied by the significant crack Wang Wei and Di Tian suddenly created in the formation. Damn it, cursed Parasite, who became the array's central controller after Designer's sudden death. In this situation, he knew he needed to act swiftly to execute the plan. Otherwise, their mission will fail and their fate will be worse than death. Gado. Parasite felt a tremor before new runes suddenly appeared in the formation. His face turned uglier than a pig during mating season with no companion. He turned his head to look at Tong Ruobing with red eyes full of killing intent. The petite talisman maker ignored him as she used her knowledge to create a few more flaws in this array, drastically weakening it. Tong Ruobing did not know when Yang Guowei became Wang Wei's pawn, nor did she care at the moment. The only thing on her mind was that she needed to act as fast as humanly possible to ensure she could survive this situation or become public enemy number one. So, as soon as she finished, she activated one of her physical immortal talismans, Void-Breaking Talisman. A light enveloped her and she disappeared. However, she was not alone as Tong Ruobing forcibly took Yu Zhou with her. Parasite felt anger and madness overwhelm his mind. He looked at Wang Wei and Di Tian, his eyes full of hatred, anger, and unwillingness. Since when did Yang Guowei betray us? The cleanup, replied Wang Wei. He contacted me to make a deal. Why? Didn't he explain? He's not his father. Is that so? Muttered Parasite, looking at the weakened core. He ignored the terrifying flame rapidly approaching him for a moment, focusing only on the two items before him. Then, a look of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Die, he roared. He did not hesitate to sacrifice the remaining core and his own life to activate all the power from the spear. Boom. A terrifying light enveloped heaven and earth. Then, in less than a nanosecond, 99% of all matter, energy, and law in the heaven battlefield was annihilated. Was it a success? Asked Parasite with twinkles in his eyes. He did not care for his battle that had begun to disintegrate. However, his eyes soon became somber and listless. He knew if he had succeeded, he would have been the last one standing. Then, Heavenly Tao would not allow him to die and heal him before lowering the heaven will. So, the mission is a failure, thought Parasite. Maybe it's better that way. Not long after disappearing, a perfectly intact Wang Wei appeared in the exact location. However, he was alone, but he seemed to expect this. At the last minute, he did not directly confront the attack. He knew better when dealing with people pushed into a corner. So he chose to evade and Di Tian followed in his footsteps. And now the problem was dealt with, it was time to finish things between them. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.